Hello everybody, welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice. Appreciate you joining me today as we follow and pick up and continue on with West Virginia versus Natalie Cochran. And we'd like to dedicate this stream to OnlyFan, who is not going to be with us today. So this one's for you, OnlyFan. I hope you have a good day, such as it is. So, Natalie Cochran was found guilty yesterday by the jury. And today they're going into what is called the mercy phase. So that's a new one on me. I know it's a new one on a lot of you guys. Basically, it's the sentencing, but West Virginia calls it the mercy phase. So they found her guilty of first degree. Trying to find my notes from yesterday. All right. So she was found guilty of first degree, and they are going to start at 9 o'clock, which is just a few minutes from now. OnlyFan found a press conference for us as well. So I'm going to play that. I'll play that because this is basically like a mini trial. That's what Judge Kirkpatrick said yesterday. It's basically a mini trial. So while we wait for the court to kick in, let's see. Will Johnson, good morning to you. Fala, hello. Therapist you know, good morning to you. Mandy Strong, good morning. Yeah, man, that crash yesterday. I just saw brief highlights. Didn't have a chance to follow up on it. Baca of 3. Tower was in contact with the chopper. Let's see here. Jenny, good morning to you. Hello, Julie. Dream Landry, good to see you. Debbie Blair, AC's Wildflower, good morning to you. Krista, limited edition. Thank you so much for joining us. Florida PI Sam, hello, hello. Good to see you guys. Hope Case Unwinder. You finally caught up yesterday. Cool. Yorkie, hello. Gina Farley, good morning to you. Let's see here. Why is my featured chat not working? Let's get this sorted out here if we can. And let me try this. Yes, to OnlyFan. Okay. My chat is working there, not working here. All right. All right, so we'll do pop-outs here. Let's see. Irish Amy, good morning to you. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. So Baca 3 she showed Michael zero mercy, therefore she deserves none as well. Irish Amy is sending lots of love to OnlyFan. Yep. We are dedicating this stream to you, OnlyFan, if you are out there listening. They're sending, they're putting emojis in the chat. Only fan just for you. My audio is choppy. Okay. Is anyone else's sound cracking? Audio is crackling. Awesome. Audio is crackling. Okay, I hear you guys. I hear you. Not sure why it's doing that. Sound is skipping. I got nothing, guys. I don't know. I don't know. Hey, Meg, how you doing? Brenda Meyer, good morning. Okay. Only when you go to pop up. Okay. So is it okay now? Is my audio okay now? How's the audio? Hey, Rachel B., how are you? How's the audio? Yes, the audio is cracking, but hopefully we'll settle down. It was okay at the start. Is the audio okay here, guys? How is the audio? How is the audio? Is the audio okay? Still cracking. Sounds like a heartbeat. All right. I got nothing, guys. Sorry. I got nothing. So. Okay. Okay, testing. How is the audio now? Testing. Am testing the microphone and the audio. How is the audio now? See if that works. I just hope the feed is okay. Hopefully the feed will be okay. Maybe you guys can just read my lips. I don't know, it's the same. Okay. Okay, I am testing the audio now. Testing the audio now. Let me know if you guys can hear me. Testing the audio now. Is anybody, how's that? Is that audio any better?
Yep, back.
Audio is back?
Back.
Okay. Sounds like we might be back.
It's back.
Okay, thank you. Seems like Aaron can hear us. Perfect, all good, much better. Okay, good. Thank you to Aaron for that. Okay, thank you, Carol. Thank you, Brenda. Therapist, you know. Hola, Baca. Hope case, good. Justice, okay. So yeah, Aaron just suggested creating a new mic source, which is what we did, and that worked. So thank you to Aaron as always. Aaron saves the day. I'm just going to check over here. So yes, Aaron does rock. Now we got people coming into court, so I'm going to go silent.
Good morning. The court calls the case of State of West Virginia versus Natalie Cochran. This is case number 23-F-343K. The record should reflect that the state appears by Tom Truman, prosecuting attorney for Raleigh County, Ashley Acord, assistant prosecuting attorney for Raleigh County. The record should further reflect the presence of the defendant, Natalie Cochran, in person and by counsel Matthew Victor and Stanley I. Selden. We are here now for the penalty phase of this case. We need to discuss some ground rules and make sure that we are on the same page in this regard. The court will permit brief opening statements from each side. As I explained to you yesterday, the defense goes forward first, but yet there is no burden of proof. In my review of the law, also the defense has the last word before the matter is submitted to the jury for determination, and we can work that out. The court will permit instructions to be submitted if you wish, and I believe the state has submitted a penalty phase instruction. We have been working on a proposed verdict form, and we have one, and the state has submitted one, and at the appropriate time we will discuss that factor. We will concentrate on character of the defendant. The court will employ evidentiary rules 401 and 403, 401 pertaining to relevancy, 403 the balancing test to ensure that there is no undue prejudice to this defendant. Let me hear if you have any questions or suggestions.
That's for the statement. Thank you. It's up to you.
Mr. Victor.
I think that at some point, Your Honor, we may consider the instruction that has been offered by the state, but I don't think it's necessary to do it at this time.
Certainly.
Unless the court believes otherwise.
It's sort of a bland instruction, and I don't mean that in any derogatory way, but it just sets forth the circumstances and explains to the jury why we are here, and if the jury recommends parole eligibility, the defendant would be considered eligible for parole after serving 15 years in prison. So it doesn't seem to be very controversial, I should say. Is the defense prepared to go forward at this time?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is the state ready?
State's ready.
All right, bring out the jury bailiff. Good morning, members of the jury. Good morning. You are back, and I'm glad to see you. We are here now for the so-called penalty phase of this case. In this part, the jury has the sole discretion whether this defendant, Natalie Page Cochran, convicted of first-degree murder, should receive mercy. As in the guilt phase, which has already been determined, your verdict must be unanimous. If you recommend parole eligibility, the defendant may be considered eligible for parole after serving 15 years in prison. If you do not recommend parole eligibility, in other words, if you do not recommend mercy, the defendant will receive a life sentence and never be eligible for parole. All right, we switch things up a little bit from what you're used to. In this phase of the case, the court will permit the defense to go forward first. All right, I'll ask Mr. Victor or Mr. Selden to please call their first witness.
Your Honor, I believe you mentioned brief opening statements.
All right, if you wish to present an opening statement, that would be fine.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the court, and all of the spectators. Now, as the judge has told you, we are now entering the penalty phase where you, the jury, and only you, will decide the penalty for Natalie Cochran. As the judge has told you, she's now been convicted of first-degree murder of her husband, Michael. And you, the jury, have to decide if she spends the rest of her life in prison, which would be no mercy, or if she becomes eligible for parole after 15 years, which means you grant her mercy. We'll be calling a number of witnesses that will testify to Natalie Cochran's character, things she has done prior to her conviction, things she has done that indicate her character and her ability to be rehabilitated while in prison. The sum total of why Natalie Cochran, we hope and implore you to grant her mercy. I hope you listen carefully to what they have to say without prejudging them. And again, we beg you to give mercy to Natalie Cochran. Thank you.
Mr. Truman.
Thank you. Good morning. This will be a lot less information than you had to absorb over the last 2 weeks, and you're thinking, thank goodness. Well, we couldn't have made up a stranger procedure than this, but this is the procedure. The defense is right. You won't get any guidance. You won't get any instructions other than what Judge Kirkpatrick just went over with you. There's really no criteria. You are totally in charge, completely in charge. It's whatever you feel is appropriate. And for that, the state will be putting on some evidence also of what we think accurately portrays the defendant's character. And at the end of it, you'll go back in your jury room and you'll decide, is this defendant worthy of parole at some point or not? And that's it. That's your sole job remaining in this case. So we'll see how the evidence unfolds, and we'll see what you think when you come back out of your jury room with a decision. Thank you.
All right, now, Mr. Selden, please call your first witness.
Short and to the point.
Your Honor, we would like to call Penny Carrico Lowry to the stand.
Very well. If you'll raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? You may have a seat right there.
You okay?
Yes, I'll be fine.
Okay. I know these proceedings they're hard on everyone. Please tell us your name and the correct spelling of it.
Penny Lowry, Penny Lowry.
Do you know Natalie Cochran?
Yes.
Do you have any relationship, family relationship to her?
Yes, she's my baby sister.
Okay. So you've known Natalie virtually all of her life?
Yes.
I would like you to tell this jury any aspects of Natalie's character, her good works, her actions towards others in the community. I'm leaving it pretty open for you to convince this jury as to why they should grant your little sister mercy. And feel free to go into any details that you think they might like to hear. Okay?
Yeah. I was thinking about this last night, and I know that you don't see her like I see her. And I was 12 years old when she was born, so she was like my little baby doll. And I just remember her, just things about her, like she would come to my room and sleep with me.
Okay.
She was afraid of the dark. And
go slowly.
okay, I'm sorry.
I know you want to get it all out.
Yes.
But I want to make sure the jury hears everything. So slowly, please.
So when I see her, I see that little girl that came to my room every night and was afraid of the dark and would sleep with me. And I see the little girl that I drove to and from school every day. And then on Saturdays, I would want to watch what I wanted to watch, and she always wanted to watch My Little Pony. And we would do that together. I watched her grow up, and she was a beautiful, smart woman. And I was there. We helped plan her wedding. I was with her, and with her when she had her kids.
Okay, again,
I'm sorry.
I know. I'm having a little trouble
Okay.
hearing and following you. I know you're extremely emotional. We understand that.
Yes.
Just a little slower, please. Thank you.
Are you all understanding me?
Okay.
So I watched her become this woman and have her kids, and I love her and I love Michael. And I remember one time, I was thinking last night that I asked them to babysit for me when my daughter was a little baby, and they were so excited. They weren't married yet, and they came over and kept her, and I was gone for a few hours, and she was awful. And I came home, and And Michael said, we are never having kids. But then they had those beautiful 2 kids. And I just love them so much. And Natalie, I know all 40 plus years of her. You've seen her just this short amount of time. She is good. She's done so many great, so helpful, and she would help people. She wrote a devotion book. We grew up in church, and she knows what right from wrong. And we've been taught to be forgiving. And I look at my family, and I'm just begging you for mercy for those kids and for my mom and dad. Giving her mercy does not mean she'll get out of prison. It means there's hope for a parole. She's been in prison already. She's missed every milestone at their graduation and Nikki's prom. She'll miss weddings and probably when they have their babies. I don't think my mom and dad will be alive when she gets out. But I just pray that you give some hope. Hope is a powerful thing. There's a statement that says, life without hope is ceasing to live. And I think those kids need some hope to see their mom as she gets older. They've hurt the most. We've all hurt, but they've been hurting the most. And they need her. This is the only family they've known. They've been raised by their grandparents. They're 77. And I'm begging you to please consider giving her some mercy. It doesn't mean she'll be paroled, but give her that chance to be reformed and to do better. We love her. We just plead with you to do that for her.
You've talked briefly about Natalie's character prior to this conviction. What kind of person was she? And can you talk about any contributions to the community, anything like that?
Of course, they always gave back. She worked in the Church of Juanas, and she did all the Little League sports. Anything that her kids needed, she was there. We would always go shopping every year to Pigeon Forge at Thanksgiving when the men would go hunting, and she always made sure her kids had what they needed before she'd buy herself. She never bought herself anything. She served on committees in our community. She served with all the sports. And
what kind of committees?
Which is like team mom, and then served as officers on these sports teams like football and baseball, and she did a lot of things like that. She would do Bible school for the kids, and that was her priority, her family, and they did everything together.
She's been in federal prison for a couple of years now. Do you know anything about her activities while she's been in prison?
I do. I know that she teaches classes, and I know that she's helped, I don't know all the details, but she's helped with helping people get their GEDs. She does devotion. She wrote a devotion book in prison, and she's a friend to a lot of those people.
I don't have any more specific questions. Is there anything else you would like the jury to hear?
Just asking them to please consider this, for those kids especially, for our family, and what you see there's our family, and we need this, please. We need some hope.
Okay. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Thank you. Ms. Lowry, the defendant grew up to be a little bit different than she was when she was your little sister, 12 years younger than you. Turned out a little bit different than what it looked like at the time, didn't it?
I mean, I don't know what that means, different. I know you found her guilty of this, but she was still my sister. I mean, I always trusted and loved her.
Absolutely. And blood is very thick. You're loyal to your sister. Fair enough?
Yes.
You're also an educator by training, correct?
Yes.
Do you think there should be consequences for misbehavior?
Yes.
And it should be proportional to what the misbehavior was, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
And I also believe that fair is not equal and equal is not fair. I just think a lot of things have to be considered. I know that there's been mercy given to people that did a lot worse.
Okay, we'll just accept that. The last time you testified in this case, you didn't recall how much you lost in your investments with the defendant. Did you go back and check?
I did. I said it was around $50,000.
And is that what it was?
I told you I didn't keep accurate records. She would use my credit card, then I'd pay some, then I'd give her more and pay, and I just never really kept. But I was $50,000 in the hole, and everything was said and done.
Where did that money come out of your retirement or something?
No,
Just cash you had?
actually, it was more on my credit cards.
Oh, okay. So when you had to pay your credit card bills, you were paying the principal, or did you pay them off each month, or did
It
you
just
have interest?
depended. It just depended. I tried to do as much as I could. I was a single mom at the time.
Oh, okay. In her federal case, she pled guilty to the wire fraud and money laundering, right?
I don't know what the exact charges were, but she
Okay.
did plead guilty.
Right.
I don't remember. I don't know the exact charges.
Okay. And you'd mentioned her contributing to the community.
Yes.
Were you aware of some scholarships, the Michael Cochran Legacy Scholarships?
Yes.
Those scholarships were awarded by the defendant,
Yes, I think so.
but they were never funded, were they?
No.
But she did raise some money for the Michael Cochran scholarships, Legacy Scholarship, correct?
I do not know.
Okay. You just know that in her community activities, she awarded them, but those kids never got a dime.
Correct.
Your Honor, I think that's all the state has of this witness. Thank you.
All right. Anything further, Mr. Selden?
Is it okay if I call you Penny?
Yes.
The prosecutor asked you about money for scholarship fund, et cetera.
Yes.
Were you aware that the government seized all of the assets of Natalie? And among those seized assets were any monies, et cetera, that might have been paid to these scholarship funds?
I don't know what the money was for, but I do know that the government seized a lot of her money, all of her funds.
Okay, thank you.
Anything further, Mr. Truman?
One follow-up. Those scholarships were awarded in May of 2019, correct?
I don't recall I guess that was the date. I don't know.
Okay, that's fine. But the search warrant wasn't until the following month, and she wasn't convicted till like September.
I don't recall the dates, but I know that it was in the summer.
Is Penny? Is Rachel your daughter?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That's all the state has, Your Honor. Thanks.
Anything, Mr. Selden?
Yes, Your Honor. Now, I just want a complete understanding of these scholarships. They were awarded in the summer to the students, is that right?
They were awarded, I think, at the end of the school year.
Okay. And the monies to be paid for these scholarships was for the following school year, isn't that right?
Yes.
And all of this investigation into the Ponzi scheme and the seizing of her money all that occurred before the school year started, isn't that correct?
Yes.
No other questions?
Anything, Mr. Truman?
Nothing from the state. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Lowry. You may step down. You are excused.
Thank you.
Call your next witness, Mr. Selden.
Your Honor, we would like to call Lacey Treadway as our next witness. Is she not here?
She told me she had too many meetings she could do.
Your Honor, it does not appear as if Ms. Treadway is here, so we will call Sharon England.
All right. If you could, Mr. Selden, speak up. The jury's having some difficulty hearing you.
No problem, Your Honor. I usually have the opposite problem.
Thank you. If you'll raise your right hand, ma'am, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may have a seat right there.
Would you please state your full name and how you spell it?
Sharon England, SharonEngland.
Are you any relation to Natalie Cochran, or how do you know her?
She is my niece.
And as you've heard, we're here and you're here to tell this jury why you think Natalie should get mercy and give this jury a better understanding of what type of person Natalie is. Okay?
Okay.
To that end, would you speak on behalf of Natalie and tell this jury what type of person you think she is?
Okay. Well, first of all,
And if you would, please speak into the microphone.
okay. First of all, because I've known Natalie all of her life, we've been in close contact ever since she was born. Natalie's always been the most compassionate, kind, caring person throughout her life, always putting others before herself. She is a loving mother and is selfless when it comes to the needs of her children. After Natalie's heart became worse and more difficult, to where at times she couldn't drive, and her parents were trying to help, and they would have appointments, and my husband and I would drive the children to school in Greenbrier County. And on those trips, just being alone, usually when we were together, it was at big family gatherings, but just having the kids in the car, we became very close with the kids. And since the death of their dad, they became extra close to their mother, and she was just always there for them.
Now, ma'am, I want to interrupt you for just a moment. You're referring to some notes.
Mm-hmm.
Did anyone other than you prepare them?
Oh, no, I prepared it.
Okay, and can it be assumed you jot some notes down to refresh your recollection?
Yes, definitely.
And you mentioned Natalie's heart problems.
Yes,
Were you aware that Natalie had not one, but 2 surgeries on her heart?
yes,
And that she currently has an implant in her chest to help with her heartbeat?
yes.
Okay. No, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Please go on.
That's okay. I just, since the kids have become so attached to their mom, I'm just asking that you would have mercy on her, that they might have some hope that at some point in time, when she does get out of prison, they would be able to spend some time with her. That would mean a lot to them. And I want to also emphasize that Natalie has always been faithful to volunteer her services and to help others. And I have a list here of things that I'm aware of personally that she has done. As a youth, she donated her money to buy Christmas presents for the needy. She would come to my elderly aunt's home and other elderly people to give them flu shots and to help with other necessary needs. She volunteered to conduct poison prevention demonstrations at local schools, conducted free health eating course for seniors. She conducted flu shots and clinics at the churches and at Sewing for Souls. She conducted health seminars at the Lions Club, she was a coordinator of juvenile diabetes awareness walks and education classes, organizes medicine planners for their elderly neighbors. She volunteered at Sewing for Souls and at her church with the Bible printing ministry. She taught cubbies and awanas at her church for 5 years and played the piano for 4 years at her local church. She even volunteered at Daniels Elementary when they lost their music teacher because of lack of funding, and she filled in free of charge. She volunteered at Habitat for Humanity as well as Homes for Seniors. And while in prison, she organized and helped with Bible studies, beginners, intermediate, and advanced Bible studies. She wrote 2 devotion books. I know one has been published. I think they both have. And they're using those in the prisons now. And even at Southern Regional Jail, they have some. But also in Kentucky and Tennessee, the prison ministries there are using the devotion and study books that she wrote for the women prisoners. I hope that you will consider Natalie's history of being generous, caring, and giving person, and consider giving her mercy on her sentence. And I hope that you'll pray about it and ask God for wisdom and understanding to do the right thing. I know in Matthew chapter 5, verse 7, it says, "Blessed are the merciful, for they shall obtain mercy," and that was said by Jesus. I interpret that to mean that if we're merciful to other people, He will show us mercy. And so I'm asking that you will show grace and mercy to Natalie, just as our Savior Jesus Christ has shown grace and mercy to each of us. We don't deserve it. She might not either, but He gives it to us. It's free. And I'm asking that you would do that for Natalie, not so much for her sake, but for the sake of her children, her parents, and the family. And as you make your decision whether or not to show mercy or no mercy, I know you know your actions will be judged by Natalie's family and loved ones, by Michael's family and loved ones, by the prosecution, and by the defense. But none of that matters. That doesn't matter diddly squat. What really matters is that you will be judged by a powerful Almighty God. And in His word, He said, "Blessed are the merciful, for they shall obtain mercy." So I'm asking for you to please give her mercy on this conviction so that someday her children will be able to be in her presence.
Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Do you mind if I take a look at your notes real quick? I know they're probably
You can, but it's old notes and I revamped them,
I
so
understand.
I've got little notes on there.
Okay.
And some things I didn't say.
That's just something that we have to do. Thank you, ma'am. Now, you describe Natalie as being a compassionate, kind, and caring person. Is that right?
It is. I've
So-
never seen her any other way.
So where do you think it all went wrong?
Well, I don't know if I'm supposed to say this, but she loved Michael with all of her heart. When he asked her to quit being a pharmacist because he was jealous of her coworker, he asked her to also be the woman because they were giving the contracts to women to start that business. And I believe she would have done whatever he said. And I believe she made some unwise, bad decisions.
I believe that too. You were talking about the Bible and the teachings of Jesus. Are you familiar with the Ten Commandments?
Yes, I am.
So you know one of those is, thou shalt not kill.
I do.
Do you believe that we're judged by that as well?
Yes, I do. I also believe God will forgive those. And he's asking us to forgive if we want to be forgiven.
I know you talked about her volunteering her time and money and services, especially with things like youth sports too, right?
I wasn't as aware of the youth sports thing. I was more aware of the community things.
Okay. That's fair. I don't think I have any more questions for you. Thank you, ma'am.
Anything further, Mr. Selden?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. England. You may step down. You are
Thank you.
excused. Call your next witness, please, Mr. Selden.
Your Honor, I would like to call Rachel Carrico to the stand.
You'll raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? You may have a seat.
Good morning, Ms. Carrico.
Good morning.
You appear very emotional. Are you okay? Can you testify?
Yes.
Okay. And if you would, please talk into the microphone
Okay.
so the jury can hear you. Okay? All right.
Mm-hmm.
Please tell us your full name and spell it, please.
Yep. My name is Rachel Carrico. Rachel Carrico.
Thank you. How do you know Natalie Cochran?
Natalie is my aunt, but I would describe her as more than that. Like my mom was up here saying, she's been a very close and influential person in my life. I would consider her more of a mom than an aunt to me.
Okay, I just want to
Okay.
clarify. You said when your mom was up here testifying, your mother is Penny Carrico Lowry. Is that
Yes.
correct? Okay, please go
Yes.
on.
Her kids they're my cousins, but we've always been like brother and sister. I'm an only child, so having them with me growing up has been a blessing to me, especially within the past 5 years. I think we've grown very close together because we've needed each other. But I would always be with them growing up. Natalie would always include me in anything that they were doing, big or small, whether it was going on a day trip or just going out to eat. They always invited me, and I've just been a member of their family.
Why do you think this jury should grant Natalie mercy? And you know what that means from the discussions, correct?
Yes.
So, why should they give her mercy?
I don't think anyone truly knows Natalie like we do. My family does. Like I said, she's been a mom to me, and she didn't have to do that. Just even last Wednesday, I had to put my dog down after court. And on Thursday, that's when my two cousins had testified. And Natalie called me after from Southern Regional, and it wasn't to talk about court. It was to check on me because I had lost my pet. And she's always been that way with me. She has included me like one of her kids. And when my mom was in the hospital, on my 17th birthday, Natalie bought me a cake, my favorite cake, and took me out to eat so I wouldn't have such a crappy birthday. She took me to Disney World. She taught me how to ski. She bought me my first Starbucks drink. She's had such an influence on my life, and looking back and even looking at now, I'm very thankful for the influence she has had on me, and it has been nothing but good. She has shown me how to love and be strong, and I love her kids tremendously. I will always be there, and it's because of her and her demonstrating that love. I know that there's been things said, but no one truly knows her like we do. And I just beg for mercy because we need it. We need her back. I can't fathom her not being around to not even see me get married or have kids, but much less her own kids. Just, we need hope.
I don't have any more questions, thank you. Oh, I do have one question. You talked about your 17th birthday. How old are you now?
I'm 26.
Okay, thank you.
Cross-examination.
Ms. Carrico, what do you do for a living?
I'm an occupational therapist.
So where did you go to school?
West Virginia University.
When did you graduate?
College.
Yeah.
May of 2022.
Okay. And you were one of the recipients of the Michael Cochran Legacy Scholarship, were you not?
Yes.
Did you ever get any of that money?
No.
You mentioned that the defendant was so influential on you. Can you be a little more specific other than this generalize she's a loving person? How else did she influence you?
To be smart and to strive for, what I wanted, and encouraged me when I was in college, and just made sure that I knew how proud she was and how good I was doing. And she's influenced what clothes I wear. I like to wear the same type of clothing that she did. And like I said, with coffee, it's little small things that have had a big impact, but also, just the characteristics of her.
Not to revisit this day, but anybody that's experienced putting a pet down knows how awful that is. And you got pretty emotional kind of recapturing that terrible day.
Yeah.
Can you imagine what it's like to be a mom and lose your son?
Be hard.
As understatements go, being hard would probably work, but it would be a lot more than just being hard, wouldn't it?
Sorry, I can
Barely hear the prosecutor. I would like
to speak after this.
Yes, sir. It would be more than hard to lose a son, correct?
I would say so.
You also mentioned that the defendant influenced you in terms of accomplishments, and you are clearly accomplished, so you can give her some credit for that. She, too, was accomplished. It's hard to get into pharmacy school, isn't it?
Yeah.
So she was well-equipped to deal with life in terms of finances just by not only getting in, but graduating and getting a job as a pharmacist. Isn't that true?
I know I'm not good with finances per personally. I think you're good at what you specialize in, and so financially, I don't know.
Okay. In her influencing you, she didn't give you tips on how to run a Ponzi scheme or anything, did she?
No.
Okay. That's all the questions the state has. Thanks.
Anything further, Mr. Selden?
Yes, Your Honor, just a moment. Is it okay for me to call you Rachel?
Yes.
Now, Rachel, the prosecutor asked you questions about not getting money for your scholarship fund.
Yes.
And that money was promised to you in the following school year.
Yes, it was
But-
going to be for my first fall semester of OT school.
Okay. And before that happened, you're aware that Natalie Cochran and Michael Cochran's assets were all seized. There wouldn't be any money for your scholarship fund, correct?
Yes.
Okay. There were questions about your scholarship fund, but did Natalie Cochran give you any other financial help, either in school or otherwise, over the years?
I don't know so much about school. My mom took care of most of that for me.
Right?
But they would always, she would buy me clothes, or she would pay for my meal if we were out eating, or to get my nails done if I was with them.
She helped you all along
Yeah.
with finances when you needed it. Would that be a fair statement?
Yes.
The prosecutor asked some questions about Natalie being equipped for life, etc. Did Natalie help you to become equipped for life and all of its bumps and challenges?
Yes.
And how did she do that?
Through natural life lessons, whether it was a breakup with a boyfriend in high school, she was there to console me and to tell me that things would be better, and it was okay to cry, that I would be stronger. Whether it was helping to motivate me when it came time, like my senior year of high school or starting college, and she gave me the talk of what alcohol and drugs would be, and she would always be there to call if I ever needed help, and I didn't feel comfortable telling my own mom that she was there and she would do what she could to help me or protect me. I never doubted her love for me. I still don't. Yeah.
Okay. That's good. I mean, that's sufficient. Now, did there come a time when Natalie Cochran had to have heart surgeries?
Yes.
Did you care for her in any way or at any time as a result of those surgeries?
Yes. Like I said, I was in college in Morgantown, and she had to have a heart surgery. It was like an outpatient surgery. It wasn't something huge, but I took her up to Morgantown, and we stayed at my apartment, and I took her to that surgery, and I waited for what felt like forever, and the nurse had actually called me and said, "Hey, this is the number that was on file, but Natalie's asking for a Michael. Do you know a Michael?" I was like, "I do, but he's not here." like I would be there to get her. And I went and consoled her.
Let me clear something up here.
Mhm.
You're talking about Michael Cochran, right?
Yes. Yeah.
And Michael was still alive at that time, correct?
No.
No, he'd already passed?
Yeah.
Okay.
But she was under like an anesthetic. And
Okay.
so-
No further questions. Thank you.
Cross-examination, Mr. Truman.
State has no additional questions, Ms. Carrico, thank
Very
you.
well. Thank you very much. You may step down. Call your next witness, Mr. Selden.
The defense would like to call Larry Jessup.
If you'll raise your right hand, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may have a seat.
Would you please tell this court and the jury your name and how you spell it?
Larry Jessup, Larryjessup.
Mr. Jessup, are you any relation to Natalie Cochran?
Yes, I'm Natalie's daddy.
I am again going to ask you sort of open-ended questions. You're here on Natalie's behalf today, isn't that correct?
Yes, sir.
And since you're Natalie's father, you know her pretty well. You've been with her all of her life, correct?
Yes, sir.
Would you please tell this jury what kind of person you know Natalie to be and why you think they should grant her mercy?
Well, Natalie was my daughter. Naturally, she grew up in our household. She was always a great youngster. She was always very giving person. She helped us, my wife and I, Daphne, all in her growing up years. She went to high school here in Beckley, and she, in high school, she did a lot of different things extra for her school.
Like what, if you recall?
Well, she's on committees, and she did social service work and that kind of thing.
Okay, please go on.
As far as the timeline in her life, I can kind of go along those kind of lines. My sister Sharon has already mentioned a lot of things that she did, and as she grew up. But she met Michael in high school, and he would come to our house, and so I got to be friends with him. And then they both went to WVU to school, and then they decided to get married in 2019, and then they were married May the 20th of 2020. They didn't have a place to stay, so my wife and I bought him a mobile home, and he didn't have a car to drive, so I gave him a pickup truck that I had. And so they went all the way through college at WVU, and then they went to Tennessee after they got out of school. They moved to Tennessee, and I think he went to work at a company called Nova, and she went to work as a pharmacist.
Okay.
And,
Please talk into the microphone. You're kind of fading out a little bit.
Okay,
Thank
try
you.
to do better.
You're doing fine, sir.
So my wife and I, we would go visit them periodically, and Michael and I would go fishing in the mountains at Pigeon Forge. They lived right outside of Pigeon Forge.
I'm sorry, sir. Go
Oh,
ahead.
Okay. And we would visit them there, and our first grandchild was, well, not first grandchild, but the first one from Natalie and Michael was born in Tennessee, and then they moved back to here in 2006. And they bought a home on 4H Lake Road. It was repossessed by the bank, and it was in dire need of repair. So Michael and I worked on the house for about a year, repairing the house. And Michael and I became very, very close. And of course, Natalie, she would come over and help us, and my wife would keep the children. And then they moved, of course, into that house. They stayed with us while we were repairing the house. And then they've, they had a good life there. They did a lot of things together. We did a lot of things with them.
What are some, now, I'm sure the jury wants to hear a lot of this history, but you said they did a lot of things together. Please tell what kinds of things and what Natalie was doing, if you would.
Well, they, in your everyday life, you see, you just kind of go along. Some things you remember as events in their life. Other things are just every day going along together.
Can you speak to Natalie's personality, her character, things like that?
Well, just like she had always been, she was a very caring person. She took care of her family. She took care of us a lot of times. If we needed something, she would help us. But as far as her family, she always put her family first in everything.
How old are you, sir?
77.
Has Natalie taken care of you for any physical ailments or anything like that?
She would always take care of me getting shots and that kind of thing. I had a massive heart attack in 2014, and she was always coming over, checking on me, blood pressure, my heart rate, and those kind of things. And then in January of 2015, I had a defibrillator and a pacemaker put in, and she was always trying to monitor those for me. Yes, sir.
I need just a moment, Your Honor.
Very well.
Mr. Jessup, as we get older, we kind of get some dates mixed up.
Mm-hmm.
Wasn't it true that Natalie and Michael got married in the year 2000, not 2019 or 2020?
Oh, I'm sorry, 2000. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Oh, that's fine.
Yeah.
I'm having trouble with my memory as I get older. Would you classify Natalie as a good daughter?
Certainly. Excellent daughter.
How would you classify her as a wife and mother?
Again, excellent. She took care of Michael and the kids. Did just as almost as a servant to him. Yes, sir.
You've talked about how close you were to Michael, right?
Yes, sir. Yeah,
And Natalie.
Yes, both. Mike and I developed a really just a minute. I'll be all right.
Okay.
A real,
You're obviously very emotional.
Yeah.
Just take a moment, okay?
a real close relationship over the years. We hunted and fished together, went on vacations together. He took me deep sea fishing. He became just like a son to me. You know, it was a very good relationship. We did a lot of things together and also with my grandson Ashton, his son, and that went on for years. And then 2000, we had a lease in Greenbrier County, and we built a shelter up there. And he could do a lot of the work that I couldn't do. Of course, I was a little bit more able to do things then. It was about 10, I guess.
Okay.
10.
Let me just interrupt you for just a moment. It's obvious you had a very good relationship with Michael.
Yes.
You had a very good relationship with your daughter.
Yes, sir.
This jury has already found Natalie Cochran guilty of killing her husband, Michael.
Yes, sir, I understand.
Do you think she should be punished for that act by spending the rest of her life in prison?
Well, I would hope that the jury would see fit to grant her mercy. I know they made their decision. Certainly, I don't agree with it. I felt like that there was a lot of variables there and a lot of unanswered questions. So I would plead with the jury, have compassion, and to give her mercy. So, I mean, I'll never be able to touch her again. All the time I'll be able to see her be behind the glass wall. But, you know, her kids, if she spends 15 years, they would be 35 and 33, I guess. So they would be able to have.
Yeah, take a moment, sir.
Yeah, okay. Some more time with her kids. But as far as I'm concerned, of course, she's my daughter. I thought she was the best kid we could ever have. We had 4 kids, and all of them were great. Okay. And so.
And I just, you're 77 now, right?
Yes.
So when Natalie is possibly up for parole, if the jury gives her mercy.
Yes.
If my math is correct, you're going to be 92 years old. Is that right?
Yes, sir. I don't figure I'll ever make it to 92 with my heart, but I would be 92. Mm-hmm.
So you may or may not be alive after that 15 years. Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
Would you like the possibility of spending time with Natalie, not behind the glass or in prison, but in person, and hopefully you'll live that long and the jury would grant you mercy? Is that a hope of yours?
Certainly. Mm-hmm.
I don't think I have any more questions. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Mr. Jessup, I just want to ask you one thing, and then I'll let you go, okay?
Okay.
Now, we've heard a lot of talk already this morning from other witnesses and from you about wanting to reunite Natalie with her kids so that they have their mom.
Yes.
How does it make you feel to know that they will never be reunited with their father?
Makes me extremely sad.
Thank you, sir. That's it. I have no further questions.
Anything further, Mr. Selden?
I'm going to let you on.
May I,
No, sir, just hold on.
No. No other questions for this witness. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jessup. You may step down. You are excused. Call your next witness, Mr. Selden.
Your Honor, this time we would like to call Daphne Jessup to the stand.
If you'll raise your right hand, please, ma'am. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may have a seat. Are you okay?
I'll be fine.
All right. Would you please tell this court and the jury your full name and spell it?
Daphne Jessup, D-A-D-A-P-H-N-E,
And talk into the microphone.
Jessup.
Are you any relation to Natalie Cochran?
Yes, sir, I'm her mother.
And you're appearing here on her behalf, is that right?
Absolutely.
Would you please tell this jury what kind of a person Natalie is and was to you, and why they should consider granting her mercy?
Yes, sir. My husband and I didn't talk about what we were saying, but I did a little timeline. I thought that would help me stay focused today. But she was born to us late in life, and all the siblings were growing up and going, and she was still home with us. So there was the three of us, all through childhood.
Ma'am, if you would,
No.
slowly. So I want the jury to hear everything you have to say. Thank you.
All through childhood, she did terrific in school. There was never a problem. And I don't want to be funny, but the only problem I had with her in second grade, over half of her classroom got lice, and she was one of them. And so with her curly, tight hair, I had a hard time with her. That's the only thing. She was a wonderful child. She was active in cheerleading, music. Oh, she's talented. She can sing. She can play the piano. It embarrasses her too, and she gets nervous, so she seldom does it. But I think she'd probably go to Nashville. She'd sing at church and things. But always a joy. And like others said, her aunt would give all the kids a good bit of money at Christmas. She always took half of hers and gave it to others. And that's in childhood. And then in high school, it was the same way. She didn't date very much. She worked. She didn't have to work. But she wanted to work, and she worked at a sporting goods store. And that's where she met Michael. And they were 18 when he came to our house. And he became like a son to us. I made notes. I don't want to forget anything. But
Yes, ma'am. And I just want to clarify those notes.
yes, sir.
Those are your notes.
Yes,
To refresh your memory.
yes, sir. 'Cause-
Nobody else made them. Nobody else told you to write them down. Is that right?
No, sir.
Okay, go ahead, please.
So they dated, and then the summer after the 12th grade, I think it was, they graduated. Larry and I drove Michael other places to play summer baseball. He loved baseball. We stayed together in motels, Larry and Ashton, Michael, and then Natalie and myself.
Okay, just a little slower. I know you want to get it all out, and I want to hear it. I know the jury wants to hear it, so just, slow it down a little bit. Thank you.
So then college came, and after the first year of college, they were married. When they had the wedding, her professor had a band, a bluegrass band, and he brought his band down, and they played Civil War music for the wedding. We had it outdoors, and Michael wasn't real close to his dad at that time, his biological dad. But his dad came with his stepmother, and her name was Dream, I believe. They helped me. We painted. We did yard work. We put down mulch. And they were in his life at that time. After they were married, Dreama and Mike gave him a cruise for a wedding present. So we took care of the wedding. His daddy and stepmother took care of their honeymoon. When they came back, we bought him it was a nice trailer, a dentist had it, and we added patio and a porch to it. We made sure they had a car. We helped them to school all we could.
Okay. Did Natalie and Michael have much money at that time?
No, sir. She worked 3 jobs. At times she was working 3 of them. Michael tried, but Michael had a different temperament, and that's him, and that's fine. And he just couldn't work with public. Sometimes he would work at the school gym and get paid, helping people to exercise. He loved bodybuilding, so that was perfect for him. But she worked at different places to make money, and we tried to help. When they graduated, and before we took them on vacations with us, we did everything we could for the kids. We loved them, and we were close. They moved to Tennessee for a little bit, and that's where Nikki was born, and I was there with Michael when a few hours after she was born. I stayed with them to help them. They came to live at our house and wanted to remodel the old house. So the men worked, and we think sometimes Michael was like married to my husband. He loved him so much. They hunted, they fished, they built on the house. Larry taught him electrical work and carpentry, because my husband had to do all that on 2 houses we built. So they worked every time they were able, weekends, holidays, after hours of work. Natalie would work extra shifts. She worked as a pharmacist in Oak Hill at that time, driving to CVS. I would keep the baby when I got home from teaching. And then they moved in their house, and here came Ashton. So now we're a family of 6, the 4 of them and the 2 of us. Again, vacations, holidays, moving in the house. And I retired when Ashton was born so that I could be their babysitter. I just don't want to leave anything out that I wanted to tell you.
Hold just
Okay.
a moment. Okay. If you would, as to Natalie and Michael's son, would you just refer to him as their son and not name him?
Yes, sir.
Because
Yes, sir.
he's a minor.
Yes,
Okay?
sir. Yes,
All
sir.
right. Please go ahead.
So we start going to on trips. We eat out. We do a lot of things as a family. And my husband's still working, so at this time, Michael and him take a few holidays. And Michael always, I think we were very close, and the kids said he loved me. I thought he did. I wouldn't know for sure. He never said he loved me, but he'd always say, "Daphne, you're going with us." And he was the domineering figure in the family, but Natalie didn't mind. I didn't mind. So I'd go with them while my husband stayed here and worked. I'd go on holidays with them. And I'd offer to stay in the room and take care of the kids at night so they could go to a dinner or something. He'd say, "No, you're going with us. I want you to go to this steakhouse." He always took care of me. He'd do anything he could for me, and I'd do anything I could for Michael.
Okay, slow down a little bit.
Well, it broke our heart when he left this world. Our last trip was in the summer before Michael passed away, and we went to Ocracoke Island. The men fished, and we sat aside. We played in the water. They did the boards on the waves. It was a wonderful week, and Michael had a golf cart, and he got me a golf cart, and we'd ride the others around because that was fun for this person. But Michael was sleeping more and more. Even in the car on the ferry, he'd fall asleep. He wasn't staying awake much, and he'd hold his head a lot. He was sick. When we came home, there was foods he liked to eat, and he'd ask me to cook, and he'd come after work. He liked breakfast foods in the evening, all breakfast foods at one time. And I'd fix it, and then he'd have to lay on the couch. He thought it was green mold that was making him sick. He was working in the house.
Ma'am, I don't want
Okay.
you to go into the case in chief.
Okay.
I want you to talk about Natalie's character, etc. We're not here to relitigate the case, okay?
Okay, I didn't want to bring the case up, no, sir.
Okay,
But
thank
I was
you.
just telling you, I just wanted everybody to know that Michael and I had a good relationship. The kids did everything they could for me. Natalie helped me with my ministry, so did Michael. I was always all about kids. I love children of all colors, all sizes, and I've helped children and families in 45 countries. Michael helped me furnish, and Natalie, they helped me furnish seed in Zambia for Matambo Village.
I'm sorry. Could you clarify that a little bit? What are you talking about?
Well, in Matambo Village is one of my favorite villages in Africa, and I've been there twice. They plant things like corn, tomatoes, cabbages. The government buys it, and then the government didn't give them money one time, and they couldn't buy seed.
Who is they? Who are you referring to?
The Zambians under Pastor Mukatasha lives there. It's a village in Africa.
All right, go ahead.
So we bought sacks of seeds. It was a total of $5,000 for all the seed for the village, and I had every kid there a mattress and a blanket. They were $81 for a mattress and a blanket.
When you say we bought this, who are you talking about?
Well, I have a ministry, and it's under the church. Other churches and people support me. It's all these people, we work together.
Okay, I want you to concentrate on Natalie.
Okay, well, that's what I said. Natalie and Michael gave me $5,000 one Christmas, and we finished getting every child in that village a blanket and a mattress, because it gets down to 40 degrees at night there, and some of them get close to fires and they burn.
Okay, let's skip ahead over that. So you're talking about Natalie and possibly Michael giving you money to help this village in Africa.
Yes.
Okay.
They also bought playground equipment for the school in that little village.
Okay. And when you say they, you're talking about
Michael
Natalie.
and Natalie.
Okay. Anything else?
Let me look through my notes if you don't mind real
Sure.
quick.
Go ahead, take your time.
I wasn't able to be here during some of the trial because they thought I might be a rebuttal witness or something, so I don't know what was said and done. But it bothered me when I came back and there was a picture of Michael on the floor. No one ever explained why he was there, but I knew why. People said, take a picture the next time he passes out.
Ma'am, again, we're not
Can't say that.
relitigating the case. We're talking about Natalie's character and why this jury should consider granting her mercy. So we don't want to relitigate the case, okay?
I'll just mention that then I begged for mercy. I don't know how to beg from you. My children, my grandchildren, they need their mother. Larry and I probably won't be here much longer at our age. If she's gone that long, we'll probably never get a hold of her again. But maybe her children can if you give us some mercy. And it's funny that Larry used hope, Penny used hope, and that's what I had in my notes. We need hope. We just need maybe the morrow's coming where she can look forward to something. And about her character, can I mention what she's done in the prisons?
Yes, you can.
She's written one devotional book, and it's being used a lot.
And for the record, you're showing that devotional book?
Yes, sir. This is her devotional book, and her daughter, Nikki, on the back did all the reflection pages. If you have journal writing in the prisons, federal prisons, you can have a book like this if it's for journaling and for religious reasons. So there's 2 reasons these girls get to keep these. And it helps inmates. It's Natalie's inner feelings about being there, things that she faced outside, inside. These girls relate to it. There's no one else that can relate like this girl does. And I hope God doesn't keep her there forever.
And you're pointing to Natalie, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, go
I
ahead.
don't want God to keep her in prison forever, but she's a prison ministry person. And it's called the dandelion ministry, because even a dandelion will grow through concrete. I have my own ministry called Sowing for Souls, but I've also adopted this ministry And I'm going to do all I can. I'm already doing things for inmates, and so is she. We get books, we get Bibles, we get clothes for them. Some of these girls have 0 people. They were raised on the street. Nobody knows the heartache these girls inmates in prisons go through.
Okay, I just want to interrupt you a little bit. You're talking about things Natalie has been doing in prison, both in the federal prison and possibly the Southern Regional Jail.
You know, I think there was about 30 some of these books at Southern Regional, and a girl came out there the other day and told Natalie she had been in a drug rehab in Charleston. She said, they're using your book down there. The second book's at the publishers are on its way. I finished typing and doing things. It's been sent out. But she makes such a difference. She's worked for administration.
And again, you're talking about Natalie.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Natalie's worked for administration. She works as the barista at the prison. That's serving the guards and people Starbucks coffee. She trains people to do that out on the streets once they're released.
And this is while she's been in prison.
Incarcerated, yes, sir.
Okay.
I didn't think she would live there. She's never struck a kid. She's never struck her pets or anything. She's soft-voiced, and we all thought somebody will kill her. She's been in some situations, but there's always been someone to look after. She does not know the difference in the color of people, and I don't either. She does not notice the difference in sizes of people, and they know that. A woman wrote me and said as soon as she walked in the prison, they knew there was a difference there, a light, and she is a light, and that's what she's been to me. She's a light. And whenever I need something, she'll say, Mommy, I'm fine. Don't worry, I'm fine. And so when I know she says fine, I know she's not really fine. She's just trying to keep me from being upset.
And again, you're talking about your conversations with you're talking about conversations with Natalie in prison,
yes,
right?
Sir. Yes,
okay.
sir. And we've run across so many good people. There are so many ugly people out there, how they treat others. But in her path, there have been so many good people. Administrators and all that have helped. And I don't know if I can say it in court. No one would give her heart medicine at Southern Regional. She was so sick. Senator Roberts helped me to get medicine for her. At the federal prison, people here didn't even sin that she had heart surgery or heart problems. They didn't know, and they wouldn't give her anything. They wouldn't listen to Senator Roberts because he stayed.
Okay, I need to interrupt you here. When you say they, are you
the
talking...
administrators.
Hold on, let me ask my question. Are you saying the prison's personnel are not giving Natalie adequate medical treatment? Is that what you're saying?
They are now. They are now, thanks to Representative Carol Miller.
Let's not go into
Okay.
side names and issues.
Okay.
So you're concerned for Natalie's health while she's in prison. Would that be a fair statement?
Oh, yes, because every time she's drugged down here, she misses her heart appointments because they keep putting them out, and you never know when you have an appointment. They just come and get you sometime at 6:30 in the morning and say, it's your appointment, let's go to Morgantown. But she hasn't had her heart looked at or some other problems. You look at her teeth. One tooth is falling out. Her gums turn black. She can't get dental help. I beg for things like that, and I'll work for it. I'm not an advocate. I'm not a good speaker. You can see that.
Okay, let's, again, we don't want to get confused in side issues and names, but you're telling this jury about Natalie's neglect and improper care in prison. Is that what you're summarizing?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. How old are you, ma'am?
77.
So, like your husband, even if this jury gives Natalie mercy, you may not be alive when she gets out, possibly in 15 years.
I don't look for that. My mother lived to be over 100, but I don't feel like I can.
Okay. So you're hopeful that Natalie might get out and you might be able to spend more time with her. Is that correct?
I'd love to be able to spend, I want to hug her. And the bailiff here's let me give her a couple of hugs, but I want to just hold her for a long time.
Okay, now, this jury's already decided that Natalie has killed her husband, Michael. And you've talked about your close relationship with Michael, your husband's close relationship. Given that they've already made that decision, do you think Natalie should have the opportunity to be paroled in 15 years or more and have the opportunity to get out of prison even though they found she killed Michael?
I do. I beg. I don't know what else I can say except please give mercy to her. It won't be for me probably, but be for her and her children and grandchildren someday.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yep.
Cross-examination.
Thank you. Ms. Jessup, how many years did you teach
30 years.
in Raleigh County?
Yes, sir.
What did you teach?
Elementary school mostly.
Wow, 30 years. Was Mr. Jessup a teacher too?
My husband,
I'm sorry, Your Honor. Again, I'm having some trouble hearing the prosecutor.
Was Mr. Jessup a teacher too?
no, he worked at the Board of Education in accounting.
Oh, he did.
He was
he's
assistant down there to the main accountant.
Does he have a degree in accounting?
That was his major in school. And he was also a state tax examiner at one time. I think he wrote maybe the manual for that. At one time, I don't know if they still use the manual or not.
The defendant has a degree in pharmacy, correct?
She's a doctor of pharmacy.
So it's beyond just graduating from pharmacy school. She did something else?
Well, I think they put more title to it, more courses or something. Used to be you could be a pharmacist without having that doctorate degree, but it's more years or something at her time when she graduated.
And then she went on to get an MBA, right?
Access Health paid for that. And I went with her to take tests and things in Morgantown and stayed with her while she did group work with other people working on that degree.
As a teacher, you must have been ecstatic that your daughter did so well academically.
All of my children have done well. We strive to do well in school.
Now, did you and Mr. Jessup provide the financial aid for the defendant to go to pharmacy school?
We did all we could, but she worked, and I think they had some grants, because I had to put 4 through college. And
I'm sorry, you had to do what?
We had to put 4 children through college, and then we were helping Michael and Natalie together as much as we could financially.
You were also a victim of the Ponzi scheme, were you not?
I was not a victim of the Ponzi scheme.
So you and your husband didn't invest with the defendant in the contract?
I invested, I gave money to Michael's company at the time, $226. I knew what I was doing. I was investing.
$226 is all you had?
$226,000.
$226,000.
Or more.
$1,000, okay.
Thousands.
And you didn't get that money back?
No, all the money was seized and taken and sealed. We do not know how much money was in their accounts. We do not know how much money was in the company. No one investigated to see if this was maybe a scam on the kids. The kids would never hurt me. Michael and Natalie would never do anything to hurt us. Something's wrong, but no one investigated.
Didn't you file a claim as part of the federal restitution?
My husband took care of that but I think they didn't think we were victims. We're not victims. We'll never get any money back. Natalie asked the government to consider us victims. They said no. We tried to buy, if I'm doing something wrong, you tell me. We tried to buy Natalie's house for the children, put it in their name and our name. We offered we could pay $320,000. We sold our house to do it. Michael's family fought us on that. At one time we were getting it, and then one judge backed out. They sold the house for $280,000 or $285,000, so the children don't have their home, they don't have their dad, they don't have their mom, they have two old people. And I'm so thankful for the other young folks that take care of the kids, teachers in Greenbrier County, principals. These kids can stay at their homes if there's ever snowstorms and things like that. That's why I said, you don't know the good people that have come out of this, the blessings we've seen from people.
And I gather by your discussion of times that you've been to Africa and helped people out and stuff that the defendant was raised in a very religious-oriented environment. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir, but I think she's more spiritual than I am. I cannot write and speak like she can, and how to reach other people. I help children, but yet it multiplied. We put in wells, we feed people, schools. I built schools. Nobody knows just all the people that come forward throughout the United States. There's a man in Zambia watching every minute of this, Pastor Luke Atasha. I've got people in Burma and different countries that are praying for us around. One of them prayed around the clock a whole month, a big church.
But back to my question, you raised the defendant in a very Christian, religious-oriented home. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And since you've been involved with the defendant since she was put on this earth, right up into the present, where did things go off the track with her?
Well, if I overstep, you tell me to stop talking, because Michael was out of work. She was a pharmacist. He watched a movie called War Dogs, and I do not appreciate all the cursing, but he wanted me to watch it, so I watched it. He was going to do government contracts. In the movie, the two men go to prison for 20 years apiece or more. I think they're out now. And I begged him, I said, don't you do anything wrong. He said, I won't. And then he started to open it up to family, and I said, keep it in the family. I knew some of the family members involved. I did not know some of the doctors involved at the time and people like that. If he had kept it in the family, I think things would be fine, but it got outside. And I don't think Michael was doing anything illegal. I think Michael thought he was doing right. They were going to look in to see if it was a scam. But then they had Natalie. Can I tell the jury what she pled to? It wasn't a Ponzi scheme. The first thing, and I wrote the numbers down on the indictment, was number 6. She bought Michael a black car frame. It doesn't even have a motor. It was a Cobra, and that's called money laundering because it went across state lines or something. The motor came from somewhere else. They didn't do a thing about that. The other thing, her name was on the bank account. If my husband gets arrested, my name's on the account. I'll probably go too. And the same with the kids. If Michael were here, he and Natalie would both be in trouble, but maybe some help would come for them. Michael and Natalie loves us. They would never hurt us in any way.
You and Mr. Jessup had 4 children, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And they're all still alive?
Yes, sir.
Can you think how awful it would be to lose one of them?
We lost one. We lost Michael. He was like a son to us.
And from his mother's perspective, that would be as bad or worse than your loss. Is that fair to say?
No, sir. I don't think it's fair to say. I'd like to say something, but I've not been negative about his family. And I don't know if I can do that in court, so I probably shouldn't say anything.
Okay. Thank you. The state has no further questions.
Anything further, Mr. Selden?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Jessup, you said, if I recall correctly, that you tried to more or less salvage the Cochran's home from being auctioned off. You made an offer of over $300,000, is that right?
Yes, sir.
You wanted to buy it back so the children would have a place to stay.
Yes, sir. And the federal prosecutor asked me to...
Please, just listen to my question, okay? Now, because you couldn't do that for whatever reason, okay, you said that now the children don't have a home anymore and have to depend on others. Is that what you said?
They have a home with me.
Okay.
If I could have bought their home, their names would have been on the deed with all four of our names would on it. The home I bought now just has my husband and my names on it.
Okay, so you wanted the children to have their original home back and not be dependent on you and others. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, sir. I want them to have their home.
Okay. And if I'm correct, and you correct me if I'm not, you said Michael didn't do anything wrong. Is that what you've said?
He was trying not to do anything wrong. Something may have
Okay.
happened.
You said you don't believe Michael did anything wrong, but did you? What about Natalie?
No, sir. Neither one.
Okay.
They would never do anything wrong or not do anything to hurt us.
That's all, Your Honor.
Anything further, Mr. Truman?
State has no additional questions of Ms. Jessup. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Jessup. You may step down. Let's go ahead and take a brief recess, 10 minutes at least. Please do not discuss the case among yourselves or with anyone else, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. You may go with the bailiff to your jury room.
All right. Can you guys hear me okay? I'm checking my new audio. Just let me know if you guys can hear me. How's the audio out there? Audio okay? Checking audio. Can you guys hear me okay? Seems like it might be okay. Audio cool? All right. Okay, so while they are on a short break, we are going to go over the mercy phase. Cool. The mercy phase for Natalie Cochran. Judge came out and talked about life in prison means no mercy, parole eligible for parole after 15 years. So that would be showing mercy. So they were talking about going straight to witnesses, but then Mr. Selden gets up and says, don't we get an opening statement? And judge is like, yep, sure, go ahead. So he basically just said, we beg you to give mercy to Natalie. State says, you are completely in charge. Whatever you decide, we'll just see how the evidence unfolds. So then the defense pulls up Penny Lowry, who is the sister to Natalie. And she gets up and she starts to cry straight away. And Mr. Selden, in his most pious, quiet voice that he can, are you okay? And I'm not going to make fun of him because that's not what I'm about, but it got a little too much for me there because he said the entire time that was his attitude. Anyway, any aspects, good characters, actions toward others, leaving it pretty open. So Penny says, you don't see her like I see her. I was 12 when she was born. Then she talks about the kids. She takes classes, does devotionals, and that was pretty much what her sister brought to the table. And then Cross comes up, and Natalie turned out differently than the little sister you knew. You're in education. Should there be consequences? And she said yes. Then they brought up the Michael Cochran Legacy Scholarship, which we had never heard about before. And that raises money for kids, but never gets paid out. And then the defense comes back and says, were you aware about the government seizing scholarships money? And she wasn't sure about that. And then the cross comes back and says that the May 2019, the scholarships were awarded. Michael, don't forget, Michael passed away in February of that year. Right? Yep. Yeah, February of 2019. And Rachel is your daughter. Rachel comes up later. Then the defense comes back. They were awarded in summer, and she says, yes, the end of the school year. The monies to be paid was for the following year. Yes, investigation helped before the school year. Or investigation happened before the school year, yes. So both sides are trying to paint that there was this scholarship, and they didn't give out awards, but the monies were seized before they could give out awards. So, take that for what it is. And then they were going to call Lacey Treadwell, but Lacey Treadwell was not there. So then they pulled up Sharon England, who is her aunt. Let's see, she said, Natalie is kind and compassionate. Once Natalie's heart problems occurred, we became closer with the kids. She's had 2 heart surgeries, didn't know about that. The kids would like to have some hope. That seems to be a running theme. Natalie she's volunteered. As a child, she donated money to buy Christmas gifts for the elderly. She conducted flu shots for the elderly. She did Sewing for Souls. She was a volunteer for Sewing for Souls. She taught at church and she played piano. She volunteered at Habitat for Humanity and Homes for Seniors. Okay, so Natalie she had a good she had a good heart, but what happened? Everybody was asked what happened. While in prison, she started Bible studies and has books published. And Cross comes up and says, where did it all go wrong? She was compassionate, kind, and caring. Where did it all go wrong? I don't know if I'm supposed to say this, but she loved Michael with all of her heart. Okay. So what does that mean? Apparently, she quit her profession because Michael was jealous of a coworker. And then they, are you familiar with the 10 Commandments? She said, yes. Do you know if thou shalt not kill? Are we judged by that? She says, yes, but God will forgive. Then Rachel Carrico, she's the niece. Sorry, Rachel, if I messed up your last name there. She's 26. She got emotional. She was asked, can you testify? She said, yes. Natalie's more like a mother. Last Wednesday, she had to put her dog down after court. That was sad. Natalie called after the cousins testified to check on her about her dog. She showed me how to be strong. She begs for mercy because we need it and we need her back. She wants Natalie to see her get married and have kids. She's not going to see me get married, much less her own kids. Let's see. Then Cross came in and says, can you imagine what it's like to lose a mom? What it's like for a mom to lose her son? She says it would be hard. Yeah, it would be more than hard to lose your son. It would be more than hard to lose your son. She said, yes, I'd say so. So she's saying, all these things, and they're like, well, how do you think the Cochrans, Michael's mom and dad feel? She didn't give you tips on how to run a Ponzi scheme, did she? She said no. There were some good zings, I thought, on the state side. Then Larry Jessup got up. And yes, we are losing frames. So if we're losing frames, guys, so just hang in there. If you get kicked out, just come back. So Larry Jessup came up. It seemed like he really liked Michael a lot. I got a lot of this out of Larry, who is the dad to Natalie. He really liked Mike. He seemed like whenever he would speak with better, he was more into Michael. It seemed like he was, I guess, a typical dad with his daughter. He just didn't seem. I know he loved her. I'm not saying that he didn't like. Yeah, I'm not saying he didn't like Natalie, but it just seemed like when he talked about Michael, he was like, "Yeah, we went fishing." It just seemed like he had a lot more, enthusiasm. Let's see. really not a whole heck of a lot there. I mean, they just kind of kept talking about how wonderful Natalie is. Daphne got up, the mom. She talked about going to Africa. So I asked, will Natalie speak today? 50% said yes, 50% said no. So we're split on will she. Now, whether, do we want her to speak? Yeah. Do we want her to speak? That's one thing, but will she speak is a whole nother thing. All right, let's see, what are you guys saying? Let's see. Yep. Taylor. Let me see. Can I pull up feature chat here? All right. My featured chat isn't working here. Let me go over here. All right. Pull up the chat here. Taylor says, Natalie walked on water. Natalie deleted her husband. Both things can be true. And Fala, yes, Jesus lives in prisons. That's where everyone finds him. Ola says, I've seen this at trucks before. Parents speaking up makes you see why the child is certain ways. Mandy Strong says, how many people who received Natalie's flu shots are still alive? That's an interesting question. Rachel B. says, she is going to speak and proclaim her innocence. I would expect fully, right? Capri Law, she's had her ego rubbed enough to want to speak, I think. I agree. Taylor says, I don't expect her to speak because it could impact her appeal. Good point. Wendy says, was she going to speak against his family? Wow. I don't know. We'll see. Brett says she spoke for her federal sentencing, started with the good positive stuff, then spent a lot of time throwing everyone under the bus. Oh, that's funny. Curville says, yeah, I mean, she's convicted and probably wanted to testify, so now she can. That's right. Initially, she was going to testify. You're going to get yourself sorted out there. I got Kitty on my lap. Repositioning Kitty. Hisma, please let her merch t-shirts like Jody. And Baka, I hope she speaks. Oh, Ola. Oops, sorry. Ola, I meant trials, not trucks. All right. Yes, a little Super Ball. Let's see if we can get Super Ball sitting on the lap. You miss Kitty? Let's see. She's come here. Oh, there she is. There's Kitty. Sitting on my lap. Taking a bath. Fala says her attorney spent the whole trial saying she was a bad girl. That is true. Kitty. Everybody's saying hello to you. Ola says, Wendy, she was sneaky. I won't say anything because I don't want to say bad things. Brett says, and now he wants us to believe she's an angel. Yep. Child Junkies United. Super Bowl is the queen. That she is. Abe. Kitty. So what do you guys think so far? Do you think the jury is going to... Oh, that's good. Let's do that. Will the jury find mercy. At this point, let's see. Is it find? Find mercy? See mercy? I guess find mercy. Mercy on Natalie. Maybe that's not the best way to phrase it, but at this point, will the jury find mercy on Natalie? We'll just go with that. Will the jury find mercy on Natalie? I'm sure that's not the best way to say that, but you guys know what I mean. What do you think? New poll in the chat. New poll. New poll for the chat. Vote for mercy. Yes. Vote for mercy. What do you think? Will Johnson, lock her up and throw away the key. Don't forget, 15 years, that's she's just eligible. There's no guarantee that she'll get out, you know. Wendy says, I think when they found her guilty, they had life without parole in mind. Possibly. Curviel says, yeah, their testimony honestly made things worse. Nan R. I didn't like it when Mom said that she lost a child, Michael, and then wanted to put down Michael's family. Yeah. Lil Miss says, the jury shouldn't use any of that testimony to decide. Well, as the judge said, it's the wild, wild west. They can do, it's wide open. There is, yeah, it's wide open. Let's see. Abe says mercy means she'll be eligible for parole. In West Virginia, only a jury can make that decision rather than a judge. Hisma says she should remain in prison. Her brain can't be rehabilitated and she will scam again. Willow Johnson, no guarantee. She duped her parents. Abe says if the motive was to cover up her financial crimes, it's cold-blooded. Might be hard to find mercy here. TP says 15 years consecutive to 11-year federal conviction, according to Vinny. Tracy Murgatroyd, no mercy. She's not. Oh. So sorry for that little interlude there. Aaron just alerted me that one of the ways to support us is buy us a cup of coffee, and now you can do that monthly. So if you want to support us on a monthly, it's kind of like subscriptions, if you will. So if you want to support us monthly, you could do that now. So that's a new feature that Buy Me a Cup of Coffee has now enacted. So if you guys want to do that, that's cool. Okay, let's see. Brad says, apparently in 2023, the West Virginia Supreme Court ruled that the jury in this phase must be unanimous or they have to impanel a new jury to decide life with parole or life without parole. Interesting. Curviel says, yeah, her attorneys have messed up over and over in this trial, and it is no surprise to me that they did not speak with the family to ensure they did not disparage Michael or his family. So clueless. Fala asks, are we allowed to do the commands, asking for a friend? Let me think about that. I'll talk to Aaron about that. Trial Junkies United. I thought it was interesting the mother was going to try and say why Nat the Bat took the picture of Michael on the floor. The jury might be upset due to no one saying anything. Yeah, she did. Yeah, she talked about they watched War Dogs with Mike. He was going to go do government contracts. Don't do anything wrong. Keep it in the family. She kept saying if he kept it in the family, it would have been fine, but it got out to others. So she was just going to do government contracts and have the family invest? So does that mean they were just going to scam the family? And the Cobra was a frame without a motor. Interesting. She said they donated $226,000 to Mike's business. She made sure to say Mike's business. And it was all seized. No one investigated. It was her husband that filed a federal restitution claim, but Natalie wanted to tell the government they were victims, but she says they were not. We found out that Natalie has one tooth missing. She's not getting the medical care that she should. Yeah, Turtleneck stopped her, so it was okay to cheat the family. Yeah, Selden stopped her quite a lot. Let's see, Mom Daphne talked about them giving $5,000 to the village in Zambia. Oh, she also talked about the devotional book that was written about dandelions. Tracy Murgatroyd. I'd hate to be a jury member. The emotional manipulation was immense. Yeah, I agree. And Shirley Roth. Yeah, rip-off from family is okay. Right? That was a little odd. And Rachel B. says, and she was saying they donated. It wasn't an investment. Yeah, prison isn't great. What did she expect? Nanar, that was bizarre. Only family make government contracts? Yeah, I don't know about that. It is odd. Jenny says, Mom talked more about herself. Hisma says, the promoting the book was one of my favorite parts, right? Hey, Mona says, how was the testimony? I just woke up. Depends on which one, which testimony, the whole testimony or? Trial Junkies United, they have covered for this girl their whole life, I think. Yeah, possibly. Willow Johnson thinks Mom was a bit narcissistic. Shirley Roth says, if they donate it, why did her dad try and get restitution? Exactly. Hey, Mona says, all of them. They were okay. I mean, emotional. Her niece got really emotional. She had to put her dog down last week. I think that was the part that made me choke up the most. You know, they're saying what they need to say, which is, Natalie has started a ministry in prison. She's not getting health care that she deserves or warrants. Her mom was on last. That's what you missed, the last one. So it's been her dad, her mom, her aunt, and her niece so far. Oh, and her sister, I forgot. Yeah, her sister. Everybody's saying what they have to say, which is she's kind, compassionate. She, as a kid, she donated money to homeless people. But the only thing that they're saying is she should be spared life, is that give her a chance to see her kids and grandkids. Bap says the mother said investment at first, and I think she realized that investment sounded bad. Baca says entitlement seeping from every pore. Hisma said Nat is practicing in the holding cell. She kept her cellmate up all night with it. Possibly. Hey Mona, thanks. I'm rewinding. Yeah, go ahead and check out what we haven't seen yet. Yeah, Will Johnson. Yes, and she stole money and deleted her husband. Oops, and they're back. All right, I'll see you guys on the other side.
All right, are there any matters that we need to take up at this time out of the presence of the jury?
Not for the state, Your Honor, thank you.
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Very well. Bring in the jury, please. Bailiff. All right, we continue with testimony provided by the defense. Please call your next witness, Mr. Selden.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this time, we would like to call to the stand Angie Martin.
If you'll raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
You may have a seat.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Would you please state your full name and spell it for the record?
It's Angie Martin, Angie Martin.
Do you know Natalie Cochran?
Yes, sir.
How long have you known her? Approximately.
6 years,
Okay.
maybe 5. I don't know.
Uh,
I'm not.
If you're going to speak, please speak
I'm not a
up.
good mathematician. I don't
That's
know.
fine. If you would, please tell this jury about your experience with Natalie Cochran as a person and your familiarity with her character.
Okay.
And first, well, I'll get to that. Please go ahead.
Okay.
And again, you are referencing a piece of paper. Is that notes that you have written?
Yes.
Has anyone else provided you with those notes or told you to write anything down or anything of that nature?
No, sir.
Okay, please go ahead.
Natalie's son and my daughter dated 2 years on and off. That's how I began to know Natalie and her family. In the beginning of their relationship, I had no idea who he was, much less who his family was.
Okay, I just want to caution you.
Mm-hmm.
Their son is a minor, so
Yep.
when you're referring to him, just say their son.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
When my daughter began making plans to visit his house, I knew I had to find out more about this boy, like any other mother would do. I totally, accidentally, somehow came across Natalie's name as being a lady accused of murdering her husband. I immediately went into research mode, making sure this was not the boy's mother that my daughter was dating. Unfortunately, we discovered it was in fact the same family. I was skeptical. I knew this was a young love and it would never last. I told myself not to worry about it. Guess what? The months went on and on and on. Then I realized, maybe this is something. As the months continued, I had several interactions with Natalie. Eventually, we started to become friends. She opened up to me about things that had happened with her family. As the months continued, Natalie began to work for me. She kept me organized. She was great with customers, and everybody loved her.
Okay. What is your business?
I own an antique shop.
Okay, please go on.
We did a lot of things together in the short amount of time that we knew each other. She was compassionate. She was loving and caring for everyone around her. My daughter would go to their house multiple times throughout the relationship. She loved Natalie and always enjoyed her time at her house. My daughter and I had dinner at their house, game night. We even spent New Year's Eve with them.
Okay, now, I just want to clarify the time. This is when Michael Cochran was still alive, but Natalie had been indicted in the federal system. Is that correct?
Michael was not alive at this time.
Okay, but Natalie was
Natalie,
indicted.
yes.
Okay, please go ahead.
When Natalie was sentenced for 11 years, her parents and children were devastated. But through it all, Natalie stayed positive for her parents and her children. Her son and daughter have dealt with so much. They've lost their dad, the home they grew up in, and their mom for the last few years. Their mother means the world to them, and they mean the world to her. Nikki and MAC want nothing more than their mother in their lives. They want her to be a part of their weddings, to have a chance to see her grandchildren, and just to be a part of each stage that they go through in their lives.
Natalie's mother and father also want nothing more than just another chance to hold their daughter in their arms and know that everything would be okay once more. Natalie is a mother, she's a daughter, she's an aunt, niece, friend, but she's a human being that has a life just like we all do. She has taught both myself and my daughter that no matter how dark the tunnel could be, there will always be light at the end of that tunnel. She has proved that to us multiple times. Natalie has been strong and courageous throughout many trials and tribulations she has been through. For people to sit here today and consider this woman guilty of first-degree murder has left many people distraught and heartbroken. How can you, as a jury, convict Natalie Cochran of murdering her husband when there's been no hard evidence proven?
Now, ma'am, let me stop you there. That decision's been made.
Right.
It can't be questioned. Okay? You can't comment on
Sorry.
the jury's actions.
That's
And-
okay.
Okay. So, please.
To
omit
pull
that.
this mother away from her children and family is just hard to understand. Whichever side you decide, I know that no matter what and no matter where, Natalie will forever be a great friend towards both me and my daughter. I ask that you please think long and hard about deciding Natalie's fate for the next chapter in her life. Consider mercy for Natalie. Think of her children while making this lifetime decision.
I don't think I have any questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examination?
Ms. Martin, you never met Michael Cochran, right?
Unfortunately, I did not.
So I'll ask you a question that I've already asked here today. How do you feel knowing that because of their mother, these children will never have their father in their lives again?
Because of their mother?
She has been convicted of first-degree murder.
And how do I think they feel?
How do you feel knowing that those children will never have their father in their lives again?
I'm definitely sad for the kids, obviously.
Thank you. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Anything further, Mr. Sullivan?
No, Your Honor, nothing further of this witness.
Thank you, Ms. Martin. You may step down. You are excused. Call your next witness, Mr. Selden.
Your Honor, at this time, I would like to call the Cochran's son, M.A.C., to the stand.
Very well.
And, Your Honor, my co-counsel has pointed out that he cannot be on camera, and they cannot show his identity.
All right, we've gone through this drill before, and I direct this admonition to the media folks in the back. You can blur out his face or put a block on his face or whatever is done now, but I do not want his face to be portrayed on camera. All right. If you'll raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. You may have a seat there.
Good morning.
Good morning.
How do you know Natalie Cochran? And, well, first of all, Your Honor, instead of this witness going through his full name, I'll just ask him to identify himself by the initials MAC.
All right, that would be appropriate.
And as you've heard, you're appearing here today on your mother's behalf, Natalie Cochran, to appeal to this jury to find mercy for your mother. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Now, you're probably one of the two most familiar people with your mother.
Yes, sir.
I'll ask you, would you tell this jury why your mother should be granted mercy despite the fact that she's been convicted by this jury of first-degree murder? Would you please address the jury on that?
My mom has done.
Could you tilt the microphone up a little bit
Yeah.
and speak into it? Thank you.
My mom has been there through everything for me. Every baseball game, football game, school event. She's helped me live my day-to-day life. She still calls me more than once a day, as much as possible. And
I know this is hard for you. Just do the best you can, okay? If you need to take breaks, take breaks. Gather your thoughts, whatever you need.
after my dad died, we were all very depressed, a very sad family. She would always text me in the middle of the night, asking me if I wanted my midnight snack or checking up on me, making sure I'm good. She always let me do whatever made me happy. She took us to church.
If you need to use it, the Kleenex box is there. Go ahead. Let me direct questions a little bit. I know it's difficult for you to formulate your thoughts. How do you think your mother is needed in your life from this point on? She's been convicted, okay? She's going to prison. The question here today is, does she go to prison for the rest of her life, or is she eligible for parole in 15 years for mercy? How do you think you need your mother in your life, or even if you think you need your mother in your life from this point forward?
I want my kids to have a grandmother. I want them to know her. I want them to be able to go over to their grandma's house and have Christmas and spend time with her.
Would you like her to be around and possibly out of prison if you get married or anything like that?
Yes.
You were close to your father as well as your mother, right?
Very.
And even though your mother's been convicted of your father's death, you had any animosity towards your mother, any desire for her to stay in prison for the rest of her life, or anything like that?
Not at all. Not at all. I love both of them to death. And he knows that he was abusing steroids. It's his fault. Do anything to save him.
I'm sorry?
Do anything to save him. Both of them.
Who would do anything to save him?
I would.
Okay. Are you 17 years old?
Yes, sir.
And I don't mean to be leading, but if your mother is allowed to attempt to be paroled, it's going to be at least 15 years. So you'd be 32, right?
Yes, sir.
You'd have a lot of life left, right?
Yes, sir.
Would you want your mother to be involved in that life after at least 15 years?
Yes, sir.
What do you think you've learned from your mother in being raised by her and your father? What life lessons or attitudes or things that would help you cope with life have you learned from her? If you can put it into words.
To stay strong through everything, no matter what. And just to be nice. Just to be nice to people. A very kind human being.
You'll have some challenges in life from this point forward. You're only 17. You'll have to face many of life's problems, challenges. Do you think your mother, if she is allowed mercy, would help you through those difficult times?
Of course. Of course.
Would you like to make a plea to this jury on your mother's behalf for mercy? Would you like to address them?
I just hope you all understand that it's not just her life that y'all are picking and choosing to mess with, but it's the kids too and the whole families. And a lot of us really want our mom back. Really want her back. And I just beg you give her mercy. She's a great woman.
Thank you.
Cross-examination?
A few questions. You're in what grade in school?
Senior.
Oh, you're a senior.
Yes, sir.
What's your plans for next year?
Hopefully get a scholarship, play baseball at some college.
Do you know where you're going to go?
Not yet.
Do you have any idea what you want to do when you get there?
Go into some type of business form.
Kind of like your sister, she's in accounting. You want to have something similar or comparable to that?
Something like that, yes.
It's fair to say you've had a really bad last 5 or 6 years, right?
Yes, sir.
And during that time, you've lived with your grandma and grandpa Jessup, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Still do?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Even though it's not fun, life has gone on for you. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
Okay. If I could have just a moment, please.
Very well.
That's all the questions the state has. Thank you.
Anything further, Mr. Selden?
No, Your Honor, not of this witness.
Thank you very much. You may step down. Call your next witness, Mr. Selden.
Yes, Your Honor. At this time, the defense would like to call Nicole Cochran.
Come forward. If you'll raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
You may have a seat.
Would you please state your full name and spell it for the record?
Nicole Cochran, Nicolecochran.
And what relationship, if any, to Natalie Cochran are you?
I'm her daughter.
How old are you?
19.
So, along with your brother, who just testified, you are probably one of the two most familiar people with your mother's character, temperament, everything as far as her possible qualifications for mercy. Would that be a fair statement?
Yes, sir.
Do you wish your mother to be granted mercy by this jury?
Yes, very, very badly.
I know you're very emotional. I couldn't hear your answer. Please, take a moment,
Sorry.
please.
Yes, I do.
And I know this is a broad question, but can you tell this jury why you want your mother to receive mercy? And by that, I would like you to talk about how mercy or no mercy would affect your life.
She is my mother, but I've always kind of considered her to be my best friend. Growing up, it was Natalie, my mom. She just meant the world to me, and she would do the basic motherly duties, like pack my lunches, take me to school, take me to music lessons, to tennis practices, but we also did so much above that. She would read me bedtime stories when I was a young girl, and she kind of brought forth my love for books from that. She used to do anything for me. She watched hours of YouTube videos to learn how to do my hair a certain way so that I could have it for tennis practices. I
I've missed so many moments with my mother. I've missed getting ready with her for proms. I missed having her when I got my driver's license. I've missed her at birthdays and Christmases and Thanksgivings. I missed her at my high school graduation, and I missed her on the day I moved into college. I'm begging you to give her mercy so that I don't have to miss more. I want her at my birthdays in the future. I want her there when I get married, when I have kids, if I'm able. I want her there for all the major milestones in my life that I have left.
Does that include those statements? And I'm not telling you to go on. Do you want to say anything else? I'm going to have a couple follow-up questions, but is that?
You can go ahead.
Okay. You're 20 now, is that right?
19.
19, sorry. Your mother now is 44. You know that?
Yes, sir.
So even if she's granted mercy, she's going to be in jail for a minimum of 15 years. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
So you're going to be 34 years old after 15 years, and your mother's going to be 59 years old. Do you know that?
Yes, sir.
Do you think if your mother gets paroled or is eligible for parole in 15 years at the age of 59, maybe 60, she would still have life lessons to teach you?
Yes, I do.
This jury has already found that your mother killed your father. You understand that?
Yes, I do.
And you loved your father, correct?
Yes.
Do you have any malice or hatred or anything along those lines to your mother because of that?
No, I love her so much, and that just hasn't changed.
Okay, thank you.
Cross-examination?
I don't have any questions for this witness, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may step down, Ms. Cochran. Call your next witness, Mr. Selden.
Your Honor, at this point, we are no longer calling any more defense witnesses.
All right. This would be a good time for us to take our lunch break, members of the jury. It's a little bit before noon. We'll start back up at 1 o'clock, please. This will give you a little extra time to have your lunch. Please do not discuss the case among yourselves or with anyone else. Please do not access any reports about this case at all online, in the newspaper, or on the television. Enjoy your lunch, and I'll see you back at 1 o'clock. You may follow the bailiff. All right, we'll break until 1 o'clock.
All right. So, what do you think of our new scroll? Aaron set that up for us. So they are on a lunch break for an hour and 10 minutes. And there we go. Aaron set up the new scroll. Life Court is on a lunch break and we'll be back at 1 Eastern. Cool, right? Yep. All right, so let's quickly go through what happened. So MAC got on, the son. Oh, actually, Angie Martin got on. But before that, I asked a poll: will the jury find mercy on Natalie? And 19% of you thought yes, and 80% of you thought no. And then Angie Martin, who was a friend, she's known her for about 5 or 6 years. The thing that came out of her was, how can you as a jury find Natalie guilty when there's been no hard evidence? That was not a good look. I don't think you should have said that, but that's just my opinion. Then MAC got on, who is the son. Says that mom calls him as much as possible after dad was deleted. She would always check up on me. She took him to church. How do you think you need your mom in your life? I want my kids to have a grandmother. Christmas, spend time with her, see me get married. He has no animosity to mom. And then what he says is he knows dad was abusing steroids. It was his fault. Yeah, that's tough. He was 13 when dad was deleted, so he's been hearing for 6 years how dad abused steroids. But that's his reality right now, so that's what he's going through. Would you like to address the jury? I just hope that you all understand that's not just her life that you are picking and choosing to mess with. It's the kids too. And I get it. He's mad. He's pissed off. I get it. He's 17. And then Natalie came up. She's 19. She wishes that the jury would grant mercy, of course. Mom missed her high school graduation, driver's license, moving into college. I beg you to grant her mercy so I don't have to miss her more. And let's not forget how they were coached by the by the defense. Remember, defense was like, you would have coached those kids. Well, defense, you coached those kids. They kept saying agitated, like they said agitated like 20 times, easily. So I think that worked both ways. All right, so what do you guys think? Yeah. Ola, I think Aaron's nickname should be the Fixer. Ola says, hi, Aaron. OnlyFans says, maybe she has the last word, though, just before sentencing. You would think she would get an allocution, right? Don't they always get... Oh, they are asked to, but they don't always give one. Mandy Strong says, lots of people don't understand that circumstantial evidence can be just as strong, if not stronger, than direct evidence. This case is a prime example of it. Yeah, and oh yeah, that's right. You would think I would know his name by now. Prosecutor Tom Truman, who apparently came out of retirement to try this case, said, circumstantial evidence. You go to bed at night, there's no snow on the ground. You wake up in the morning, there's snow on the ground. You can infer that it snowed. And then he's like, this defendant has given you a blizzard of evidence. A blizzard of evidence. I thought that was good. Well, back at 1, hopefully. Thank you so much, guys. All right, yep. And Mandy, thank you, Mandy Strong. Thank you for the cups of coffee. And what was the... Julie BME also bought us cups of coffee. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Bap says, when he said, I'd do anything to say them, my first thought was including lie. Yeah. Widespread panic. Or seeing yellow snow and realizing it won't be good to use for building a snowman. That is true. What did Brat say? Yet some people think circumstantial means not really proven. Circumstantial is seeing snow in the morning and concluding that it snowed even though you didn't see it snow. That is true. Krista Limited Edition. I'm sorry, did anyone answer my question? Who decides if it is consecutive or concurrent? I would think that would be the judge. I would think that would be the judge. I don't know for sure, but I would think that would be the judge. But I don't know. We'll find out. Mandy Strong, you are very welcome and much deserved. Thank you. Appreciate it. Hellcat says, Krista Limited Edition, I believe the judge does. That's where I'm leaning as well. OnlyFan says, Krista Limited Edition, judge does. OnlyFan, yeah, she gets allocution, no cross. This is witness testimony with cross. Yes, good one. Good one. Brat says, Krista Limited Edition, I assume the judge applying whatever requirements may exist under the law. And OnlyFan, Krista Limited Edition, the judge later decides that. Blue Drafts, I Googled that, the feds decide. Oh, so not this judge, it would be the feds. Interesting. Hope Case Unwinder, there's federal sentencing involved, so it's a little tricky. Okay. Mandy Strong says, being a pharmacist, Natalie knew that the hospital would not check for insulin overdose while in emergency life-saving mode. That's a good point. OnlyFan. Then again, when it comes to federal state, it's not as clear. Can they even do consecutive? I don't know. That's a good question. Yeah, Baca, this trial has nothing to do with the Fed sentencing. Don't think the judge can consider that. Little Miss says, Krista Limited Edition, I'm looking into it now. It seems there are decisions such as who had the primary jurisdiction. I found one with state jurisdiction so far and looking for the other one. Nanar says there are two separate crimes, so I'd hope that it's consecutive. One federal, one state. OnlyFan, we'll find out by the end of today, I guess. All right, guys, I am going to take a break. I'll leave this up, and you guys can chat away. I will see you back in half hour or so, 45 minutes. So we will, oh, yep, one more. Trial Junkies United. Let's hear it for the Queen of IT, Erin. Yay, Erin. Thanks for all you do for our wonderful channel to watch trials. Yes, I agree with that. All right, guys, I'm going to go grab some lunch, and I'll be back before 1. We'll see you in a bit. Hello there, welcome back. I am back from lunch, and I'm going to go to the full screen and get my featured chat sorted out here, so bear with me for a moment. All right. Featured chat, properties. Let's see what this does. Nope. Sorry. Let's just test that. Do new browser. Try that. All right, hold on, guys. That didn't go well. That didn't go well. That didn't go as planned. All right, let me try this. Okay. Superball needs her chat here too. Yep, Superball's right there. Superball's cleaning herself. Superball. Oh. Got your hand. All right. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back. Welcome back. Hello, hello. Got my eye on the chat over there. I'm sorry, the live feed, and they are still at lunch. Child Junkies United says, hey, Superball.
And tell everybody about the schedule, what we're doing.
Yes. All right. So Aaron and I had an executive decision meeting, and we talked about we were gonna stream Colin Griffith opening statements day one, just to dip our toes and see what that was like. But then, like, everybody's streaming it, right? I mean, everybody's streaming it. So we are going to pivot on that, and we're just going to go back to watching Monica Cementili. Because we're 2 days in, we're on day 3. We're live with that, and if for whatever reason next week Cementili doesn't have a day, which is fine, then we'll pick up on Griffith. But we don't want to stream what everybody else is streaming. So, am I muted? Am I muted, you guys?
I don't know.
Am I muted again?
Well, you didn't fix the mic. Yeah, did you?
I thought I had gotten the mic sorted out.
In one area. You're in full screen. Did you get it sorted?
I thought so. Am I muted, guys? Let me know how the audio is.
Did you?
I thought I had gotten the mic sorted. All right. Okay, Julie. Throwing me wrenches, Julie. Throwing me wrenches. But thank you for being diligent. Appreciate it. Okay, not muted. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. You ever had those days where you just want to crawl back into bed and just say, it's kind of one of those days, guys. Kind of one of those days. So anyway, let's go back here and is the jury back yet? No, Lily Wayne, the jury is not back yet. Mandy Strong says, I cheated and watched openings last night on Griffith. I think you made the right decision. Thank you. Appreciate that. Yep. I need a rock and roll day. Jules every day. How you doing, Jules? Haven't seen you in a while. Hope you're doing okay. So we're waiting. Oh, court's back. Let me shut up and get back to that. All right. Oh, right when I come back, they come back. Perfect timing. All right, looks like we're back in court, guys.
All right, are there any matters that we need to discuss at this time?
Equipment for our case in
Okay.
penalty phase.
Nothing from the defense. Your
Nothing
Honor.
from the defense.
Very good. Bring in the jury. All right, now we will hear testimony and evidence presented by the state. Mr. Truman, please call your first witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. State calls Stephanie Hamilton.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may have a seat.
You are Stephanie Hamilton,
I am Stephanie
and
Hamilton.
the jury has already heard your testimony previously, but we're now in the penalty phase, and that involves the character of the defendant. Could you describe just briefly your relationship with the defendant?
I met her through the Youth Football League. Mike was one of our son's coaches, and I met her through that, and we became friends.
Were you pretty good friends?
I thought so.
You thought so. And did some things happen that led you to change your mind on that?
Yes.
Tell us what that was.
She lied to us. She manipulated us. My son.
I'm already going to object this, unless we have some specific testimony. We just.
All right, perhaps we should establish a foundation as to who, what, when, and where, Mr. Truman.
Yes, sir. Ms. Hamilton, you indicated that the defendant lied to you. Can you tell the jury some specifics as to that?
Well, our son was very sick, and he had just went through a really bad surgery. We thought we were facing cancer. He was 13 at the time, and we didn't know what we were going to be facing with him. And she used that situation to talk about the contracts working for her so I could stay at home more with my son. And we gave money, and there was always, promises of money, more money, and There was never money.
So you're talking about the investment with the defendant, and you were never paid back. Is that right?
Right.
Okay. The jury may recall that you are a physician's assistant, and you explained to them in general terms what that did.
Right.
Did the defendant utilize your position as a physician's assistant and take advantage of you on some occasions?
Yes, I mean, she had asked me for medication once. She used my position for her cover.
Explain
And-
that. Sorry. When you say that, used your position as cover, what did you mean by that?
The day of Michael's sickness.
And how did she go about using you as cover?
Telling everyone that she had me there as the provider.
I'm going to object. We need to approach the bench on this one.
All right.
So I thought this was the Wild West, that they're allowed to just say anything they want. But yep, nope. As soon as the state gets up there, object, object, object. I mean, seriously? Defense was just able to like ramble on and on and on. But then as soon as state gets up there and has their witnesses, object, object, object. Judge said this is the Wild West. They can basically get up there and say whatever they want. You know, Mr. Victor, you're making it more and more difficult to actually find anything nice to say about you. I understand you're standing up for your client, but if I was a jury, I'd be like, if I was a juror, I'd be like, oh, dude, shut up and sit down. She's going away for life. I'm more mad at him, and I'm going to take it out on her. That's the way I feel right now.
Thank you, Your Honor. You can go ahead and answer that question.
Telling investigators that I was there as the provider that checked Michael. She had a provider there, named me. Used that for her cover.
Do you have some survivor's guilt or witness guilt in terms of Michael having died and you were present at the time or on the day that he fell?
What is it now? I'm sorry.
Do you have some survivor's guilt over that?
I think we all do, hindsight, but when you think about the events of the day and you go there and she tells the story, and I didn't know his history. I didn't know anything about what the situation was there. I was there briefly. And I advised her, what she should do, and made many efforts to make suggestions to go here, to go there, we'll go here. And she was not going to take that. But as a friend, you don't think that someone has done something to their husband.
That's all the questions the state has. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
You said you lost some money in investing in Natalie Cochran's business, right?
Yes.
How much did you lose?
It's somewhere between $15,000-$17,000.
Never recovered that money, right?
Right.
All right, that's all. Thank you.
Anything further?
A follow-up to that, when did you make that investment?
And I think the first time was in January of 2019, mid-January.
And did you put, the number you just gave defense counsel, was that all up front, or did you take that
No,
up?
over time.
Was some of it after Michael died?
Yes.
That's all the questions the state had.
So in those increments, you lost what, $17,000?
Yes.
So when did you first learn that you were scammed?
After I started realizing there was multiple excuses as to why there wasn't anything coming back.
And you thought about all those increments of money that you paid Natalie or whoever, the company, right?
What is it?
And you thought about all those increments of money that you paid to the company, right?
I knew there was. I had never added it up until the end.
And that made you really mad.
No, actually, I was more hurt of the lies than the money.
And you were still mad and hurt, right?
No, I'm not mad and
you're
hurt.
not. All right, that's all.
Anything further, Mr. Truman?
Nothing further from the state, Your Honor. Thank
You
you.
may step down, ma'am. Thank you. Call your next witness, Mr. Truman.
Your Honor, the state calls John Hamilton to the stand.
You'll raise your right hand, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes, Your Honor. You may have a seat right there. All right, Ms. Ager.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can you please state your name for the record?
John David Hamilton.
And we've already heard you testify here previously in the case in chief, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you know the defendant, Natalie Cochran?
Through youth football.
And did you know her husband, Michael Cochran, as well?
Yes, Mike was a good friend of mine.
How do you feel about losing Mike?
I mean, losing Mike is bad on everybody. Donna, we lost a son, a father, a coach, and a friend.
And how has that affected you to lose him?
I mean, every day, you know, you think about it, at least I do. And you go to someone's house as a friend, they call you over to help them, just like my wife said. You take your friends at face value. You don't ever think that your friends are going to try to kill their husband or anything like that. You just take them at face value because why would they? These are people you went to football games with, you've ate pizza with, you've hung out with.
So along that same line, how have the defendant's actions with regard to Michael affected your life? How have they made you feel?
I mean, it's every day it's something there, you know. I mean, just like today, Steph gets a message from somebody saying that, you know, oh, we can't believe that you guys just let Michael lay there and this and that. The story we got was Michael had a seizure. I went there to help Mike, get him off the floor, get him on the couch. I sit there, I told Natalie let's take him to the hospital. Natalie told me she wouldn't let him sleep it off.
Would the court give me a continuous
Yes,
session
indeed.
in this case as well?
Certainly. The exception is fully preserved. Continue, please, Ms. Ager.
So would you say that the defendant's actions and Michael's death have affected your daily life?
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
And you and your wife are receiving some blame for that, right?
Yes.
How do you feel about the role that you played on February 6th of 2019?
As far as, and like what I wish I would have did or just what happened?
As far as how you became involved, what do you feel in hindsight, looking back on that day?
Well, I mean, you think about it almost every day, and you really wish you could have did something different. But given the information you have at the time, you know, you feel horrible, especially for Donna, the kids, this and that. Like I said, they lost a father. You know, Donna lost a son. I lost a friend.
I think that's good for us. No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, cross-examination, Mr. Victor.
Mr. Hamilton, did you lose any money to Michael and Natalie Cochran's business?
My wife made the investment, sir, but yes, as a family, we did.
Okay. Now, how is your testimony today different from the testimony that you testified to at trial? How is it different?
As far as what, sir?
Well, you're pretty much recalling the events of the day, right?
Yes, sir.
That's all. Thank you.
Anything further, Ms. Akers?
Just one question.
Go ahead.
During the case in chief and your cross-examination, were you ever actually given an opportunity to say how any of this made you feel?
No.
Thank you. No further questions.
You said something on direct concerning the children losing their father.
Yes.
They also lost the mother, right?
Yes, because she killed their father.
I didn't ask you why, sir. I asked you a simple question.
Yes.
You don't like Natalie Cochran, do you?
I don't like that she killed Mike.
Do you not like Natalie Cochran?
I wouldn't say I like her or dislike her, sir. As far as I'm concerned right now, sir, she's a criminal.
So the answer is no, I don't like her. Is it?
If you want to put it that way, sir.
Anything further?
No, Your Honor.
You may step down, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Call your next witness, Mr. Truman.
Christopher Davis.
You'll raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may have a seat right there.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Go ahead, Mr. Truman.
Thank you. You are Chris Davis,
Yes, sir.
and you had testified before this jury previously. Tell us your relationship with Michael Cochran.
Mike was one of my best friends. And, we did a lot together and spent a lot of time together. And, we not only personally, but we coached sports together and, vacationed together. And he was he is a dear friend.
You miss him?
I do. Mike was he was a very strong man. He's a good man. And he would want me to be strong now as well. And he was a good man, a very good man. He wasn't the best father, the best friend, or the best husband, but I'm not either. But he's not what you heard he was. He loved his family. He took care of his family. He loved his friends. He loved his community. He spent a lot of time in the community. He loved life. He wasn't sick. He wasn't ready to die. He was healthy. Even up until the day he died. He had plans. He had lots of plans. He was doing lots of things. He couldn't wait to the things he was doing. And that was also for his family.
Let me shift gears totally with you. You and a couple other fellas gave some money to the defendant in this case, correct?
We did, yes.
What was the total amount you gave her?
It was $511,000.
And how much of that did you get back?
The exact amount we got back, I'm not sure. I think it was probably around 50 or 60. And the reason I don't know is because there at the end, she was trying to send wires, and some would come, some wouldn't come, and some would, so it's somewhere in that
I
area.
object and have the same continuing objection as in the other situation.
Go ahead, continue, please.
Go ahead, Chris.
And so the exact amount that we got back, I'm not for sure. I think it was probably, like I said, 50 or 60.
Did the three investors, did you give any money to the defendant after Mike died?
No, we did not. We were given the opportunity to reinvest. I mean, so we didn't give any additional money, but the idea to reinvest, I guess you could say we gave her that because we said, whatever, sure. I mean, it doesn't matter. During that time, there was so much stuff coming back and forth. We were trying to figure this out and trying to figure what was going on. And so, but there were reinvestment opportunities offered. And
who offered you the reinvestment opportunities?
Natalie.
And that was after Mike died?
Yes.
Is it fair to say you were a strong supporter of the defendant until you found out that things were not what you thought they would, what they appeared to be?
Yeah, I believe that's fair because we trusted her. As my wife testified as well, we trusted her.
Was that trust violated?
Yeah, because, we trusted her with the most precious thing to us, our family, our son, our kid, with respect, because as Jennifer said, she would ask her questions about diabetes and things like that. And so, yeah, that was absolutely violated, even on the day that, the way she perpetrated it to Jennifer to even get insulin, and that lie that was perpetrated, and even throughout this trial, attempted to continue to lie about that. And
I'm going to object again. We're not retrying this case because I'm really sorry, but this
I think I have to sustain that objection.
And the idea that she was never given, she never kept insulin for our son.
Do you have an opinion as to whether or not this jury should grant mercy to this defendant?
I think this jury has been here for 3 weeks. And this jury's heard everything they need to know. They don't need my opinion, don't need my thoughts, and you don't need me preaching at you. You know what you know. So with all due respect, I don't have opinion for these folks. I thank you. I know Mike would thank you.
That's all the questions the state has. Thank you.
All right, cross-examination, Mr. Victor.
Mr. Davis, I only have a couple of questions. In your, when was the first time that you and your family met Natalie Cochran and Michael Cochran? Just give me a year if you...
I'm going to say 2011 or 2010.
Okay. So would you agree with me, sir, that throughout these years, you and your family and Natalie Cochran and her family became friends? You were neighbors and you were friends.
Absolutely.
And you did a lot of things together, right?
Absolutely.
That included Natalie Cochran, right?
Absolutely.
And well, dinners, maybe some holidays, almost daily, you were in some contact with Natalie and Mike, right? Maybe
Yes.
not daily, but
I mean, to get to your question that you're getting at, we knew these folks very well.
Okay.
Yes, and we're daily contact, whether it was me contacting Mike daily or my wife contacting Natalie
Right.
daily. Yes, there was friend interaction. a
now,
lot.
would you agree with me, sir, that throughout those years, you had an opportunity to observe Natalie Cochran's good deeds? She was active in the community. She was involved in sports teams, supplying money for it. She was in Bible school. She was a pharmacist, helping people, giving lectures, etc., etc. Did you have that opportunity before you started realizing that something was awry?
Well, to answer your question directly, you started it out, I would agree with you. I don't agree with you.
Okay, all right.
So now let me further state, I witnessed a lot of deeds, good, bad. The reason that I can't say I agree with you because I can't sit here and say that I believe any of those deeds were done in good, bad, or irrelevant fashion because
Okay.
the truth of the matter is, was it a lie then as it is a lie now? Or was some of it true?
All right.
Or was some of it false? So we don't agree.
Okay. Mr. Davis, let me ask you this. Did you ever see Natalie being involved in any volunteer work?
We were all involved in
No,
volunteer
no,
work.
please answer my question. Have you ever seen her involved in any volunteer work?
We were all involved in volunteer work.
Your Honor, this is.
All right, please answer the question pertaining to Natalie, if you would, Mr. Davis.
Volunteer work requires you to do that because you're doing it for the benefit of others, and therefore it's hard for me to answer, was it volunteer or not? That's a very subjective question, and although I don't answer it the way you want me to, I can tell you subjectively, was it volunteer? I don't know. But I do know there was activity. I don't know if it was volunteer or not.
Your Honor, I move to strike that answer as non-responsive. Did Natalie ever help people with her pharmaceutical skills?
Absolutely.
Okay. Did she ever, well, maybe you don't agree with me on this, but prior to the events of the federal case, she led a crime-free life, didn't she?
I have no idea if she was committing crimes throughout her life.
Okay. But you have no way of knowing whether she was convicted of any crimes prior to the federal conviction?
I'm unaware if she was ever convicted of any crimes.
Okay. Now, you were also friends, I presume you knew her children, right?
Absolutely.
All right.
Especially her son.
And her parents, I presume also.
I did know them.
Okay. And yet you testified against her in federal court at her sentencing.
Yes, because we were the victims of her Ponzi scheme.
Okay.
And therefore, they requested a victim statement.
All right. And then, were you also her attorney at some point?
I had represented the family on several different occasions.
But after Michael died, you were also with Natalie to obtain some loans as her lawyer, right?
I was not.
No? Okay. But then she filed an ethics complaint against you with the state disciplinary board, right?
Yes, she did.
Okay. And those are never pleasant.
It was not.
No. Okay.
Are you interested in the outcome?
No, I'm not asking about the outcome.
Because it was dismissed.
Of course it was. Then you
Of course it
answered
was.
something that I didn't ask, but that's fine.
You're welcome.
Now, and after all of this, after her perhaps good deeds, well, was she? Oh, let me ask you one more question. Was she a good mother to her children?
if I believe then what I believed,
No, from your observations.
I mean, if you're asking me as I sat here today in this chair, do I believe she's a good mother to her children? That's the
No,
question you're
Mr.
asking me? Or you asked me, do I
no.
believe she was a good mother
No,
to her children
Mr.
before?
Mr. Davis, I just asked you whether you observed her being a good mother to her children.
Define good mother.
Did she care for them? Did she provide them with food? Did she have a nice relationship with them? All of this that goes into the definition of a good mother.
I believe, under what I thought before, during those times, yes.
Okay.
But I don't believe that as I sit here and think now.
Because she was conniving financially, she somehow was feeding these children falsely? Or what are you testifying to? Because she was doing something that was financially horrible, you're saying you're not sure that she was a good mother to these children from your observation?
I believe exposing your children to what has now occurred and what those folks there affirmed is not a good mother.
Okay. Okay. So, well, I guess from your response to the prosecutor's question, I take it that you're not condemning her to life in prison and to never have a chance to become a person that you knew before the financial scheme, right?
I would not invade the jury's providence to make that decision.
Okay.
I wouldn't do it before, and I won't do it now.
Okay.
They
Well,
don't need me to give them that decision.
Well, thank you for your sincere answer. Thank you.
Redirect.
You were asked if the defendant performed philanthropic acts. Did you ever see Michael do that?
Absolutely.
Tell us about that.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to this line of questioning. Michael's character is not at issue here. It's the defendant's character.
Fair point. I withdraw that.
All right.
I'll give you the opportunity to address the ethics complaint the defendant filed against you. How did that come to pass?
Once she was sentenced to federal prison, she filed the complaint. It was answered. The evidence was submitted to the state bar, and the state bar dismissed her complaint against me as not being found any evidence to support the same. And it was at that time that, as part of that evidence, the investigation included in that was that this investigation for this case was pending at that time. And there was questions as to whether or not what was really the intent behind it, whether to try to intimidate witnesses or not.
In any event, it didn't work, did it?
It did not.
That's all the questions the state has. Thank you.
Anything further, Mr. Victor?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. You may step down.
Thank you, Judge.
Would it be possible to have about a 2-minute recess, please?
Sure.
Thank you.
Members of the jury, we're going to take a quick recess for about 5 minutes or so. Please do not discuss the case. You may go with the bailiff to your jury room.
Wow, that was interesting. So now she's intimidating witnesses. Oh, man, Natalie. Just when you thought it couldn't get any worse. Unbelievable, right? So they're taking a quick 5-minute recess. We heard, it's the state's turn now. We heard from Stephanie Hamilton, who's the friend and PA. She's the one that came over, I think, around 12:30 or so on the day of, and checked Mike's pulse and vitals, I guess, and said, he needs to get to a hospital. She thought that they were pretty good friends. She says Natalie lied and manipulated, and of course, Mr. Victor gets up and yaps. Son was very sick and went through a bad surgery, and Natalie talked about the contracts, so that's one way. Natalie asked for meds once. She used her position for her cover. Do you have any survivor's guilt? And she says, I think we all do. And we're going to get rid of that. And then Victor gets up. You lost money, didn't you? I'm not gonna go there. You lost money, right? And she says, yeah, somewhere between $15,000 and $17,000. And then State comes back and says, yeah, you invested over time after Mike passed away. You kept investing. When did you first learn you got scammed? Cross came back. After multiple excuses and no money was coming back. And Victor's like, You were mad. She's like, no, I was hurt. Oh, so you were hurt and mad. No, I was hurt. So we see where he's going with this. He's basically saying, you guys are mad, so you're pissed off, so you're going to come up here and you're going to bash my client. And we get it. Whatever. Whether or not it's going to work, we'll see. Then John Hamilton came up, who is married to Stephanie. He's also a friend. He knew Mike through youth football. And I didn't realize this, but Steph got a message today. I can't believe you just let him lay there. So Mike's death has affected our daily lives. They received some blame. They're receiving blame for that, right? Can you imagine that? I didn't even think about that. That these people that are getting blamed, because of what Natalie did. I never even thought that. Never even thought about that. So I thought that was a good one. That was a good one that John came up and said that. And then Chris Davis, we just heard from Chris. Mike was one of his best friends. We did a lot together, spent a lot of time together. They vacationed, they coached sports. Do you miss him? He says, I do. Mike was a very strong man, a good man, and would want me to be strong now. He loved his family, took care of them. He loved his friends and community. He loved life. He wasn't sick, and he wasn't ready to die. He was healthy, even up until the day he died. He had lots of plans. He couldn't wait. And it came out that they ended up giving $511,000 to Natalie, and they got back around 50 or 60. They don't know for sure because there was all this wire transfers going back and forth. Didn't give additional money, but it was reinvested. And it was Natalie that offered that they reinvest the money after Mike passed away. I was a strong supporter until I found out. They trusted Natalie. Can you imagine? Trust was violated. We trusted our kids, our most valuable thing. We trusted her. And then Mr. Victor gets up and brings up the ethics complaint. And he's like, yes, it was dismissed. You're telling me something I didn't ask. I mean, Mr. Victor, don't bring that up. You know it's going to come back and redirect. Why even bring that up? To make him look, again, like he's mad and he's like getting back at Natalie because she filed an ethics complaint against me. So, of course, redirect gets up and says, tell us about that ethics complaint. Well, once Natalie was sentenced, she filed a complaint. It was answered by the state bar and they dismissed it because witness intimidation. I mean, Mr. Victor, what are you doing? Right? What are you doing, man? You know that was going to come back up on redirect. Why even bring that up? I mean, I'm not a lawyer, but what are you guys saying? Therapist, if these prosecutor mercy witnesses are changing my mind on giving mercy, I feel confident they are doing the same to the jurors. Oh, you were on the side of mercy, therapist? Bap says he's swinging and missing. Yep, I agree. Curvio says, Victor must think he's on The Price is Right. What is behind door number 1, door number 2, and door number 3? Yeah, it's not working. Mandy Strong says, Chris Davis just secured a no mercy vote. Therapist says, I'm always on the side of mercy. Fair enough. Brett says only one parole option, and it being 15 is odd. Maybe intended by the legislature to reduce the likelihood of parole being granted at all. If 15 seems too small, use life without parole. And Brad also says the response to demanding that he declare her a good mother kind of wrote itself. Mr. Victor's strategy keeps backfiring. I agree with that. Hey, legal-minded friends, Karen Cole, good to see you in the chat. Her attorney made it worse. Yeah, by his questions. I know. Denny Dawn, no mercy she showed none, and by her family getting up and leaving is telling she sure has blinded their eyes and made him out to be the monster and not her. Sick. Oh, I didn't even notice. Is her family's not there anymore? I wasn't even paying attention. Have they left? Yeah. Yep, they're not there anymore. OnlyFans says 15 years for first degree does not match up in my brain. And Mandy Strong says anyone who could blame these good people need to check themselves. Wendy says, does a good mother delete the children's father? Nope. Denny Dawn, I don't see them, and other chats are saying they got up and left. Hey, Mona says, it's terrible that Michael's parents have been ostracized by the children and in-laws. Yeah. Mandy Strong, is this the definition of ineffective assistance of counsel? Could be. Momo Shark says cowards. Krista Limited Edition. Chris Davis was amazing. Yeah, he's given two powerful stints on the stand. Once during the trial, and now, during this mercy section. Brat says, I don't think the family members who support her want to hear anything that would interfere with the she's the victim storyline. I suppose it's got to be difficult, right? I mean, it's your mom, it's your sister, it's your daughter, and then people are up there bashing her. I mean, I guess I could see that. I was just upset at Mr. Victor. I mean, defense was allowed to just cry and go on and on and on, and rightfully so. And the judge said, this is the Wild West. And then as soon as 2 words come out of Stephanie's mouth, it's like, objection, objection. I mean, come on, man. Let them talk. Let them talk. Julie BME says, and his tears were so heartfelt. Agreed. Denny Don says, what makes me the most mad is that the other grandparents are being affected and not being able to see them and have a relationship. That's true. I would fully expect we're going to hear from Mike's parents. I can't imagine we would not. Right? I can't imagine we would not hear from them. Yeah. Hey, Mona, the best part of yesterday was the defense saying the children are far away in school while they were sitting behind him. Yep, I remember that. Curvio says, yeah, Victor and Selden are the biggest hypocrites. Remember when he objected that Truman was testifying? Yeah, and yet that's all they did this entire trial. That's all they did was testify. They led the witnesses. They testified. It was just, just too much. Krista says, I saw that zapped. Bap says, yeah, I feel for the family because she has them firmly in her web. I also think they're kind of wanting to be manipulated rather than face the alternative. Yep. Hold on. I actually want to pull this one. Julie BME, and I'm here for Mike's parents. Very well. Oh, okay, we're back, guys. They're still going, Jenny. It's the state. State is up right now.
Any matters to take up at this time out of the presence of the jury?
Your Honor, thank you for the break.
All right. Are we ready to continue now? Bringing the jury, Deputy Fry.
Maybe you better get that verdict form. I think it's on your desk.
All right, we continue, please, Mr. Truman.
Your Honor, the state calls Tony McCall.
McCall.
I will have her spell.
If you'll raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Let me have a seat there. All right, Mr. Truman.
Thank you, Your Honor. Tell us who you are, please.
Tony McCall.
And to help our court reporter, would you spell your first and last name, please?
ToniMcCall.
Thank you. What was your husband's name?
Curtis McCall.
Okay. And when did he pass?
July of 2015.
What did he die of?
Leukemia.
Okay. How old was he at the time?
58.
The two of you had some children?
We have 3 children.
3?
3.
What's the mix between boys and girls?
2 boys and 1 girl.
And they are all adults now?
Yes.
Okay. If I could have these two marked as states 1 and 2, please.
All right.
It doesn't matter which order you Natalie 1 and 2. She's saying that to me. Let's call ahead you what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 1 and ask you to take a look at that. You
All right.
recognize that document?
Yes.
What is it?
That was the fake scholarship that my son received.
And in fact, I think what's been marked for identification as State 2. Is that the actual document he received? Or
Yes.
one
Yes.
similar to that?
Yes.
You said fake scholarship. Tell us about that, please.
Natalie called me one day, and she said that she was doing a scholarship in Mike's memory, and that she was giving one to Dylan because she knew that Mike would want him to have it.
Can you put a time frame on when that happened?
Let's see. My son graduated in 2019, and it was probably, it was before they do the program for the kids that got scholarships at the school, which is closer to the end of the year. So this is probably February, March of 2019. March, April, maybe? I don't remember.
Could have been May?
It could have been.
Okay.
It could have been.
It's a while back.
Okay.
Now, Stage 2, that's actually what your son receives, correct?
Yes, but it was big. It was about this big. It was,
Okay.
It was pretty.
Yeah, very pretty.
It was.
Graphically done. Did Dylan ever get any of that money from the scholarship?
No.
Let me shift gears on you a little bit. Your other son's name, what's his name?
His name is Landon Cash, but we call him Cash.
Cash. What kind of relationship did Cash have with Michael Cochran?
He loved Mike. He met Michael in April the year after Curtis passed, so in 2016. Michael immediately took Cash in, like one of his own. The whole family did. It was wonderful. You know, I didn't have another father figure for Dylan, but for Cash, I had no worries. Michael was so good to him.
No, Judge, again, we're not talking today about Michael Cochran's character. We're talking about my client. I object.
Could the state respond to that?
Sure.
We're not really talking about Michael's character. We're talking about the loss that this witness and her family experienced because of Michael Cochran being murdered.
The objection's overruled. You may continue.
Go ahead, Ms. McCall.
Cash, that was baseball of that year, was when, you know, he got on Mike's team, and it was a wonderful experience. I mean, Cash loved Michael like a father. He was 9 years old when Curtis passed away, and he was 13 when Mike passed away. Cash has said that losing Mike was like losing his father all over again. He was devastated. He still has a really hard time talking about it.
Your Honor, we move States 1 and 2 into evidence, and with that, we have no additional questions as well.
Any objection?
No, sir.
All right, States 1 and 2 are admitted into evidence. Cross-examination.
Ms. McCall, when was the scholarship offered?
The 2019.
Okay. In the spring of 2019?
Yes.
And when was it supposed to be received? For the fall?
Yes. Yes.
Well, did you know, ma'am, that on June the 23rd of 2019, the government froze all of my client's assets and she couldn't give you any scholarship whatsoever. Did you know that? Yes or no? Yes or no?
There's not a yes or no
Well,
answer.
did you know, or do you know?
Then I'll have to say no, because I didn't know that. It was hearsay.
Okay. All right. That's all. Thank you.
No
Anything?
additional questions from the state? Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. McCall. You may step down. You are excused. Call your next witness, please, Mr. Truman.
Your Honor, the state calls Ed Bolt to the stand.
May we remove the exhibit, Your Honor?
Oh, sure. If you'll raise your right hand, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may have a seat. All right, Ms. Cochran.
Sir, can you please state your name and spell it for the record?
My name is Ed Bolt, E-D-B-O-L-T.
And do you know the defendant, Natalie Cochran?
Yes, I do.
How do you know her?
She was married to my stepson, Michael. She's my daughter-in-law.
And before Michael passed away, what was your relationship like with the defendant?
We love Natalie. We just thought of her as a daughter.
And just yes or no, do you believe that this jury should grant her mercy in this matter?
No.
And why is that?
Well, I have a statement.
Are those notes that you have done yourself?
Yes, ma'am.
You go ahead.
That'll maybe answer some of that question if you don't mind.
Yes, sir.
Today I stand before everyone, a man filled with grief, pain, bitterness, and anxiety. My name is Ed Bolt. I am Michael Cochran's stepfather. The grief that I feel is when I look out our window at the deer stand that Michael had put up at our house after one day of helping me do a lot of demolition work. He put the deer stand up and then he installed a trail camera so he could do some bow hunting. He was really excited. How are we to know that Michael would never set foot in it again? I often go there now. I have put in a memorial bench there and keep that site clear to brush so we can just sit under that big oak tree and reflect on what could have been. The pain of no more birthday wishes, Christmas holidays, listening to his plans for the future, all taken away. Michael was always up for the challenges, always wanting to accomplish so much, whether it was starting his own businesses, ambitions to become a pilot, entering tough man contest, or just doing DIY projects around his home. February 11th, 2025 will be 6 years since Michael's murder. A cold-blooded, calculated, unremorseful murder. Michael's murder has been referred to as a diabolical act of evil. I miss him. Hey buddy, what's going on? What are you up to? Seems like a small thing, but it's the small things that I cherish most. I think of Michael every day. Where there is life, there is hope. Michael was full of life. When you hear the saying, live your life to the fullest, that image of Michael would be beside of it. Michael was a husband, a father, a son-in-law, a coach, a mentor, a hunter, a fisherman, and a lover of life. He had a tireless work ethic, always willing to help at any time. But most importantly, Michael had integrity. I've used these words, had and was, several times in describing Michael.
Your Honor, I hate to interrupt. May I have, again, continuous objection to this line of statements? Question.
Continue, please, Mr. Bolt.
Thank you. Why? It's because Michael is no longer with us. Michael died a horrible death, tormented and tortured and deceived by his wife. Where there is life, there is hope. Michael was full of life, but wasn't given any hope. This became very clear in Michael's hospital room. There was full of a lot of people. The nursing staff was going to remove the ventilator tube from Michael. Prior to this, the preacher says, it won't be long now. What did he mean? Where was his hope? We had hope. The nursing staff went to work. All tubes removed. Michael was breathing on his own. Praise God, praise God. You should have seen the look on his wife's face, not of joy, but of disbelief. It was very painful for his mother, who had become overwhelmed with emotion. She was told to leave the room by this preacher because he said she was being disruptive. This is her son. Evil has many faces, shapes, and images. Evil must be held accountable. Natalie Cochran must be held accountable. Life in prison for a premeditated murder may seem fair, but what I think is just would be to take a rope over here to the courthouse, throw it over the branch of that big oak tree. All right.
Yes, I agree.
So let's just send her to jail. Remove her from society. Let the state take care of her. From jail, she will not be able to harm anyone ever again. Should I continue to be bitter and let it consume me? Will a life sentence in prison be enough? This is where the anxiety rises up in me. This diabolical plan has now been brought to light. There is no amount of justice that will bring Michael back. Yes, I have written this victim's impact statement, but I'm not the victim. Michael is. Can you believe that this is the second impact statement that I've had to write about the evil, the lies and deception caused by this worker of manipulation? Natalie Cochran is the face of evil. It appears all to be good on the outside, but what lies on the inside is pure evil. She is in federal prison now doing time where she deceived and lied to Donna and I about her financial scheme, stole money from us and other victims in this community.
I object to any more litigation of money and laundering and financial schemes.
Overruled. Continue, Mr. Ball.
Natalie Cochran has never, ever shown any remorse, never asked him for any forgiveness, or even said she is sorry. Evil is around us every day. We must stay aware. Was Michael aware of the evil all around him? Evil raised her ugly head and took Michael's life. This was an evil act which took place, and not the will of God. God never wills evil. Your Honor, don't let another person get hurt. Don't let another family go through this. Don't give Natalie Cochran any satisfaction. nothing short of life in prison with no mercy. This would be justice for Michael. And in closing, I'd like to dedicate this statement to Michael. I would like to thank the prosecutor and his team, the investigators for exposing this evil, and to Your Honor for remaining on this case. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have no further questions.
Cross-examination.
When did you become Michael's stepfather?
1990, Donna and I were married in 1990, August the 20th of 1990.
Okay.
Michael was about 8 years old. Yeah.
Okay. Is it true, sir, that throughout your marriage to Ms. Bolt, Michael did not have any contact with you for about 6 or 7 years in 2000s? Is that true or not?
About?
Yes or no?
No,
No?
I wouldn't say that's a correct statement.
Well, he always lived with you, both of you?
Yes, until he started college.
Okay. Is it true that for the last 10 years of his life, he saw you maybe, you and your wife, he saw you only during the holidays?
Well, we saw each other during the holidays for sure, and I'm sure there was times in between.
Well, why wasn't he with you 24/7 other than being in college when he was already working?
Well, Michael grew up. That's what you do. You nurture a child
Michael grew
along,
up.
you get them out on their feet and hope that you've done the right thing and made a path for them.
Did he show up for Christmas of 2018?
2018, no.
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 Was he there for what else? Thanksgiving 2018?
We usually had Thanksgiving at Michael and Natalie's house. So he was probably there if we had Thanksgiving there.
Sir, would it be fair to say that all that vengeance is mine attitude is based upon your very limited relationship with Michael because he did not really care to be in your house?
I would say that's an inaccurate
No?
statement.
Okay, that's all I have.
Ms. Acker?
Very briefly, Your Honor. Mr. Bolt, who was the reason that Michael didn't have such close contact with you towards the end of his life?
Well, Donna and Natalie would always text, I mean, they arranged everything. And what Donna would tell me, that Natalie would say, well, Michael's not feeling well, he's not doing very good, but then we would just leave it at that.
So the source was the defendant.
Yeah, yes, ma'am.
No further questions.
So now we are learning that you didn't have such a great relationship, but it's of course Natalie Cochran's fault, right?
I would say that's a true statement, yes.
Right. And yet you're coming here asking for justice, as you call it, against this evil, acting like you've had this wonderful relationship with the man who was doing all these wonderful things around your house. And I'm sorry, sir, but you didn't, did you?
Well, I could point to these shoes that I'm wearing here now. Michael bought me
I don't
these
care about
shoes.
your shoes, sir.
Okay.
Tell me whether
I think
you
we had a very good relationship, being that I wasn't like his father. I was a stepfather.
And yet you're asking this jury to give her no mercy.
Yes.
Even though you claim to be, well, I take it, very religious person.
Well, I'm not so much a
No?
religious person. I wouldn't put that handle on
And
myself.
you don't believe in power of forgiveness and second chances, do you?
Sure.
Sure. All right, that's all.
Anything, Ms. Aker?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Volk. You may step down. You are excused. Call your next witness, please.
Your Honor, the state calls Donna Bolt to the stand. And we do have a couple of demonstrative exhibits for this witness.
Okay. If you'll raise your right hand, please, ma'am. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, Your Honor, I do.
You may have a seat right there.
I object to this, Your Honor. This is to inflame the jury.
Your Honor, these are pictures of Michael Cochran while he was alive. If anything was inflammatory, it was the photos of his autopsy shown during the trial.
Has not been introduced in the evidence. We have absolutely no reason to bring these exhibits to court. I move to remove them.
These are demonstrative exhibits, Your Honor. They don't need to be moved into evidence.
No, they are only here to inflame the jury. Nothing.
I don't think I can permit these to be displayed. I'm fearful that the prejudicial value would outweigh any probative intent. And they haven't been admitted, and I think that they need to be taken down.
Yes, Your Honor.
Of course, the jury can unsee what the jury saw, Your Honor, but I ask at least for an instruction to disregard these.
All right, members of the jury, I've disallowed these photographs, blown-up pictures to be considered, so you should disregard them, please. You may proceed now, Ms. Aker.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ma'am, can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Yes, my name is Donna Bolt, D-O-N-N-A-B-O-L-T. I'm Michael Cochran's mother.
And in saying that, how do you know the defendant, Natalie Cochran?
Natalie Cochran was my daughter-in-law, and we loved her very much. She was married to Michael for almost 19 years.
Could you briefly just explain for the jury what sort of relationship you had with the defendant before Michael passed away?
When they got married, well, she knows this. Michael went off to WVU to go to college in 1999. She was supposed to went to Concord, but she changed her major and went to WVU. Michael Brandon and I went up to Morgantown several times to find him a place to live. I didn't want him to live on campus. So we found a mobile home for him to live in it's like an elderly care mobile home park. And Michael had a 1988 Jeep that he was driving back and forth. And so when he went to school up there, he was going up there to play baseball. But what had happened was that he changed his major a few times, and I guess finally at the end he decided he wanted to be an information technology major, and that was running, cable wire, computer wiring, and that he went to school for 4 years up there. Natalie, she followed him up there. She was supposed to have been staying in the dorm, but next thing I knew, they were kind of cohabitating in the mobile home, and that wasn't supposed to happen. That was not the plan. So what had happened, every time we went up to go see Michael, he would say, "Mom," he said, "you can't come up this weekend." He said, "Natalie's family's up here. They're going to ball games." So we didn't get to come up. And a lot of times when we did get to come up, Natalie would head back home to Daniels, to her family's home. So, we bought this trailer for Michael to go, to live in while he was in school. And let's see. In the fall of 1999, we paid for Michael's first year of school, fall and spring. And in November of 1999...
I'm sorry, but the witness is rambling right now. There is no rhyme or reason to this story, and all of this history of the familiar relationship
is irrelevant.
Well, I think that she is setting forth a timeline, and I'll permit it for the purpose of this hearing. You can continue.
Thank you,
Ms.
sir.
Cole.
In November of 1999, I received a phone call from Natalie. She was at the mobile home in Morgantown. And she said, guess what? I said, what? She said, well, Michael and I got engaged. I said, what? She said, yeah. She said, are you mad? I said, no, let me speak to Michael. And Michael got on the phone, and I said, Michael Brandon, what in the world are you doing? You're not even 19 years old yet. So that right there kind of caused friction between Natalie and me. It wasn't I didn't like her. They were too young, and I wanted them to wait.
Later in life, did you have a more positive relationship with the defendant?
We did, but I'd like to explain a little bit about, when they got married. They got married in May of 2020. Now, what had happened before that May of 2020, Natalie Cochran
First of all, it's a non-responsive answer. Second of all, I think we've laid enough background here. This is a sentencing phase. This is not a history of the Cochran family, Your Honor. I'm sorry, but I object to this.
All right, please move on.
I do have a statement that I would like to read. Okay.
Do you believe that this defendant deserves mercy in this matter?
I do not,
Can you tell the jury why you believe she doesn't deserve mercy?
because she didn't give Michael any mercy. She let him lay on the floor for hours and hours at the home. She let him lay on the couch, and she never got him any help. When he did go to Raleigh General Hospital, they put him on the ventilator and stuck it in his arms.
I'm going to object. We're trying the case, and this witness has no personal knowledge of this.
No, I'll permit it. Overruled. Go ahead.
And then from Raleigh General, she texts me at 10:30 that night, sends me pictures of Michael Brandon. Can I hold him up?
No, ma'am, just hold him.
Okay.
Is that the first time that you found out that Michael was sick?
Yes, 10:30 that night. It was on a Wednesday night, February 6th. She said, this is how I found him. Found him in the floor in the kitchen of their home. And then she sent me another picture, and he was on the ventilator at Raleigh General Hospital. And he had tubes all in him, and like I said, on the ventilator. She sent me another picture as the Jane Care ambulance is transporting him from one bed to their stretcher to take him on to CAMC. And then later on that night, she sent me another picture of Michael Brandon in the ICU at CAMC on the ventilator. Now, I want you to understand, Natalie Cochran, she texted me. She said, they won't let you come down. She said, they won't let you in at CAMC. She said, only me. She said, but I'll keep you updated. She would, throughout the night, I would text her. Couldn't go to sleep. I would text her, what's his vital signs? What's his blood work? She finally, the next morning, I was able to get up there. But on my way up there, she stopped me and texted me and told me, she said she needed a phone charger for her phone. And then she told me, she sent me to the wrong hospital. She sent me to, there's 2 CAMC. She sent me to the other one. And then finally, I was able to get there on time. When I walked in, Michael Brandon was on the ventilator, laying in his hospital bed. Natalie Cochran was there. I was with her all day long that day. And that evening, that afternoon, she sat over in the corner on her laptop and on her cell phone while I was at Michael's bed, at the head of his bed. She sent me government contracts to my cell phone. And then, she even made a comment that day. She said, I gave him a bath last night, and I pinched his balls as hard as I could, and he didn't even respond. And then I heard her say one more thing for that day. She said, I let him lay on the couch for 7 hours. And I screamed at her. I said, 7 hours? What do you mean you let him lay on the couch for 7 hours?
So what about the loss of your son caused by this defendant leads you to believe that she does not deserve mercy?
Well, she's going to say that we never had a relationship with Michael Brandon. But she's wrong. She's a liar. We'd all the time go down there. Michael Brandon would come up to the house, and we would do things together, even before he even got with her. Michael Brandon and I had a really good relationship. We had a close bond. When he married her, she started pulling him away. She wouldn't let us come around or anything. And then she would, like I said, you've heard family vacations with her side of the family. She wouldn't, she never involved us. She never wanted Michael or her to be around anybody on our side of the family.
Is there anything else that you think this jury needs to hear before they make their decision?
Yes, I do. On Saturday, this was like, he went to the hospital on February the 6th, which was a Wednesday. Okay, on Saturday, February the 9th, she had everybody around the room, and she said that, they're going to pull the ET tube, or the ventilation tube. And they pulled the tube. She thought he was going to die right away. He did not die. He was breathing on his own. Later on that evening, it was myself, my husband Eddie, and Michael's dad, Mike. And Natalie was there by Michael's bed. And I was at Michael's head. And the little young male nurse came in. And he started doing it's what's called a Glasgow coma scale to see if Michael will react. And see, I'm a retired nurse, so I know this. He would take a lab tube, and he pushed on Michael's finger.
I object to all that medical testing. I really do. This is nothing, has nothing to do with the sentencing, nothing to do with her feelings. This is the description to inflame the jury.
I'm going to permit it. This is not technical medical testimony. It's what this witness observed. You can continue, Ms. Bolt.
Thank you, sir. So the young male nurse, like I said, he was pushing on Michael's fingernail. And then he pushed on Michael's toenail. And Michael jerked his arm and his leg back. Then he went around to Michael's other side where I was standing, and he rubbed his finger, his fist into Michael's chest like a sternal rub. And Michael Brandon raised up out of the bed, and he opened up his eyes. Now, if you look over at Natalie Cochran, instead of being so happy, she looked horrified. Her mouth dropped over.
Any of this. The witness has no personal knowledge of any of this.
I absolutely do.
She was present, and these are her observations, and I think it's pertinent. The court will overrule the objection, and I'll give the defense a running objection and preserve all exceptions. You may continue, Ms. Bolt.
I was there. I saw it. And what Natalie did after that, we were so happy. We were just thanking God, because I kept telling Michael, I know you're in there. I know you're in there. And then he opened up his eyes. And what the male nurse did next is he walked around the bed and went over to Natalie, and he whispered in her ear, I have to chart this. And Natalie shook her head yes. Later on that morning, we were so happy. We were going home thinking Michael was going to get another MRI, because that was what, if there was any changes, he was supposed to get another MRI of his brain. So we were so happy. And about mid-morning, Natalie texted me, and she had moved him to another room. She had moved him out of the ICU into just a regular, ordinary room. And we couldn't understand that. The next day, this was Sunday the 10th of February of 2019. And we were on our way down there, and Natalie told us not to come. She said she was going to take him to Hospice house. And we couldn't understand that, because he should have had another MRI because he had a change in his status. So what had happened now was that we waited all day, and Natalie kept saying, the ambulance is coming, the ambulance is coming. And what happened then was Natalie, about 8 o'clock that evening, we waited all day for Natalie to get Michael to Hospice house. And 8 o'clock that evening, the preacher, Sam Green from Bible Baptist Church, called us and said that Michael had arrived at the Hospice house to come now. It won't be long. So we rushed to the Hospice house to see Michael Brandon. Michael Brandon's his breathing status had changed. They had given him something at CAMC before he traveled there.
Hang on one second. May I approach the witness?
Certainly.
My what? It's 8 pages. Can I read some of it? Well, I told a lot of it.
Let me ask you what that is, Ms. Bold. Is that your victim's impact
It
statement?
sure is, sir.
Okay. Is there some way you can summarize that? I heard you say it was 8 pages.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I had a lot to say.
That's all right. I don't mean to cut you off at all, but in the interest of time and efficiency, is there some way you could perhaps focus upon the aspect of the defendant's character?
Yes, sir. When she put Michael Brandon in hospice house and we went in to see him, he had already turned ashen gray. The nurse was coming in every 15 minutes giving him medicine, one medicine after the other. We were crying. Natalie was over there. It'll be okay. He died at 12:18 a.m. on Monday morning, February the 11th. 2 days later, Natalie had a funeral for Michael Brandon. We would ask if we could have this person or that person to come. She would tell us no. So on the day of the funeral, the only ones that were allowed to come was myself and my husband Eddie and Michael's dad from Michael Brandon. That's all she would allow to come.
Ms. Bold, I know that you have a statement that you've written, and as the judge said, we know that it's rather long.
Yes.
Could you just summarize that for us, especially with regard to the defendant's character and why you think she doesn't deserve mercy?
Yeah. After Michael died, we tried, we had suspicions and we tried not to, do anything because we wanted a relationship with our grandkids. In June of 2019, Nicole, she wouldn't respond to me anymore. And MAC, in August of 2019, he sent me a text and he said, "Don't bother me anymore. I'm going to block you. You don't love us anymore. We know that now." So we haven't had any relationship with Michael's kids since June and August of 2019. After Michael died, after Michael was murdered, Natalie Cochran, like I said, sent me contracts while I was standing at Michael's bedside in February. In February the 22nd and the 24th and 28th, she sent me text messages. She said they are state contracts. She said they have affidavits. This was a total of 3 contracts for an amount of $28,000. She said because they have affidavits, she said they will pay you. I guarantee.
Your Honor, I hate to object, and I know that I have a continuing objection, but this is not a summary of what the court asked the witness to do. This is a continuing history of day by day of what has happened. I object to it strenuously.
All right. Perhaps, Ms. Bolt, you can kind of relate things and focus upon character issues. And you can take a minute to review your statement. I see that it's typewritten and it's pretty lengthy. So perhaps you can just pick out some portions that relate directly to the defendant's character.
Okay. Can I go now?
Yes, ma'am.
Since Michael's murder, Natalie Cochran's evil and sinister deeds have caused overwhelming damage and wrought on our lives and so many good and decent lives, lives that will forever cast a shadow of sadness. Michael Brandon was my only son, and I loved him and so adored him. I struggle every day. To make sense of what has no answers. The murder of my son is crushing, and yet I must try and move forward to honor his memory. Today, as we approach 6 years since Michael's murder, February 11th, 2019, we as a family have had to endure the glacial process of prosecuting Natalie Page Cochran for murdering our Michael Brandon while we also mourn his death. To this day, this vile being has showed no remorse, none whatsoever. Natalie Cochran and her family have never said they were sorry. We have no choice but to watch in the courtroom with repulsion as she smiles and banters with her family and friends, just like she doesn't have a care in the world. I was shocked to hear the testimony that Natalie's parents only lost $76,000, and her sister Penny only lost about $50,000. She stole $250,000 from us. And she stole hundreds of thousands of dollars from her other victims as well. We, along with our family and friends, have sat quietly and graciously and painfully watched and listened as Michael's good name has been murdered time and time again by those who publicly defend this murderer. Think of the horrific invasion of Michael's in our dignity and privacy. At what point and at what time do we seek sleeping at night? Is Michael Brandon resting in peace? I don't think so. We, as Michael Brandon's mom and stepdad, we respectfully ask this court, in the memory of our beloved and precious son, Michael Brandon Cochran, to delay for as long as judicially allowed the day that this cold-blooded murderer once again walks among us. In a pure world, light should never shine on that day. Evil, for reasons only evil knows, took it upon herself to steal from us and the world. We take comfort as best we can in believing our Michael, our beautiful, intelligent, kind-hearted Michael, is waiting for us in God's heavenly mansion in the air. We ask this court that Natalie Cochran be sentenced to life in the state prison for the rest of her natural life, with no pardon, no mercy, and no deals. This evil, narcissistic sociopath intentionally and knowingly pre-planned and committed first-degree premeditated murder, stealing the life of our son, Michael Brandon Cochran, at the young age of 38. To the court, Natalie Cochran will speak at her sentencing today because she has to have the last word. The simple truth is that while growing up, and even as an adult, this spoiled, evil, narcissistic murderer had seldom, if ever, been denied this which she wanted. The word no was not spoken or heard of in her world. She will try to blame my precious son Michael for her evilness and deceit. Natalie may even shed a tear or two, but we have now come to know that every word coming out of Natalie Cochran's mouth will just be another lie, and her tears will be fake tears trying to get sympathy from your court. Natalie is going to use Michael's children to get sympathy here today. She tried to do that with their testimonies during the trial. Judge, please don't fall for her con. That's what Natalie does. She only cares about herself. She will use, abuse, and manipulate anyone to get in her way. But we know the real Natalie Cochran, the thief, the liar, the taker of life, and the doer of evil deeds. I was told that Natalie Cochran was telling the community that we didn't raise Michael Brandon, that he was raised by his grandparents. That's just another lie. Michael Brandon even told Natalie in his presence and in my presence at a funeral, "Don't you ever put me in hospice." Michael had seen his grandfather, as his adopted grandfather whom he loved, H.B. Lewis, suffer that way. But what did she do? She went against his wishes and put him in hospice. This has been a very long and traumatic process for us, with all of the court delays and continuances. We have never given up, and we have been Michael Brandon's advocate and his voice. We have been waiting almost 6 years for justice for Michael. Throughout these 6 years, we have had to just sit back and be silent while Natalie gives newspaper and media interviews about my precious son Michael and her statements about what happened on February 6, 2019, and the incidences leading up to his death. The media will not try this case. All of the evidence and the proven facts and her conviction are enough to sentence Natalie Cochran to life in prison with no mercy. We've kept quiet as Natalie continues to blame Michael for her evilness that did not stop even after his death. While my son lay in the hospital on the ventilator, Natalie Cochran texted me government contracts on my phone. Believing and trusting her because she was our beloved daughter-in-law and because we loved her. Natalie manipulated us once again. Michael is not here to defend himself, but we are here. We are standing up for him and speaking for Michael and ourselves and asking the court for justice. We ask that you please, please, no mercy. She never gave Michael any mercy.
Thank you very much. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
All right, cross-examination.
I just have one or two questions. Ms. Bolt, you testified that you were not allowed in the ICU.
She told me that I could not come.
Okay. Did you know that there was only one person allowed in the ICU?
I could have come and stayed in the waiting room.
I didn't ask you that. I just asked you whether you knew that there was only one person allowed in the ICU.
I don't believe that, sir.
No, that's not my question, what you believe, ma'am. My question is whether you knew that there was only one person allowed in the ICU.
It always comes from Natalie. No, you can't come.
Ma'am, did you know that there was only one person allowed at the ICU?
That's not true, Mr.
Your Honor.
That's not true, sir.
I asked a simple question.
Wait till he asks the question. Pose the question again, please, Mr. Victor.
Did you know that there was only one person allowed in the ICU? Yes or no, ma'am?
No.
Okay. Now, did you know that your son had a living will to go to the hospice and be taken off life support? Did you know that or not?
I know he said he never wanted to go to
Ma'am,
hospice.
did you know that? Or
Did
no?
he tell you that, Natalie?
Your Honor, I'm sorry. The witness is addressing my client. I object to this, and I would like an answer.
All right, pose the question again, and then try to answer the question, please, Ms.
Yes, sir.
Ball.
Ma'am,
Ask-
did you know that Michael had a living will to go to hospice and be taken off life support if need be?
No.
No, okay. Now, you testified that you haven't seen your grandchildren, right? For, what, 5 years?
They wouldn't have anything to do with us.
I didn't ask you that, ma'am. I just asked you whether you testified that you haven't seen your children since 2019.
The grandchildren.
Grandchildren, I'm sorry. Grandchildren since 2019, right?
June and August of 2019.
Okay.
They stopped responding.
Okay. What kind of contact did you try to have with them?
Tried to text them and they blocked us.
Okay. How frequently did you text them, ma'am?
When you get blocked, sir, you don't go around them. They don't want to have anything to do with it.
Prior to being blocked, ma'am.
Prior to being blocked, we had a lot of relationships with them.
Okay.
After Michael died, we were trying to keep a good relationship with them.
And so you're telling us that all of a sudden these two children, who in 2019 were relatively young, all of a sudden stopped communicating with you by blocking you?
Yes.
All right. And you attribute it to Natalie Cochran?
Yes.
Who prohibited them from having any contact with you?
Yes, what they've been told.
Okay, what they've been told. You have absolutely no clue what she told them, do you?
You don't either.
Ma'am, Your Honor,
Just please, Ms. Bolt, just
Yes, sir,
answer
I'm
the
sorry.
question.
Yes, sir.
you have no clue what she told them, do you? Do you?
I can pretty much
Ma'am.
guess.
You don't know,
I'm not going to answer that yes or no, sir.
Your Honor.
Please answer it yes or no. It's a relatively simple question,
Okay.
Ms. Bolt.
So you asked me. Ask it again, sir.
Whether you, Your Honor, I'll withdraw this question.
All right.
That's all I want.
Anything further, Ms. Akron?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Bolt.
Thank you,
may
sir.
step down. Call your next witness, please, Mr. Truman.
The last witness the state will call is Robert Heinzman.
Raise your right hand, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may have a seat. All right, Mr. Truman.
Thank you, Your Honor. Remind us who you are, please.
Robert Heinzman. I was one of the two investigators on this case. I did the financial crimes investigation primarily.
And you're being called here today to discuss from your investigation the issues of character of the defendant, correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Tell the jury from your investigation what you can enlighten them about concerning the defendant.
I'm going to object and ask that we approach the bench on this one.
Okay.
Well, that certainly was spicy. Wow. I generally don't get too wrapped up in these, but holy smokes. Mr. Victor, I'm not going to say everything that I feel about you, but my goodness. I understand you're defending your client, but there's a way to defend your client and there's a way to look like an idiot. Sorry. And now I can understand why the kids aren't there. They're never going to have a relationship with the grandparents. No way. Natalie has poisoned them. You know, those kids are never going to talk to Mike's parents. So those kids have lost their dad, their mom, grandparents. You know, she has just destroyed so many lives, so many families. And then she just sits there and just smugly looks at mom. You know, no tears, no like, I'm sorry. She's really showing her true colors, in my opinion. Yeah, just typing out something similar. Eesh. I hope it changes. They reach out to them. Well, it seems like it's the kids. I agree to be fair and listen to both sides, but Mr. Victor brings out all my anger. He really does. Yep. Jenny, Victor is a huge bully. K-Swan, she's not sorry. Child Junkies United, Schultze stepped over the line on that one. He's been stepping over the line like all over the place, but to cross mom like that? I mean, she's angry. Let her be angry. The kids were bawling their eyes out. Why can't mom be angry? All right.
All right, continue, please, Mr. Truman.
Trooper Heinzman, the focus here of an investigation was concerning the financial aspect, but you did work on the murder case too, did you not?
Yes, sir, I did.
Tell a jury what you know about the fake scholarship.
The scholarships that we located during our analysis of records and through our investigation, they were issued at two different locations. One was at Shady Spring High School, and the second location was Independence High School. Those were issued on about May 4th and then May 7th. The second one on May 7th, on about May 7th, that was actually at Independence High School, and in that particular instance, Natalie Cochran called Donna and Eddie Bolt and asked them to take her there to Independence High School to present that scholarship or those scholarships. What was unique about the scholarships in general.
Object on another ground, and we again need to approach the bench on something completely different this time.
Okay.
And we have another sidebar. Let's see. Mandy Strong, you have our squeegee upset now, Natalie, and I'm not sending you a Christmas card this year or any year there. That's funny. Legal-minded friends. The kids say they saw their dad's erratic behavior, so if their parental grandparents are blaming their mother, that is hard for them to have a relationship with them. Rachel, I think he was, because this was in 2019. It was afterwards, I thought. All right, they're back.
All right, continue, Mr. Truman.
Thank you, Your Honor. States one for purposes of this phase of the trial. What is that?
That is a list of all the scholarships that were issued. Some of those were at Shady Spring and the others were at Independence High School.
And this is after Michael Cochran's death, correct?
It was after Michael Cochran's death. It was the unique timing of the issuance of these scholarships came after Natalie Cochran had been contacted by law enforcement, particularly Lieutenant Bledsoe. So she knew at this point there was an investigation into Michael's death as well as into her the financial doings of the business that she purported to run. So these were actually issued after that.
At the time of the search warrant, did one of them involve the potential sale of the business TSG?
Yes, there were documents suggesting that.
From the documents that you seized under the federal search warrant, what were the terms of that, of the sale?
To put it in context, we executed the search warrant on June 25th of 2019. I was not on scene at the search warrant. Lieutenant Bledsoe called me and said they had discovered some documents, and he asked...
Now I'm going to object on hearsay grounds, and second of all, I'm going to object perhaps differently on the relevance ground. What does that have to do with the sentencing of the defendant at this point?
We're going to get to that.
Well, Lieutenant Bledsoe is here, I see. If we need for him to testify, he can. And presumably, Mr. Truman will get to the point described. So let's go forward. I'll overrule the objection. Continue, Mr. Truman.
The business was to be sold based upon documents seized under the search warrant.
Natalie Cochran was attempting to sell off this business at that time.
What was the gross price for the business sale?
She was attempting to sell the business for $4.9 million to a local businessman.
And a local businessman, did they do anything to further the sale?
Yes.
A deposit, that kind
yes.
of? Tell us about that.
This entire thing occurred over a 6-day period prior to the execution of the search warrant. Her and this individual had met and agreed on, and he agreed on buying a partnership interest of this business. And she contacted him a day after, 1 to 2 days afterwards, and said that she needed a deposit placed on his purchase interest, a $50,000 deposit. And he wired her $50,000 the day before the search warrant was executed.
49% of the business that the purchaser was buying, what kind of assets was the purchaser purchasing?
This buyer was led to believe he was buying a 49% interest in the business and assets that had been described to him that were associated with the business. He had been told that there was a fleet of vehicles, that there was an airplane that was an asset of the vehicle, and other business assets that they had at that time, the business location on Eisenhower Drive, and any other assets associated with the business.
Essentially, what was this business worth?
The business did have assets. As I described before, the business on paper was real. They had a building that was bought for business purposes. So it was not worth $4.9 million. It would have been worth whatever the building and any true assets that did not have any liabilities or debts owed on those assets. That's what it would have been. So it would have been, I don't want to place a number, but well under $50,000 that he paid as a deposit on the business.
Did that sale go through?
No, it did not.
Tell us why.
I received a phone call to verify if I had uncovered any documents relating to the sale of this business. And I said no. My side of the investigative team was out doing interviews of witnesses and investors. I drove to this business person's house to speak with them and see if what the nature of this business transaction was. And I spoke with him over the phone, and he explained to me that he had been contacted by Natalie Cochran approximately 7 days prior, and told him that she believed that, or she had been told that he was interested in buying the business, and then she facilitated that transaction.
So the $4.9 million deal that never got fully executed, what time frame are we talking about?
This was June 25th, 2019, when I made contact and told this individual not to wire any more money to her.
And that's because why?
Because we had determined at that point that the business was fraudulent, the contracts were fraudulent, there was no money, there was nothing for him to purchase.
And that was a substantial time after Michael Cochran's murder, correct?
That is correct. That is conduct that continued on after his death.
That's all the questions the state has.
All right, cross-examination.
Mr. Hinman, would you agree with me, sir, that the sum total of your testimony is that after Michael Cochran's death, the defendant, Ms. Cochran, was committing the acts of fraud?
She continued the fraud after his death, yes.
Haven't we established that already? That she was a fraud? Have we?
I believe we have, yes.
And we have conceded that. True?
As far as I'm concerned, yes.
What does your testimony add to what the jury already doesn't know?
We didn't specifically talk about post-death conduct, and we're talking about her character and the fact that she continued to deceive people following the death of Mr. Cochran, which is a character trait.
Right. And based on that, you are asking the jury not to give her mercy?
I am rendering no opinion in any regard regarding that. I'm just describing her post-death conduct.
So you're just describing that in vacuum? Yes, she's a fraud, right?
She's a fraud, yes.
She's a fraud. That's all. Thank you.
Anything further, Mr. Truman?
State has no further questions and no further witnesses.
Well, Judge, I'm going to move to strike this entire testimony based on my previously expressed objection and the objection that this testimony adds absolutely nothing to the sentencing phase of this case.
No, I think it does. I think it is relevant as to character. I'm going to overrule the objection. I'll preserve your exception.
Judge, may I have one more objection on,
Sure.
on the balance of 401 and 403?
All right. Upon performing the balance provided by Rule 403 of the Rules of Evidence, the court determines that the probative value outweighs the prejudicial nature of the testimony, and the court will allow it to stand. You may step down, Mr. Huntsman. You say the state has completed its case, Mr. Truman?
Yeah, that is correct, Your Honor.
All right. Is there rebuttal, Mr. Victor, Mr. Selden?
Your Honor.
Very well.
No rebuttal, Your Honor.
All right. Members of the jury, you have heard all the evidence for this penalty phase. I'm going to send you shortly into your jury room so that the attorneys and I can settle on some matters.
I'm very sorry to interrupt you, but we would request a closing argument or statement.
Oh, yes. I'm going to afford you a closing argument.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'm going to send you into your jury room so that we can discuss some matters and line out things for you. We are not yet to the deliberation phase or stage of this part of the case, so please do not discuss the case among yourselves or with anyone else. You can go with the bailiff to your jury room now. All right, what I wanted to do is see if the defense has any instructions to offer. I have an instruction that has been provided by the state. It's unnumbered. It simply is titled Penalty Phase Instruction, 3 paragraphs. I've touched on this earlier. It seems to set forth very simply and straightforwardly the situation that the jury is dealing with pertaining to the recommendation of parole eligibility or the recommendation of no parole eligibility. I see that there is one correction that we'll have to make, and it's at the end of the second paragraph that ends in 4, F-O-R period. There seems to be something that is missing. Do you see that, Mr. Truman?
I do, and that's the one additional word should be
Parole.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I did not hear that.
All right, if you'll see Mr. Truman's instruction, and you'll look at the bottom of the second paragraph that ends and never be eligible for, period, we should put the word parole in there. It'd be good if your Scrivener could do that, Mr. Truman, because it would match up. We can type it in or retype it or something.
We'll take care of that.
Okay. We just need that word added. Again, does the defense have any instructions to submit?
No, Your Honor.
Very well. I have received a proposed verdict form from Mr. Truman. Last night, I looked up the recommended form that has been circulated and provided to courts. It's similar to Mr. Truman's submission, but it's a little bit different. I'm going to ask my law clerk to make copies of both of these, and I really don't care which one we use because both of them are very similar, but I'll let counsel examine them and determine which verdict form is suggested.
We can just look at them if you'd like.
Okay.
Oh, excuse me.
Let me stick my nose in here. Oh, you stick your nose
Yeah.
where it belongs.
I think this is for a unified trial, isn't it?
Shouldn't be.
I guess they're giving Natalie a say and giving Natalie a say there in the mercy phase instructions. What would you like the instructions to say, Natalie? Oh, my cat and I. Hello. You're new to our chat. I shall say hello. My cat and I, how are you? Yeah, Mandy, nobody can make us more unified like Natalie Cochran. And Tracy Murgatroyd, can I ask please if the defense gentlemen are court appointed or privately retained? I think privately. Matthew Victor, if you look him up, put Matthew Victor, West Virginia law, you'll find him. And Selden, Sidney Selden, he actually he was a medical illustrator. I looked him up too. Stanley Selden, Selden, Stanley Selden. He was a medical illustrator before he became a lawyer. Pretty sure they are not court appointed. She's a sneaky kitty. We gave Super Ball some flea medication and she is itchy right now, but we've pulled off, or they're just jumping off. It's amazing. If anybody has fleas, and this came from Widespread Panic, so thank you for that tip. All right, I'm going to be quiet now. All right. Oops, sorry. So they didn't say anything, but it looks like they're going to be outside the jury's presence. So let me pull myself up here. And thought it was Super Ball with Super Bowl. No, Super Ball, because when she was a little kitten, we saw her just bouncing around and she looked like a little Super Ball. Mandy Strong says Natalie has to be indigent. I would think so too, but you never know what her parents may have given her some money. I don't know. Oh, my cat and I, you saw some cattails the other day, therefore you stayed. Nice. Oh, somebody, 58 votes and 3% eligible for parole after 15 years. 97% are saying life in prison. No eligibility. Erica Dawn, dish soap works for fleas too? Yes. That's getting a cat to stay still to do that. We usually just, get rubbing alcohol and pull them off, but the problem is Super Ball stays in all the time, and the two ferals, Rafa and Paulie, go outside, so they bring everything in, and then they infect poor Super Ball. So I think Erin counted 17, which is gross. It sounds gross, but I had no idea she had 17 fleas on her. So Widespread Panic turned us on to this. It's from Puppy Butts. That's the name of the website, Puppy Butts. And we got it. I'm always leery about, giving animals anything like that. But we read the reviews. Erin read the reviews, and nobody said, my cat had seizures. So we're going to go for it and see what happens. Oh, Jules, were you the one you hit 15 years by accident? Jules. Curviel says, yeah, didn't the parents on the stand this morning claim it was a donation instead of investment to make Natalie look better now? Yeah. Hey, Tennis Girl 101, how are you? My understanding is state is paying for both attorneys. Fair enough. Curviel, what is it called? That's a good question. Oh, yeah. Aaron reminded me that I should probably be careful about that because I don't want anything to happen to us. I'm going to refrain from telling you guys. Sorry. Jules says they are court-appointed lawyers. Okay. All right, so let's get through while we're waiting for the court to come back. So out of the break, it got pretty spicy. Boy, poor mom, right? So let's see. So Tony McCall came in. She was, right? Okay, yeah. So Tony McCall came in. Curtis was her husband, and he died of leukemia in July of 2015. And it was her son received this fake scholarship from Natalie. Natalie called and said she was doing scholarships in Mike's memory. Can you imagine that? Ugh, just so disgusting. And so that basically was what that was about. And then, yeah, then Cross. Mr. Victor was just terrible with Cross, you know. June 2019, the government froze assets and Natalie couldn't hand out scholarships. That's a yes or no answer, yes or no. I mean, he was just brutal this whole day. I mean, Selden was at the beginning. Thank God I hated his demeanor. He was just nauseatingly sanctimonious and pious and whatever else you want to call him. Mr. Victor was even worse. Then Ed Bolt, stepdad to Michael, came up and, do you believe the jury should grant Natalie mercy? He said no. And then he has a statement that may answer the question, and he reads his statement. He talked about this deer stand that Mike built. Now it's a memorial bench. February 11th will be 6 years. Another, like I think Brett said, 12 days or so. Oh yeah, then he said the look on Natalie's face was one of disbelief and not joy. So he talked about Michael coming out of it at one point. He actually, and then mom talked about that too. So Michael came out of this in the hospital. He actually came out of his coma, if you will. And Natalie was like of disbelief, not joy. He says Natalie must be held accountable. Didn't agree with this where he says throw a rope over a big oak tree. That's where I'm like, yeah, no. Yeah, Curviel, no problem. Yeah, we don't want to do that. But Natalie has never said she was sorry. Natalie has never said she is sorry. And that he would like to dedicate this statement to Michael. And then Cross came up, and then they're like, you didn't have contact with Mike for a few years. Why wasn't Mike with you 24/7? He's like, we were trying to get him to go out on his own. You don't keep a 19, 20-year-old. I mean, Mr. Victor with these questions. Dude, what are you doing? Mike didn't care to be in your house. And Ed said that was inaccurate. Some of these questions, if I was a juror, I would be like, yeah, throw away the key. Your counsel has just doomed you, in my opinion. Then State came back and said, who was the reason that Mike wasn't around? Well, Natalie. Natalie was the one. And it was Natalie that was always saying Mike's not feeling well. It was never Mike saying, I'm not feeling well, Mom or Dad. It was Natalie saying Mike's not feeling well. She, if you listen to that side, she is definitely not a good person. So then Donna Bolt, who is Mike's mom, came up. Didn't get to come up because Natalie's family was there at college. So this is when they went to college. Getting married young caused the friction. So that was the animosity that happened, the friction that happened. She thinks that mom thinks that Natalie should not get any mercy because she didn't give Mike any mercy. So at 10:30 p.m., she got a text of Mike on the floor. The next photo is Mike on a ventilator, and then the next one is Mike being transported, and then the following one is Mike in ICU. So all she is just sending, Natalie is just sending mom images, like 4 images of just Mike in his worst, at his worst. Mom was told that they won't let them come in. Mom kept texting, what's his vitals, what's his vitals? Natalie sent her to the wrong hospital. While Mike's in the hospital, she sent government contracts to her cell phone. And then Natalie says, I pinched his balls so hard, I pinched his balls as hard as I could, and he didn't respond. And then Natalie shakes her head because they showed a reaction shot of her, and she's shaking her head no. Why would mom make that up? Yeesh, why would mom make that up? Anyway, what do you mean you let him lie on the couch for 7 hours? And mom screams that. You let him lie on the couch for 7 hours? What do you mean you let him lie on the couch for 7 hours? And then she shot Natalie lots of daggers. She's wrong. She's a liar. When I say she had a great relationship, she's going to say I'm wrong. I say she's a liar. Pretty sure she looked at Natalie there and then. Natalie didn't want her and Mike to be around our side of the family, so Natalie's basically keeping mom and stepdad away. February 9th, Natalie says she's going to pull the tube, and Mike didn't pass away right away. Nurse was there rubbing Mike's fingers and toenails, and Mike jerked back, and then he was doing a sternum rub, and Mike raised up out of the bed. And Natalie was horrified. She wasn't happy, whereas everybody else in the room was like happy and excited. Not Natalie. She was horrified. Mom says, we were so happy when Mike opened his eyes. And then Natalie got together with the nurse, and the nurse said, I have to chart this. And then they were expecting another MRI the next day because Mike's alive, right? Mike's responding. But Natalie moved Mike out of ICU to a regular room. And then the next day, Natalie texts, don't come. And then they rushed him to hospice. When they got over to hospice, Mike was gray. Yes, Donna was an RN. Yep, Donna was an RN. They got a call from the preacher at 8 o'clock, so they rushed over to hospice. Mike was gray, and Mike passed away at 12:18 a.m., February 11th. Oh, and then here's a tough one. Natalie told them they couldn't bring certain people to the funeral. That's got to be tough. After that, we wanted a relationship with the grandkids, but Nicole wouldn't respond to them. And Mac sent a text saying, don't contact me anymore. So Natalie has effectively poisoned the grandkids against the grandmother and grandfather. Natalie sent 3 contracts in the amount of $28,000 after Mike had passed away. And then mom reads the statements. No one has said they are sorry while Natalie smiles and banters in the courthouse. We've seen that. And they stole $250,000 from them. $250,000. That's a lot of money. Mike requested not to be put in hospice. And then Mr. Victor gets up and does what Mr. Victor does, which is piss off. Oh, they're back. They're back.
All right, I see we're missing Mr. Victor.
He'll be right back, I think.
Okay.
While Mr. Victor is out, is it all right if I step out right in front of the door?
Sure.
Thank you.
Here he is.
I'm sorry.
No problem. All right, so there won't be any misunderstanding. What I intend to do is to read the one-page instruction that the state has provided, and then I will allow closing arguments. The state will go forward first. 20 minutes will be allowed with a 1-minute warning. Then the defense will follow. 20 minutes allowed with a 2-minute warning. Understood?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Bring in the jury. Members of the jury, you have heard all of the evidence concerning this phase of the case, and so now it is my duty to read to you the court's instruction. Happily for you and me both, it's a one-pager. So instead of 20 pages, I will only be reading 1 page of instructions to you, and there should be no moaning or groaning about it. And so if you will listen up now, please. Members of the jury, you have previously found that the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant committed first-degree murder and delivered this as your verdict. Now you are asked whether to make a recommendation of parole eligibility. If you recommend parole eligibility, the defendant may be considered eligible for parole after serving 15 years in prison. This does not mean that the defendant will be released in 15 years, but after that time, a parole board will be able to evaluate the defendant's situation and decide whether it is in the best interests of both the defendant and the state of West Virginia for her to be released from prison. If the defendant is released on parole, she will still be subject to the rules and supervision of the parole board. If you do not recommend parole eligibility, the defendant will receive a life sentence and never be eligible for parole. As with all other aspects of your verdict, you must unanimously agree regarding your recommendation for parole eligibility. All right, now we will hear remarks from the attorneys. Each side will present these remarks. Again, we're switching things up a little bit, and I'm going to allow the state to go forward first. Then you will hear from defense counsel. All right, Ms. Acord.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Do you wish for us to set up the podium?
No, it's fine, Your Honor. I can just stand.
All right.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I know that you all are tired. I know this has been it seems like the longest trial ever. We're tired too. We're all ready to wrap this up, so I'm going to try to keep this as short as I can. And I just took down a couple of key quotes from testimony that you heard today, just things I want to talk about. One of the biggest ones to me was Chris Davis said to you, "We trusted her." And that has been ongoing testimony that you've heard. People trusted this woman. They trusted her to be a good person. They trusted her to be a good friend. They trusted her not to kill her husband. You heard her son say, it's not just her life that you're deciding on. And that's true, it's not. This decision will affect a number of people's lives. But she decided Michael's life. She herself made the decision to take away his life. And you've seen just a small number of the people that were affected by that decision. It has rippled throughout this community. She has ruined lives. She has taken away a son. She has taken away a father. And they want to tell you, the defense would have you believe that this woman is a good mother, and she took away her children's father. You decided that. Something that I do want to talk about that's been touched on a little bit, defense has been saying that 15 years from now, the defendant will be parole eligible if you decide to give her mercy. And that could be true. There's a matter of concurrent versus consecutive sentencing, and that's not something for you all to decide. That will be up to the judge. But you know that she is currently serving a federal sentence. If she is granted mercy and her sentence runs concurrently, that is with her federal sentence, she might only serve a couple of years, 3 or 4, for Michael's death. She will be serving the rest of that time for her federal sentence already. She will already be in prison for that if it runs concurrently. And again, that's not something you decide, but just think about that when you're considering mercy. The defense wants you to think that this woman, who is now a convicted first-degree murderer, is the nicest, most community-minded, murdering fraud that you could ever meet. Mercy for her would be a disservice to Michael and to everyone that loved Michael. She stole in more ways than one. They've admitted to you multiple times. It has been hammered home on both sides. She stole money from people. A lot of money, we know that. But she also stole a friend. She stole a father. She stole a son. Money can be replaced, but people can't. Michael can never be replaced. He can never see the people that he loved again, and they can never see him again. And the reason why is sitting right there in that chair. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll leave you with this. Just another quote from Chris Davis earlier today, before I ask you to give this woman life in prison without mercy. I thank you, and I know that Mike would thank you.
Mr. Selden.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I am here on Natalie Cochran's behalf, not just to ask that you give her mercy, but to beg for it. I am asking you to allow Natalie Cochran the possibility that she might get out of prison before she dies. And I think you should know that her federal sentence and the amount of time she has to do in the federal system will be increased by her conviction of first-degree murder. It affects the amount of time she has to serve. She isn't given credit for any good time in the federal system. That's taken away. So it will increase the time she has to do in the federal penitentiary. She will have to do a minimum of 15 years in the West Virginia prison system. And that has to do with when the order from this court and this judge goes through. West Virginia law says she must do a minimum of 15 years before she's eligible for parole. I'm not going to confuse you with how that relates to the federal time, etc. I'm not an expert on that. I'm just telling you, West Virginia law says she must do 15 years from the date the order is entered before she's eligible for parole. That's the law in West Virginia. She will be punished. That's an absolute. She might be in jail 15 years, 20 years, 25 or more. She's only eligible for parole 15 years from when the order is entered. Nobody could predict when she might actually be paroled if you give her mercy. She's 44 years old now. With the minimum amount of time for parole, she will be close to 60 years old.
Your Honor, I'm sorry. We have to object to this. That is just blatantly not true. He doesn't know. There's no way to predict the effective sentence date until this court pronounces sentencing, and the jury is being misled by that.
I didn't say I could predict it.
You said 15 years from the date this order is entered. That is absolutely not correct.
All right, I think we should move on from this aspect, Mr. Selden.
Yes, Your Honor. So, I also want you to bear in mind, Natalie Cochran is not a well person. She has a severe heart condition where she has to have an implant in her chest to assist in her heart function. She's had 4 surgeries related to that. The care in the prison system is simply not good. You heard about that. You heard from her mother about her conditions. If a prisoner gets care for a condition, it takes a long time to even get the adequate care, if at all. They have to arrange for transport, they have to arrange for appointments with doctors. Care's not good. And I don't care what you heard or the impressions, etc. Before the Ponzi scheme and Michael Cochran's death, she was a good mother. She was also generous to friends, family, the community. She was generous in her time. She was generous in money. You heard all the testimony about her volunteer work, etc. You heard that. for her time in prison. She can be rehabilitated. You heard about her time in prison, how she got women to get their GEDs. There was biblical counseling. She authored a book. She's been doing good things in prison. Her time in prison could change her, could make her a better person, certainly make her regret what has occurred as far as Michael Cochran's death. She can, hopefully, if you'll allow her, come out of prison and be a productive member of society again. And I'll talk about that in a little bit. Prior to the Ponzi scheme and Michael's death, as I said, she was a good mother. Allowing her to at least have the opportunity for parole by granting her mercy. She could be a mother to her children again. They've been deprived of their father, and it was her mother's fault. That was your finding. That's not in dispute. But you heard from her children. You heard from family members. She would have the opportunity to assist them in life again. She could be there for careers and weddings, etc. And we understand Michael will not be there. She took that away. Nobody's disputing that. We're just asking for her children's and family's sake to let her re-enter their lives. We understand by her actions, Michael can't do that. Nobody disputes that. You've heard the state's presentation of Natalie Cochran's character, etc. I would submit to you they're merely relitigating the case. The case is over. You found Natalie Cochran guilty of murdering her husband. This is just all more stuff to cloud all this, to get these people's testimony as to how they think the testimony should have been, what they wanted you to hear. We're done with that part of the case. We're done. You've decided Natalie Cochran murdered her husband. We're done. You heard in particular Donna Bolt's recitation, all of the factors she interpreted. She wanted you to hear what she wanted the case to be, which it wasn't. She wanted to tell you her version of the case, not what was testified to in court. We understand she's Michael Cochran's mother. She is beyond upset that Natalie Cochran has been found to have murdered her son. We understand that. But her narrative of the entire history of Natalie and Michael's marriage, their time together, she says all of those problems were due to Natalie. Well, that's simply not true. She had a part in it. She had some faults in the problems that were caused by her actions with and for the Cochrans family. You heard from the stepfather, Edward Bolt. He had no real relationship with Michael Cochran for a very long time. He wasn't invited to holiday gatherings. You heard the testimony about that. And that's not Natalie Cochran's fault. It's because he and Michael just didn't get along for whatever reasons. It was Michael Cochran's choice and Edward Bolt's choice. It wasn't Natalie's doing. You heard Mr. Heinzman's testimony. I'd submit to you he had nothing to add about Natalie Cochran's character or anything related to it. He's trying to infer because of the Ponzi scheme, etc. She's a bad person. Okay, she is a bad person. You found her guilty of murdering her husband. All the other stuff about the Ponzi scheme and the finances, etc. She was a fraud. That's been conceded. She's been sentenced to federal prison because of it. One consideration that nobody has mentioned, nobody's talked about, and which I think you should at least consider is the cost to you and me and every other person in this courtroom who is a taxpayer. At last inquiry by me, which was a few years ago, I actually inquired, well, what the heck does it cost to keep someone in prison for a year? I was told about $40,000 a year. If Natalie Cochran is in prison for the 15 years that we've been talking about, that's $600,000 to you and me and the taxpayers. That's who ultimately has to pay for someone being in prison. Let's talk about Natalie Cochran's life expectancy. She's in prison for the rest of her life, and granted, this is just an estimate, but if she's 44 years old now, and she's in prison for approximately 40 years for the rest of her life, that is $1.6 million that you and I and the taxpayers have to pay for. Get her out of prison with the minimum amount of time for Michael's murder. Get her out. Let her get a job. Let her start paying taxes again. Let her start contributing to all of these costs and relieve the burden on you, me, and every other West Virginia and U.S. taxpayer. Don't punish us for Natalie's crime. I'm asking you to soften your hearts and harden your pocketbook. I'm begging you to grant Natalie Cochran mercy, not for Natalie, but for her children, for her family and relatives, and for society, the cost to us. She'll be punished, and punished severely. Let's give her the opportunity, possibly, to get out of prison while she's still alive and can hopefully contribute to society again. Thank you.
Members of the jury, you have reached the stage of this penalty phase whereby you will be ushered to your jury room to deliberate upon this verdict. Procedurally, this will not be foreign to you because you understand the drill. You've been through this before. You have a jury foreperson that has already been selected, Ms. Rich. When you do reach your verdict, Ms. Rich should fill out this verdict form. It's a one-page form. It's very simple. Ms. Rich should sign it as foreperson of the jury and date it. And of course, it must reflect your own true verdict. Then I'll ask the foreperson to hold on to the verdict form as you come into the courtroom. The bailiff will retrieve it from you and deliver it to me to be read out in open court. Again, you know the process. You are familiar with it. Let me ask you this, as I asked you yesterday. It is almost 4 o'clock. I'll be happy to send you into your jury room so that you can commence your deliberations on this issue. Or if you wish to come back in the morning when you are fresh, you can come back at 9 o'clock and commence at that time. And perhaps it would be useful for you to confer and see if you wish to start tonight or come back in the morning.
We're going to stay.
Everyone says that you wish to stay, and so that's certainly fine with the court. How many exhibits do we have to, Madam Clerk?
2 only from the state, 0 from the defendant.
All right. If you'll gather those together, I have the instruction, ladies and gentlemen, that I read to you, and then the verdict form will be on the very top of the exhibits. All right, when you reach your verdict, please flip on the light. The bailiff will be waiting attentively for that sign, and that will let us know that you have arrived at a verdict. You may follow the bailiff to your jury room and commence your deliberations. All right, please do not wander too far away from the courtroom. It appears that this may not take too awfully long, and as soon as we receive the verdict, it will be announced appropriately. Are there any matters that we need to put on the record before that time?
That's from the state, Your Honor. Thank you.
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
All right. Put a poll up. How long do you think the jury will deliberate for? So go ahead and take that. And judge asked if the jury wants to stay or come back tomorrow. And they all said, stay. So I think it's going to be quick. That's why I put like 0 to 30 minutes. I didn't do like 0 to 2 hours. I think it's going to be pretty quick. All right. Let me just real quickly here. Gonna add a little bit of gain. All right. Let me know how that audio is, guys. Added a little gain. Let me know how that is. So, we heard closings. State was really quick. Ashley Acord talked. She key quotes from the testimony. Chris Davis, one of the key quotes was, "We trusted her." They took away her children's father. And think about the Fed sentencing and it running concurrently. Like Natalie, depending on what the Feds do, Natalie may get out. You know, she's already been serving, let's see, how many she's been in since 2020, right? Yeah, she's already been in for 5 years, almost 5 years. So if they run concurrent, you know, she could be out in like 10 years. Defense came in and Selden, he was just, you know, Natalie's not a well person, severe heart condition, prison life is not good. Okay, yeah, I mean, and nobody knows everybody knows prison life is not good. Then he talks about the tab to the taxpayers. I don't know. How did you guys feel about that? Talking about how much it's going to cost you. How much it's going to cost you. Julie says, I wonder how much hate mail and email Victor will get. Probably too much. Blue Giraffes. I'm guessing the state prison is horrible compared to federal. I would agree with that. Yes, Lily Wayne. Thank goodness they said stay. They want it over. Yeah, nobody wants to come back. Nobody wants to come back. Everybody's done with this. Denny Don, is it consecutive or concurrent to the Fed? It's not. It's up to the Feds, I think, is what we've determined. I think it's the Fed. Someone, federal judge, is going to determine that. Good point, Brat. Tab to the taxpayers goes up if she gets out and commits another crime. That is true. Blue Giraffes. I challenge that knowing that she has no heart. I'd challenge that knowing that she has no heart. Yeah, totally. Momo Shark, more of a guilt trip for the jury. Child Junkies United. Turtleneck should be ashamed of his closing. Talking again. Hold on. I got to open this up. Talking against Michael's parents and talking about the cost of keeping her in prison. Yeah. Mandy Strong, loosen your heart and tighten up your pocketbook. Irish Amy, I feel like the tax argument showed how little he could use regarding her character. His hands were tied. Good point. Yeah, good point. Here I was just getting all emotional about it, but that's a really solid point. The journey to justice. Is it mercy on 15 years minimum? If not, it is life, only no parole. Correct. Right, yeah, that's where the mercy comes in, is they give her 15 years minimum. Denny Dawn, if she gets life without parole, she will still be out early. If she gets life without parole, she will still be out. No, she wouldn't be out at all. If she gets life without parole, right? She wouldn't get out at all. Drunky the Bear, she'd probably need government assistance support as she's unemployable. That's a good point. Brad says, sounded like his argument was next time our taxes go up, everybody will blame you. Yeah, I agree. Brenda Meyer, I don't think he should have brought up how much it costs to stay in prison. Yeah, not a good look. Not a good argument, but if that's his only argument, if that's the best he could do, I don't know. Mandy, I'm nervous. What is taking the jury so long? That's funny. Read that as out too early. Yeah. Denny Don says, if the feds decide, though, I never word things right. If the feds decide. Oh, if the feds decide, yeah, it's up to the feds. Oh, so yeah, if the feds decide, no. So the feds can only decide if it runs concurrent or not. That's the only thing the feds can decide. If she gets life without parole, that's it. She's done. If she gets 15 years, then the feds can decide if it's concurrent or not. Julie says now her name is probably being shared with Finchen and other, Finson, what is that? Financial something or other, and any other agency where she might try to do this again. What is that, Julie? A financial center or something? What is Finsen? Finsen, right? Isn't that like a database or something? Julie asks, I thought this judge decides the case. We thought so too, but I think people were talking that it's the feds. It's not the trial judge, it's the feds. Or did he say that? I forget now. Thought the judge was deciding. I'm not sure. Well, let's find out. I guess we'll find out. I thought it would. For some reason, I thought we were talking about that earlier, and somebody said it was the feds that decided it. Thank you, Julie. FinCEN, government agency that follows money laundering and all that fun stuff. I'm sure it stands for something, right? Financial center, financial something or other. Ola says she doesn't get 15 years. She gets life with parole, not possible until 15 years. Correct. Yeah, it's either life with parole, with the eligibility of parole after 15 years, or life without. So she's in for at least 15. We know that for sure. She's at least 15. Yeah, Denny Don. I guess when it comes back, he will let us all know. I agree, yeah. Okay, Kerrville. The feds get to decide if they will allow a lower jurisdiction sentence can overlap or if it must be served after the federal sentence. Okay, that's kind of what we thought. Here we go. Yes, that's what I thought. Financial Crimes Enforcement Network. Thank you. I figured it was something like that. Hope case unwinder. It's going to be fairly quick. So let's see. The poll is going. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, where's that poll? Poll is going, and we've got 72 votes, and 47% say 0 to 30. 47% say 30 to 60. 6% say 1 to 2 hours, and nobody has chosen 2+ hours yet. The journey to justice. Her serving sentence now was 12 years. She could get out early on good behavior. Remember, she is so sick and dying. I know, right? BAP says, what do you think of the concept of the mercy phase? It was odd. I liked some of it, and I didn't like other parts. What did I like about it? Let me think about that for a second. I don't mind that the jury has to decide this. I was okay with that because they've sat with us the entire time. So I was okay with the jury deciding it. Right? If you're going to decide somebody's fate, you might as well follow it to the end and decide their fate, right? I didn't mind that. I like that part. I didn't like the fact that you could cross-examine the witnesses, though. That just left the door open to Mr. Victor, and I didn't like that part. I didn't like that at all. Even though the judge laid the ground rules, the judge said this is like the Wild West to the jury. He said you're just going to see all kinds of things, and I didn't like the fact that you could cross the witnesses. I didn't like that. Because usually victim impact statements, they just get up there and let it fly. I just don't think you can like swear at them, right? Yeah, Jenny, I didn't like that either. Therapist, I really like this process so far. Very interesting. Hold on. Let me see the cancer one. So Journey to Justice, what happened to the cancer she had? Well, that was the health, right? She had health. Oh, wait. She's not a well person. Severe. Yeah, they just talked about her heart condition. They didn't talk at all. You're right. They didn't talk at all about her leukemia with her low white blood cell count. So BAP says, I like the concept of it, but yeah, it could use some tweaking. Yeah, I didn't mind it. Like I said, I think I liked it most of all because the jury is the ones that they've sat in judgment of this person the entire time. Why not let him go the full amount? Blue giraffes. She obviously needs hospice. And Hisma, yes, this is similar to how DP cases go. Yep, that's absolutely right. Jury sees it all the way through. Oh no, what? There's been a miracle in West Virginia? What? What kind of Mandy Strong, her primary care doctor didn't mention any heart condition. That is a good point. He did not. All right, what was his name? He was at Access Health. He was, what was his name? Dr. Zachary Halsey. Dr. Zachary Halsey, yeah. Well, was he her primary? That she just came into Access Health. Was that her primary, though? I guess so. That she had gone in, yeah, just that she had the flu. They talked about the whole cancer thing. Didn't say anything about her heart condition or having surgery. Yep, that's true. Sounds like she had a pacemaker put in. Not sure, though. Did she have it? Let's see. Her father had a defibrillator and a pacemaker put in. Natalie was always trying to monitor. I don't think she had one. Yeah, I don't have any notes that she had one put in. She may have, and I just missed that. I don't know. Denny Dawn says she has a heart condition, all right, but not in the sense of sickness. She has a black heart for what she did to people. I agree with that. The Journey to Justice. Did any doctor say in court she has all these health issues? Not really. Not really. Valerie, she has no heart at all. Mandy Strong says, you want to know why? Because Natalie made up the heart condition. Probably. Oh, Shirley Roth, your internet is getting fixed. Fantastic. Falda is getting in your car. You'll be listening. All right, cool. Falda, you're on your phone, but I just thought about this. If you have a heart condition, they're not going to give you all those steroids. Journey to Justice. She's like the Wizard of Oz. Nanar, it did sound like a pacemaker, but who knows if she really had it. Ha, no heart condition. She has no heart. I know, right? Drive safe, Father. Crystal Limited Edition says drive safe. Drive safe. Child Junkies United, what about her cancer? No one in the family talked about that. Not a single person talked about her cancer. Yeah, Baca, will we see her cuffed today then? She should have been cuffed as soon as they come back with the verdict. She should have been cuffed. Denny Dawn, it's just another sympathy tactic by defense. Agree. And Lily Wayne, jury just may think she lied about the cancer. She lied about a lot of stuff. So they started at 3:54. It's been 54:04. It's not been quite 20 minutes. Rachel B., I think she's a danger to society, including to her parents, kids, and the public. Yep. Baca of 3. The kids talked about her having cancer, did they? All right, I don't remember that. All right, so Jennifer Davis, who was the second, said they were both sick, flu, had to take small insulin shots, hit her hard due to cancer. Well, that's just... Had stage 3 cancer and heart problems. That was under cross of Jennifer Davis. But that's just what Natalie said. Mike Nexon. All right, that's just her saying it. Didn't see anything resembling cancer. That was... Okay, wait, what's this? Mom was not a model of health. Okay, the daughter. So the daughter said, Mom, wait, under... So she says, I have my notes. Mom was not a model of health. She had cancer, some type of blood cancer. Stayed in bed, but that wasn't uncommon for her with the cancer. So it was Nicole. It's Nicole that brought that in. Nicole, the daughter, brought that in. All right, so it was Nicole, the daughter, that brought that in. And yeah, she probably told the kids she had cancer. Well, that was Nicole that brought that in. Rachel B., these are deep characterological issues. She is not able to be rehabilitated. Really? Wow, you think she's not? Therapist, what about you? Do you think she can be rehabilitated? Yeah, Rachel B., I just cannot believe that he sat up and opened his eyes. Just imagine that he realized what had happened and was powerless. Ugh. Yeah, she should be cuffed anyway. She's a convicted felon from the Ponzi scheme. I agree. Aaron says, oh, geez, Super Bowl. What are you doing? What are you doing? No, stop. Ay. Oh, Christ. All right, stop. Come on. Okay, just stop. Oh, so much for having curtains. Journey to Justice. I think all her family forgot about the money everyone lost. Millions. Did they take all that away from her to pay people back? I don't know. Mandy Strong says, I'm rewatching Chris Davis right now. I'm crying again. Yeah. Oh. Sorry. Wow. Rachel, I want to pull your comment up there. Rachel B., nope, sociopaths cannot rehabilitate. Yeah, kids and toddlers real happy. I'm telling you, she's like got her claws. Ugh. Baca of 3, Super Bowl and kitty timeout. Blue Drafts, tell your cat stop acting like Victor. Sit, be good. Sit, be good. OnlyFan says she'll continue in prison. Yeah. Hold on. Super Bowl just making an objection. Tracy Murgatroyd, she can't be rehabilitated until she admits her guilt. Yeah, she never once said sorry, right? She never once said sorry. She never apologized. I mean, even if she believes that she didn't do what she was just convicted of, even if she didn't believe that, and she's like, no, I didn't do it, she could at least say, I don't know, I'm sorry for something. I don't know. She could apologize for something. I'm sorry that, well, I don't know. she never admitted that she was sorry for the Ponzi scheme. She never admitted that she was sorry for killing Mike. She never apologized for anything. Nan R, my living room curtains are shredded due to my lovely kitty. She was a kitten and I haven't replaced them yet. Yeah. Mandy Strong, her parents older. She will soon only have her sister and children, and I think her children will cut ties with her eventually. Yeah, they may. They may. Rachel B, she can use all of her amazing volunteer skills in prison forever. Okay. Okay. There you go. All right. Kitty moment. There you go. Aw, Super Ball. There's your moment of kitty cuteness. Super Ball. Hey. There you go. There's your moment of kitty cuteness. Sorry. Brett says she has apologized. She apologized for the fact that her husband was a horrible person who forced her to do this even from his grave. Yes, the super diva. Rachel B, she could have apologized for not getting him help sooner. Something. I know, something. Oh, La Super Cat. Trial Junkies United says, you belong on camera. You're a good girl. Oh, I got a little kiss. Legal-minded friends, Kitty is a star. 88 keys. Aw, what does sweet Kitty? Everybody loves Super Ball. Super Ball, so cute. Super Ball, I'm dying here. Sit down. Is she pulling my... Okay. I think she's settled in. Hisma, subhumans like her never apologize. I know. It's true. Bap says, it's interesting to see a person as manipulative as she's been lose control of a situation. Tracy Murgatroyd says, her kids are traumatized. They'll need a lot of help. I'm so sad for them. I know. Lily Wayne, I like the way your microphone changes colors, at least on my tablet. Yeah, it's changing colors. I think you can set it for just one color, or you can change it for different colors. Denny Dawn says, she won't apologize. That would be admitting she deleted him, and she won't do that. Not a person like her. Brad, if you're sorry and you mean it, your name is not Natalie Cochran. If you're sorry and you mean it. Oh, 88 keys. I meant to say what a sweet kitty, but my fingers aren't cooperating. Oh. I assume you like to play piano with the 88 keys. Yeah, that's a cool profile picture. Julie BME. Why apologize? She thinks she's innocent. Agreed. Oh, so Aaron says we can change the colors, but that's only on a PC. Yeah. I guess you can set the colors, but for PC. So we don't have PCs. We have Macs, or at least, yeah, we're a Mac family. Baka of 3, texting mom all those horrible pictures and then send her to the wrong hospital. Oh, I know, that's vile. That is just, oy. And then Natalie was like shaking her head. So was that true? Was it not true? I don't know. All right, Shirley Roth, back online. Good, good, good. Denny Dawn says, yeah, her kids did nothing wrong, and I think her and the family brainwashed them into hating on the dad. So sad for them. Yeah, because, you know, MAC was only 13 when father passed away, when Mike passed away. And then, you know, when you're 13 and then mom is like saying, oh, remember all those steroids you used to take? I think that's what it was. I think it was all those steroids. And remember this and remember that. So if they're not full on brainwashed, they definitely have been led in a certain direction. They've only had one side of the story, which is, yeah, do you remember all those steroids Dad used to take? And you remember he used to get, you know, supplements from Mexico, and you remember he used to do this and he used to do that, and remember when he used to, you know, so. Brad says, since the grandmother seems to think she's got all the answers, I worry the kids haven't gotten and won't get the professional help they need. They may when they're older. At least I hope they do. I mean, Nicole's 18 or 19, I think she said. And Mac is 17. About to graduate. Therapist, you know, she was shaking her head like that was a big misunderstanding. I've thought about it 6 ways to Sunday. There's no way that was a misunderstanding. Yeah. Yes, thank you for that. 17 minus 11 is 6. 17 minus 6 is 11. So Mac was 11. What did I say? Did I say 9? I forget what I said. Real Happy says, hope they're already in therapy. Shirley Roth, they are old enough to know the truth, but it's the only side they will know. Oh, I think I said at 13. Yeah, so he was 11. Even younger, he was 11. So yeah, of course mom's been talking about it for the last, 5-6 years. Ola says, when someone is so very manipulated, it really becomes impossible to tell which bits are planned and which bits are not. I think scheming becomes subconscious for them. Yeah. Drunky the Bear, those kids are going to be paying for their mother's commissary for the rest of her life. Valeria, the jury lost the pen. Oh, I said 13? Okay. Denny Dawn, here, I got to open this up a little bit. Hold on. Okay, there. Denny Dawn, she has put her kids out there. They will be made fun of, judged by their mother's sins. So sad for the kids to be put in that condition. I hope they are treated kindly. I don't want anyone judging them. No, that's true. I said 13, okay, which was the age of the daughter. Okay, thank you. I knew one of them was 13. Thank you, Baca. Hope Case Unwinder, well, she did plead guilty in the federal case. That's true. And Hope Case Unwinder, no, that doesn't mean she's sorry though. Journey to Justice, she stopped the kids from talking or seeing Michael's parents. That just shows you the evil. I know. Why would you do that? I mean, I know people do it, but I don't know. Therapist, Lord, I hope people don't judge me by my parents. I know. And it's been 30 minutes. Journey to Justice says it was 3:54. Yep, it's been 30 minutes. So for those that said 0 to 30, yep, Lily Wayne, my clock says 30 minutes now. What's the official time for them deliberating? I had 3:54. 3:54 is when they started. At least that's when the judge said. Maybe it took them a minute or two to get back. So we could go with, I'm going with 3:54. Denny Dawn, she took the plea to get a lighter sentence. It was in it for her? Probably. Rachel B., this is already going longer than I expected. I agree. Julie, we are going into 30 to 60. Yep. Hisma, as they get older and gain life experiences, they will start to realize just how monumental what their mom did. Yeah, I agree with that too. Shirley Roth, even her mom never came out with an apology to his parents, just as a gesture. I know, right? Hisma says, I lost, but I think it is because someone brought cookies or cupcakes and I forgot to factor that in. Right? That's funny. Is anyone following the Colin Kidd trial? We were going to, but everybody else is doing it, so we're going to continue on with Monica. Monica Sementili. I was going to dip a toe in the Colin Griffith because I wanted to originally, but then I saw like virtually every other content creator out there is covering it, so I have no interest to do that when everybody else is covering it. Denny Dawn, sometimes they don't realize it when they have, their own kids of their own. Julie BME, I'm a 30 to 60. Come on, jury. Yeah, I think we can officially say it's now past 30. Valeria, did anyone type 2 hours? Let's see. Has anyone put in 2 hours? What is it? 1%. Yep. 42% said 0 to 30. So 30 to 60. Pretty sure I did 30 to 60. I'm pretty sure I did 30 to 60. 49%, 7% said 1 to 2 hours, and 1%, somebody out there said 2+ hours. Journey to Justice. Maybe the kids were forced to visit their mother in prison. They will have a life now, college or working. No time for mummy. And Brat says, I love how the defense was still objecting to testimony about their financial crimes, even though it is clearly relevant to character. Yep, agreed. Rachel B., I bet someone feels bad for the kids. Could be. Rachel B., that was Jules' accidental vote. Jules, are you still with us? And yes, Susan Moore, mercy vote has to be unanimous. Yep, that's what Judge said. This has to be unanimous. That was first out of his, has to be unanimous. Irish Amy, I said 1 to 2 hours because I was factoring in getting to the room, getting settled, agree, fill out a form, defense caused delay by claiming a dragon flew into the jury room. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, but they've been through this before. They've been together now. Day 11 or something? Yeah, day 10. They know the drill. Oh no, therapist. No, what if they can't be unanimous? Oh boy. Yeah. Wait, so if they can't be unanimous, it's life without parole? I don't know. What if it's hung? Then what? I know. What if it's not unanimous? Everybody's saying, what if it's not unanimous? Oh, Lord, help us. I think they draft a new panel to sit the mercy phase again. Yeah, I mean, they can't undo what they've already done. So if they can't agree on this, I didn't even consider that. I should have put that up. Real happy. If they agree on M1, they surely then can all agree on a sentence. Rachel B says maybe the judge decides? I don't know. New jury only fan says. Trial Junkies United, they get a new jury. I don't know. Oh, wait, here we got... Brat says, according to the West Virginia Supreme Court ruling 2023, they get a new jury just for this phase. Okay. So, Brat says... Excuse me. Brat says the they'll get a new jury just for this phase. Nan Wortham says the son started out sounding a little mad or somewhat negative about his dad. He definitely was mad at his dad. He said, it's your fault, even. I'm pretty sure he said that straight away. It was your fault. Hold on. Yeah, Max said, I love both of them to death. He knows he was abusing steroids. It was his fault. And that is a direct quote. Son was not happy. Didn't seem like he was happy. Trial Junkies United. Good luck finding a jury that might not have heard of this case at this point. Yeah. And Journey to Justice. I think they're making sure they get dinner. I don't know. Would you guys want to stick around? I'd want to get out of there. Here's my verdict. Here's my sentencing. Drunky the Bear. Son even lashed out at the jury, I thought. He may have. I don't quite recall. He may have. I'm not saying that he didn't. I just don't recall that. And it seems like our internet might be a little wonky, so if you do get kicked out, just come back. Our battle continues with our internet, guys, so if you get kicked out, just come back in. And Dreama Landry, the judge has been feeding them pretty good. And we heard Dreama. Who was that said that? We were all excited that we heard Dreama. Let's see. Daphne Jessup, the mother. Mike wasn't close to his biological dad, but came to the wedding. Dreama was the stepmom. I love the fact that we heard a Dreama. Danny Dawn says it's more easy to get a conviction, but when the jury has to decide the punishment, it's a little harder. Julie BME, I wonder if it's on the taxpayer's dime. Shirley Roth, that was not called out for, blaming jury for her guilty sentence. Journey to Justice, best work done is on a full stomach. Brett says, defense witnesses kept insisting that the jury obviously got it wrong since there was no evidence. There was definitely a couple times that they said that. Baka of 3, I'm not even sure what to say about that, but Mr. Fun had to reboot our system this AM. I think we need to keep certain things private. Just kidding. Valeria, they are waiting for the pizza guy. Justice Obsessed. We used to battle with cable internet. We bit the bullet and went with Starlink. Best decision ever. Yes, that is a great decision if you do not want to stream. But if you guys remember or recall, Scott, RA, recovery addict, lost his internet and tested Starlink, and he tried to stream, and it was big crash and burn. So Starlink may be good if you're just watching, if you're just watching YouTube videos and doing whatever, but not if you want to stream like we are. At least that's what we got out of what Scott experienced. TP, if I remember correctly, something like this happened in the Jody Arias trial. Yes, there was a holdout, but that was somebody who was wasn't she a fixer or something? Like she got on the jury somehow. I remember that too. Yeah, they found Jody guilty, but then they couldn't decide on the DP or not. Julie BME, because of RA, I found you. Very good. Yeah, we have a nice association with RA. I think a lot of chats go back and forth. A lot of his folks came over to us. A lot of our folks go over to him. And Julie, I don't know if you remember with Sarah Boone. You know, Scott was gracious enough to loan us his equipment, and we streamed Sarah Boone using Scott's equipment. So we have a great relationship with Scott and RA. Oh, it was a guy that held out the Hisma. I thought it was a female with didn't she have purple hair? I thought that was, I'm just thinking about something else. Baka 3. What squeegee? Our internet? Grabbing squeegee from the gutter? There's no DP in this, Valeria. Erica, I have a pacemaker defibrillator implanted in. They monitor it remotely and doctor appointment once a year. Brett says, that's why they specially qualify the jury for a DP case. Yep. If they don't have comparable rules in West Virginia to disqualify jurors for charges where they decide sentence, you could easily have a problem. Julie, yes, I remember that with Scott. Yes. All right. Lily Wayne found you through RA Sarah Boone case. Cool. Nan R. RA is a good man. Yeah, he's fun. I Scott he's got quite a sense of humor. I appreciate his humor. Oh, it was the Scott Peterson case. There was somebody in the red hair juror. I didn't watch that trial. Right? Was that streamed? I didn't watch that trial. Denny Dawn, it's nice to see creators sharing and getting along. I've seen where that is not the case and some bash others. No, that's ridiculous. Sad to see I have had to leave some because of that. Yeah, we're just not going to do that. I'm not going to do that. Oh, wow. Nan, yes. Did I ever find my Amazon order during Sarah Boone case? Nope. That was lost to whoever it was delivered to, unfortunately. Yeah, that was terrible. That's stunk. Florida PI Sam, Sarah Boone was the great uniter. That is true. Yes, Julie D. Court TV was calling her strawberry shortcake. I remember that. Strawberry shortcake, yep. Strawberry shortcake. That's funny. Irish Amy, DP is dependent on the state. Yes, I sometimes forget being in the UK. Yes, that is correct. 25 states, I think, have it. I forget now. But yeah, most northeastern and western states don't, and then the middle of the country and the southern states do. So it's pretty much, you draw your own conclusions from that. All right, so we're going to address the, rules and commands. So we're going to ask that you guys do not put commands in. We're going to just have the mods handle the commands. So if you guys could just appreciate that, that would be appreciated. Just let the mods deal with the commands. There's 8 Ball still, and I think there's some other. Once we get monetized again, there's some other games that we can throw out there. But for now, let's just leave the commands for the mods. Thank you. I appreciate your cooperation on that. Florida. Oops, sorry. I like RA's singing voice. Waiting to hear yours with your guitars. Yeah, no, that's not going to happen. I'll play guitar at some point, but I am not a singer. I howl on key, maybe. Florida PI Sam. I wouldn't be here on YouTube were it not for Sarah. There you go. What? Mandy Strong, Sarah Boone has a new docket entry? Really? Therapist, you know, we all want you to play the guitar. All right, we'll get there. We'll get there. Nan R. Strawberry shortcake called Peterson, unborn baby little man. Okay, so strawberry shortcake was with Peterson. Okay, gotcha. Mandy Strong. Sarah wants to know why she hasn't received correspondence from her appellate attorney. Oh, God. Again with that. What is my favorite song, Ahisma? What is my favorite song to cover? That's a great question. I don't really have a favorite song, per se. I can play a lot of Stone songs because, to me, they're easy. And I certainly don't mean that in any disrespect to Keith Richards. But I just find that his style of playing suits my style of playing. I'm able to pick up a lot of what... So I guess I would say Stone songs. Gordon, the sunburst Rickenbacker. You remembered. Mandy Strong, what is so funny is she may never hear from her appellate attorney. Therapist, you know, what'd you call me, Gordon? A sunburst Rickenbacker. Yes, the Magic 8 Ball is fine, guys. You can use the Magic 8 Ball all you want. We're going to leave the commands up to the mods for now. I'm starting to get that sun in my eyes. Yes, Valeria, we are going to an hour. We're coming up on an hour. Thank you, Gordon. I'm glad that you appreciate that. And I got that partly because of the Beatles playing their Rickenbackers. Partly because of Peter Buck and REM. Partly because of Robin Hitchcock with the Soft Boys. We do too, BAP. We hope the monetization thing gets fixed soon. Therapist, you know, people not covering their nasty mouths in the waiting room make me mental. Florida PIC, I'm highly invested in that rowing machine. I know. We got that after we were watching House of Cards with Kevin Spacey, and he would use his rowing machine, so we got that when we were watching House of Cards. Shout out to our mods, Real Happy says. Thank you for all you do. We appreciate you. Yes, Gordon. Yeah, Lennon's favorite. 366. That's what my Rickenbacker is. Which is just a 6-string. Mandy Strong, did the Christian lady that told the jury God is watching them cause a divide? Let's see. Yes, thank you, legal-minded friends, Karen Cole, praying for our monetization. We will know, we can reapply at the end of February, so we'll let you know. Hola, very niche. Very niche product placement, rowing machine. I used to row every morning, and at our other place, and now it's like we have tons of room here, but it's just awkward spacing. I gotta figure out where to get that set up again. Justice Obsessed, he was always on the rowing machine. Yeah, we thought it was a great thing to get, and it was good for exercise. And like I said, every morning that was part of my routine. I had a stand-up bike. I would do my exercises, and rowing, I'd always row for like 10 or 15 minutes. I think Aaron would row for 15, 20 minutes. It's a great exercise. Rachel B., if you need anyone to submit a dance or song video for your application, let me know. I'll do one for you. Nanar, my older daughter has a cool rowing machine with her and my grandson occasionally using it. We used to use it every day. I did. I used to row every day, and Aaron would row. And I miss it. I got to get that set up again. Even if it's just like right behind. Even if it's right behind me. I don't know. We got to get it set up. Real happy. If you see an alligator, don't forget to scream. Child Junkies United, all together. Row, row, row your boat. Yeah, even the term mercy has connotations. Erica Hubner, I use my exercise machine for drying my laundry. That's funny. Care Bear 05, please remind me how to use the Magic 8 Ball. I never use it, but I think it's exclamation point mods. How to use the Magic 8 Ball. How do you do? It's okay. Exclamation point 8 Ball, and then ask a question, and then it'll pop up as that. And did you guys see the new icon that Aaron put in for the Trial TV bot? There, Care Bear. Julie is helping out. You do exclamation point 8 Ball, and then you ask a question. And therapist, exclamation point 8 Ball, is it a full moon? And then it'll come up as, and then we have all these different things that are saying. Mandy Strong, exclamation point 8 Ball, and then ask a question. Yeah, Capri Law. The bot icon is perfect. I think the bot icon is awesome. Aaron did a great job. There you go. Care Bear, will decision be life without parole? Child TV bot says sure. I gotta shut this a little bit more. Oh, hopefully Super Ball won't freak out. Okay, there. Brat, 8 Ball, is the jury emptying the fridge in the jury room before continuing? Give me a break. Oh, Capri Law, thank you. Thank you so much for the Venmo. Appreciate that. Appreciate you. You just helped feed the bot. I will say thank you for the Venmo. Thank you so much, Capri Law. Appreciate you. Yes, the Boone bot is back. Gordon, laden or unladen? Ah, there you go. The answer is within yourself. He's my 8-ball. Did someone on the jury bring dessert? Child TV Bot says, I bet you people are exhausted watching me do everything. We appreciate you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much. Denny Dawn, do we know if they were eating anything before deliberation may be taking a little bit longer, taking a little time? I don't think so. They didn't say anything about that. Oh boy. What did, wait a minute. Who caused the bot to say that was an infant, not an 8-ball, stop shaking me? Who caused that? I can't quite see who caused that. Mandy Strong, the jury knows this judge starts to shut down by 5, yet they are not back yet. Oh. Care Bears, Squeegee of Justice is the best host, right? 8-ball? I excel at things. That's funny. Denny Don, maybe they are having a snack. Yikes, only 3 minutes to an hour. I know. Brat says, 8-ball, does Mr. Victor cause you to pop a fuse? Child TV Bot says, I don't know. If the jury's not unanimous, the judge will have to impanel a new jury and redo the penalty phase. That's from a court insider. Yeah, Hope Case Unwinder. This is how badly I fail at predicting juries. Baca, only snack time in elementary school. Blue Drafts, they're discussing their taxes. Well, we were hoping to pick up on Monica Sementili after this. We'll cover that maybe for a couple hours. Erica Hubner, I figured about an hour. All right. Where are we? We are not quite officially at 1 hour, 3:54. So it's almost 4:54. So 39% of us said 0 to 30 minutes, so we're already done with that. 30 to 60 minutes, 50% of us said 30 to 60 minutes, so 89% of us. So those, the 9% that said 1 to 2 hours and 2% said 2+ hours. So to me, it's officially an hour. I have 4:54 on my computer clock, so I think I think 89% of us got it wrong. Susan Moore, I wonder if the sweet judge will render the no mercy verdict as boldly as he did the guilty. That's true. Guilty. Yeah, he did come back guilty. Nanar, there are definitely different opinions on the jury. I feel bad for them. Yeah, it was just under 2 hours, I think, for them. It was an hour and 50 minutes. Took them an hour and 50 minutes to come back with the guilty verdict, and now here they are in an hour to decide the penalty. Oops, wait. Mandy Strong, I think they may make the jury stay a little late. They heard some heavy testimony that they need to discuss first. Yeah, I don't think the judge is going to say, that's it, go home. Well, maybe he'll poll them. Maybe he'll say, hey, are you guys close to coming to a decision? I can see that. 88 Keys, it's like they don't even care that we're all here waiting, right? How dare they? Drunky the Bear, I think the religious lady scared the crap out of the jurors. Yeah, Baka of 3. Someone is having sympathy for those kids instead of considering they are saving them from Nat. Shirley Roth, by 6 p.m. they will be done, but maybe they want supper. So, Ola, I was trying but failing earlier to say something regarding deliberations. If people have ideologies that lean towards parole generally or against generally, that may be the holdup rather than the case itself. And Brat says, yes, Mandy, actually that's quite possible. They may need some time to decompress their shock first. The case we were watching yesterday, the Monica Sementili, we thought Bev was brutal on her 4 o'clock, hard 4 o'clock ending of trials. The judge, I forget his name right now because we only did the one day, but guy was like right in the middle of testimony. He's like, that's it. End it for the day. And the I think it was the prosecutor. He's like, can I get just 30 more seconds? He's like, all right, 30 more seconds. I mean, that was brutal. I mean, he literally ended it right in the middle of the witness's testimony. Erica Hubner, it's shocking to me at how she sat there so smug. Yeah. Hola, just one more sausage biscuit. Therapist, back in a room now. And this jury is going to come back when the doc is talking to me. Hisma, I didn't even know there was a religious person on the jury, but was assuming so. The term mercy might trip them up. I wish it was a different term. Yeah. Lily Wayne, they may be planning their after-trial party. Capri Law, Ola, I inherently don't believe in life without parole unless it is really clear and heinous. However, 15 feels too short for this case. I would have to agree with that. I think I agree with that entire statement and sentiment. Life without parole does seem harsh because I do believe in rehabilitation. But 15 years does feel too short. But also don't forget, Capri, that's just when she's eligible. She may not, she may never get out. They may deny her 2, 3, 4, 5 times. Julie BME, Bev doesn't like to work. I watched 2 days today because neither lasted long. No court there till Monday and only a half a day. Ooh. Well, we're doing Karen Reed tomorrow, you guys. So if you're, I know some of you are not interested, some of you are. So tomorrow we're going to be doing Karen Reed, and that's probably going to be all day because it's going to be ARCA, and it's also going to be House Long to Die, the whole Google thing. They're going to see how much they can. Of course, the defense is fighting what's going to come in, what's not going to come in. So it's probably going to be an all-day thing. So Julie BME, if you want more of Bev, we will be covering it. And that's probably why there's no court for her, because they're going to be doing Karen Reed, because Bev's going to be doing Karen Reed. Let's see. Yes, free Karen Reed. Capri Law, yes. Yep, agreed. And I bet she would be denied. Her protesters will be at that parole hearing, Squeegee. Oh, yeah. I had to switch gears there. I was thinking Karen for a minute. Yep. Oh, good, Julie. All right, you'll be here. Yep, 9 o'clock. We'll be doing Karen Reed. And then check it out afterwards. Do you guys remember Devin Perkins? He was the kid. We're going to have his mom on, and he's got an appeal going on tomorrow morning. So we're going to have his mom on after that, after we do Karen Reed. So that's going to be an interesting day tomorrow. Oh, Drunky, are you heading? Oh, okay, Drunky the Bear, thanks for letting me hang out with you all today. I have to pick up my teen from school. See you when I see you. Thanks, mods, and thanks, Trial TV Live. Well, thank you, Drunky the Bear, for being with us. We will be doing Karen Reed tomorrow, and then Monica Sementili next week. Actually, probably over the weekend. Whatever we don't get to today and Friday, we'll do over the weekend. So, cheers. Thanks for hanging out with us. Oh. Well, we are officially well past into into hour number 2. Tennis Girl 101, yay! Hey all, got a laptop, can tag, so happy. Cool. Susan Moore, 5 in West Virginia, close or going home? If anything, I would think the judge would ask them if they want to continue to stay. I can see the judge asking them that. I hear you, Denny Dawn. There's plenty of other trials going on, that's for sure. No shortage of trials. Julie BME, jury will stay, I think, if close to ending. Tennis Girl 101, I am shocked on time. I voted 30 to 60. Yeah, me too. 49% of us did that. Oh, I should end the poll, right? Because if you guys haven't voted already, then you're going to be skewing it. I'm going to end the poll. I'm ending the poll. Right, so 0 to 30 was 48%. I'm sorry, 37%. 30 to 60 was 48%. That's where I fell in. I think I did that. 1 to 2 hours is 10%. All right, you guys are on the clock right now. And then 2+ hours was 3%. Yeah, who's looking good now that picked 1 to 2 hours? Denny Dawn been 1 hour and 6 minutes according to Court. Is that Court TV or? I don't see their clock. If they have a clock up, yeah, it was 3:54 is when they started. So yes, that makes sense. Yes, Shirley Roth, it took them less than 2 hours to vote guilty. It was 1 hour and 50 minutes. 1 hour and 50 minutes. But as Denny Dawn says, I've seen this phase take way longer than the verdict took, so I'm not surprised. Lily Wayne, did your poll say tomorrow? I said 30 to 60. I thought it would be a lot faster. I was going to do like 0 to 1 hours, 1 to 2 hours, 2 to 3 hours. I was thinking minutes. I was not thinking that this would take more than an hour. Ola says, I wonder, are they allowed to say Pero? I'm not quite sure what Pero, what does that mean? Let's see. Mandy Strong, Natalie's mother is manipulative too, trying to guilt trip the jurors. And Mandy, didn't you say, you were watching Chris Davis again? You rewatched Chris Davis? Wow, that was something else. Gordon, what happens if they can't get unanimous? Then they have to impanel another jury just for the mercy phase. So just for the mercy phase, they would have, if they cannot come to a unanimous decision, they have to do this all over again, but just for the mercy phase, not for the whole trial, just for the mercy phase. So can you imagine, oh my God, those people have to get back up there, the kids, the mothers, the fathers. Oy, they have to get back up there and do it all over again. That's just wrong. Are they allowed, Ola, are they allowed to say parole but recommend unofficially a 20-year minimum? Are they allowed to say parole but recommend? I don't think so. I think it's one or the other. It's pretty cut and dry as far as I know. Yeah, Gordon. Phew. Yeah, it's just this phase. Mandy Strong. Michael's son couldn't believe the jurors found his mother guilty, yet the jury knows he hasn't seen this trial, only in part. Ola, what's stopping them? It would be on the record but have no legal standing. I'm not sure what you guys are talking about there. Brenda Meyer, I didn't think it would take this long either. I know, right? Yeah, Dreamer Landry, we know. Please don't let this happen. Bossy Muma. I don't like this way of doing things. Should be the judge who decides punishment unless it's a DP case. We were kind of talking about that. What do you like about this? What do you dislike about this? All right, Lily Wayne, get your recycling bins. Tennis Girl 101. The jury doesn't have a great choice. Like with life without parole does seem too long, yet the possibility only 15 is way too short. Mandy Strong, I'm really concerned about Michael's son. He has clearly been lied to or has no problem lying, just like his mother. Yeah. Shirley Roth, Julie BME, and then it's up to the judge if it's consecutively or concurrently with 11.5 years federal. Yeah, it's up to the feds. I guess the federal judge is going to have to sort that out. Not this judge, a federal judge will have to sort that out. Ola says, I think I remember a case from decades ago where a jury had an opinion that wasn't a legal instruction but was on the record. Can't name it. Yeah, I don't remember that one. Baca of 3. I can't even give this defense team a pat on the back for defending their client. They were abhorrent. I know. They really were. They really were. Hisma says, can the judge let them know that and give them the Allen charge? Yeah, I don't know. We're in uncharted territory. I've never covered a case I've never even seen a case like this. So to me, I'm in uncharted territory. Okay, therapist. Godspeed. Hellcat, they were the absolute worst. Yeah. I was willing to give them, benefit of the doubt and all that stuff, but after today's display, I was not happy with either one of them. Julie BME, this is my first view of any West Virginia trial. I'm trying to think if there's been any others that I've watched and or covered. I don't think so. Yeah, I don't know. I can't think of any right now. Yes, therapist, we are rooting for you to get the meds that help. Good luck, Shirley Roth says to therapist. And Baca of 3, they should not be allowed to practice. Yeah, they're just fighting for their client. But, yeah, I don't know. Some say fighting for their client. Some say they should not be allowed to practice. Yeah, I don't know. Oh. Therapist, giving us blow by blow. Getting a shot in the hip, some antibiotics, and a cough medicine. She thinks it's an upper respiratory infection. Waiting to be stabbed. Oof. Well, we're with you. We're with you. Hang tough. Are you going to get a lollipop afterwards? That sounded way worse than I intended that to. Denny Dawn, feel better therapist. Ouch. Erica says, Irish Amy, sending love and healing thoughts. Julie BME, drink pineapple juice. It's good for that. Mandy Strong, if the doctor prescribes a steroid, which he may, where will she get the insulin to counteract it? Child Junkies United, fighting for your client doesn't mean you put down his mother. Yeah. No, I agree, Child Junkies, yeah. Some would say fighting for his client, others would say disbar him. And they were fighting dirty. I agree. I didn't like it. I didn't mean it like that, therapist. I didn't mean it like that. Justice obsessed. You can fight for your client without being disrespectful. Agreed. All right, Danny Dawn, glad I came to watch this with you. I'm going to go get a nap. Stayed up way too late and got up super early. Okay. One thing about having a cat sleeping on your lap, you just get all kinds of fur. Thank you, Danny Dawn, for joining us. We will see you. Okay, have a great evening yourself, Danny Dawn. Check back in an hour. Yes. Curviel says, as a juror, I would totally admonish lawyers who do not speak with the people before they put them on the stand about what they should and should not say. Florida PI Sam, they weren't likable, but not disbarment worthy, in my opinion. No, I know, of course not, but we're allowed to opine, right? No, they didn't do anything illegal. They were just, yeah. Just was not in good taste the way they were going after the victims. Curviel, the whole trashing the victim, saying the court was wrong, and then trashing the jury's decision was so bad. Yeah. Yes, that is a good word. They did make me feel icky. That I agree with. Kerrville says the judge really should have spoken up more and put especially Victor in his place and stopped Selden from interrupting every answer. Yeah, how many objections did we get? Baca, did you cover that? Did you follow how many objections? Irish Amy, they weren't doing anything illegal, but it was immoral. Yeah. Not even unethical, just slimy and rude. Yeah, Hellcat, that's a good way of putting it. Slimy and rude. And Baca of 3, it's defense attorneys like them that give defense attorneys a bad name. Yeah. Kerrville, I feel Kranick would have spoken up. I still like the judge, but it was too much. Yeah. Jenny, still at your in-laws. They bought Olive Garden. Hubs and father-in-law went out and got it. Cool. Mandy Strong. The judge is really regretting not sending the jury home at noon. Bad taste. Oh, sorry, wait. Child Junkies United. Yes, bad taste. Therapist, you know, will you wait with us all night? Yeah, we'll be here. We are not going anywhere. Oh, Baca, no objections today. You muted defense. I lost. I kind of was keeping track, but I lost. Yeah, they were objecting a lot. Oh, I'm sorry. I've got cat fur going up my nose. I'm glad I'm not allergic to you. Sorry, guys. I know that's got to be like freaking horrible. I literally have. Sorry. I literally have like fur going up my nose and an itch. Yeah, that wasn't. I'm sure that was. Oh, they're back. They're back. They're back. They're back. They're back. They're back. Whoop whoop whoop. They're back. They're back.
All right.
They're back.
I'm advised that the jury has arrived at a verdict. Again, as before, I will expect no outbursts either way upon reading the verdict. Are there matters that we need to discuss before we receive the verdict?
Not from the state, Your Honor. Thank you.
Not Your Honor. Not from the defense.
Bring in the jury, please. Madam Foreperson, has the jury arrived at a verdict?
Yes, Your Honor.
Would you please hand the verdict form to the bailiff, who will transmit it to me? Will the defendant please rise? In the case of State of West Virginia versus Natalie Cochran, case number 23-F-343K, the verdict is as follows. Having found the defendant guilty of murder of the first degree, we, the jury, recommend the following. We, the jury, unanimously do not recommend mercy. The verdict form is signed by Holly Rich, foreperson of the jury. It is dated 1/30/2025. Does the state wish to examine the verdict as to form?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Does the defense?
No, Your Honor.
You may be seated. Is there a request that the court poll the jury?
Not from the state, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
The court will receive the recommendation of the jury. It will be recorded and received fully by the court. The court has no discretion in this matter. I'm not sure that it would be useful to have a pre-sentence report or to even come back for sentencing.
Post-trial motions, Your Honor.
We certainly can deal with post-trial motions, but the court, I believe, will go forward with sentencing at this time. I'll ask the defendant to please rise. It is the judgment and ruling of the court that the defendant, Natalie Page Cochran, be, and she is, committed to the penitentiary of this state for her natural life without the possibility of parole. I'll preserve all defense exceptions to the sentence imposed. You may be seated. Members of the jury, I appreciate your service. This is no comment at all on your verdicts, but you have been here. You have done everything that the court has asked you to do. You have been attentive. You have paid attention to all matters presented before you. I can excuse you from this trial, but I cannot release you from service. And so you are now pros in terms of jury service, and you will have to be available until May, the May term. It is very likely that you will be called in for other trials, civil or criminal. And so you know what to expect. You know what the situation involves. Thank you very much. We could not operate without you. And I sincerely appreciate your cooperation and patience. You may now follow the bailiff to your jury room and depart with the court's sincerest appreciation. All right, I'll ask the state to prepare an order in the premises. Is there anything further that we need to discuss?
This may seem like a silly point, but is the court sentence imposed consecutively with the federal sentence, or?
I think it is a sort of unusual question, and I don't know that it makes any difference, to be honest. I'll run it concurrently with the federal sentence.
Yes, thank you.
Yes, Your Honor.
Anything further? And of course, we'll schedule all motions, hearings. The court will certainly take up appropriate motions to be filed by the defense.
Of course, it's academic, Your Honor, but we will need to figure out, nevertheless, the credit for time served in this case, which may or may not have some type of impact in the future. Secondly, we need, well, this is more of a question of the court. The court envisions a hearing on post-trial motions, and at that time, I do believe that the court will have to reaffirm the sentence if the court rejects our motions, because the time of for the appellate purposes will have to start running from a very specific date, and that is the date of the entry of the sentencing order. So I think that the court will have to re-sentence the defendant if the court rejects our post-trial motions. So we can
certainly do that. I've done that many times in the past, and we can do that to accommodate the time for appeal. I can set a hearing date for post-trial motions. I'm looking first at February the 24th, 2025 at 9 a.m.
1st of February, Your Honor.
February the 24th.
Oh, 24th.
Your Honor, I need just a few minutes to pull up my calendar.
Okay, take your time.
Judge, I'm sorry, I already know I cannot do that.
Okay, February the 25th, 2025 at 9 a.m.
That's more like it, yes.
I believe that would correspond to my schedule, Your Honor.
Is that agreeable with the state?
It is, Your Honor.
All right, we'll set down February the 25th, 2025 at 9 a.m. To take up any post-trial motions. Is there anything further that we need to discuss?
I also believe that at that time, the court would advise my client of her right to an appeal and appoint counsel for the appeal.
Yes.
Very well.
Your Honor, I just have one query.
All right.
I do have an abuse and neglect case scheduled for the afternoon. Does the court have any anticipation of how long this will take?
I have the morning set aside. I can't imagine that it would run into the afternoon.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, we are adjourned. Sorry, guys. Sorry, I'm muted. Okay. Okay. I hear you. Okay. All right. Okay. It takes a few seconds for it to kick in. Thank you. Thank you for letting me know. So we got the verdict came in. It was an hour and 18 plus 6 is 24. An hour and 24 minutes. So between 1 to 2 hours, 10% of you thought that it would take 1 to 2 hours. So the verdict came in unanimously. They do not recommend mercy, and the court went forward with sentencing and committed to penitentiary for her natural life without the possibility of parole, and it runs concurrent with the federal sentence. I should have carried on pretending he was muted. Yeah, good one, Ola. So I don't think that it matters if it was concurrent or not. So the question we were all dying to ask was it concurrent or consecutive? And I don't think it matters because she's not going anywhere. So does it really matter if it's consecutive or concurrent? I don't know. I don't think so. Right? All right, I've got a treat from you. I got a treat for you guys. This came from OnlyFan. So he found a press conference from yesterday. Let me see if I can find it. Oh, I gotta find it. Hold on, guys. This may take me a while because we have this area where we put stuff on, and
There's a whole lot of stuff going on. I don't know if I can find it. Shoot, where did he put it? Is it here? All right, just give me a second. Where did he put it? All right, I'm going to pivot and just try to find it by myself because I cannot find it there. Oh, we're not going to do Monica Sementini. It's just too late to start that, you guys, so we're not going to do that today. We will cover it over the weekend, though. Okay, let me see if I can find this press conference. All right. Just bear with me for a moment. I think it was on a news station. Only fan, if you're still around, where did you put that? Where did you put it? Where did you put it? Okay, I think I've got it. Here, I got it. I found it. Okay, so here's a press conference for you guys from yesterday. All right, this is from yesterday.
Hello and good evening. Welcome to
All right, so here's a press conference from yesterday we're going to check out.
Newswatch at 6. I'm Tiger DeMello. Tonight we start your broadcast outside the Raleigh County Courthouse, where after 6 years of delays, 3 weeks of the trial, it only took the jury 2 hours to decide that Natalie Cochran was found guilty of first-degree murder.
This has been a very long, hard battle.
For Donna Bolt and her husband, Eddie, the outcome was a relief.
We'd just like to say we thank everybody for your prayers. It's been a long time coming. February the 11th of 2025 will be 6 years that Michael Brandon has been murdered.
On the defense side, the verdict was shocking.
Quite frankly, I'm in shock. I didn't think there was a valid basis for finding guilty, but that is what the jury decided.
For the prosecution, though, the verdict was exactly as expected, and the jury's relatively short deliberation period shows how convincing its case was.
I think it shows how Ashley Acorn put it together at the end.
Now that the verdict is in, both sides are able to reflect on what aspects of the case were the most effective on the jury. Natalie Cochran was accused of murdering her husband with.
So not much of a press conference, more of just a news clip. Let me just fast forward here. I don't want to get us in trouble.
I believe it heavily weighed in their decision.
But even after the verdict, the defense does not feel that the prosecution has proven Natalie Cochran's guilt.
Prosecution woefully failed to demonstrate, to show the jury how that happened, when it happened, why it happened, and, well, we'll just leave it at that for now.
According to the state, the evidence was overwhelming. One he could not have sent since he was unconscious.
With so many pieces of information, it takes time to sort all that through. And lo and behold, there's this text. And I think Bob Heinzman said, hey, here's a text you ought to look at. And sure enough, it's got a timestamp on it when all the evidence showed there was no way Michael Cochran could have sent that text.
In the aftermath of the trial, the state feels justice.
Sorry, I'm chopping this up. I just don't want to get in trouble, for showing another thing. So I'm just talking over this and cutting this up so we don't get in trouble for showing this.
And I believe it is truly amazing that we were able to get justice for them and for Michael today.
And that is shared by Donna and Eddie Bolt.
God's plan has been fulfilled today. Justice is done for Michael Brandon.
I want to just say that we just remain strong in our faith and that Natalie Cochran was held accountable and justice has been served for Mike.
Court will resume tomorrow morning.
All right. So that was more just a news piece than anything else. So wait a minute, Julie D. You had to watch I had to watch a rerun work. Did you all notice the defense lawyer shooting the bird to the jury? I did not. I took a video and have a picture. Wow. Yeah, email that to us. Send that to info@trialtvlive.com. We'll take a look at that. Yeah, Julie D. Where? What part? Got to go back and look now. Susan Moore, the gall of Nat to sell scholarships in memory of Michael would have nudged me to the no mercy. Yeah. Yeah, we didn't notice that. Legal-minded friends, under the video you were showing, does it have a downloader clip? So it should be okay to share. Yeah, I just don't want somebody, a whole nother newscaster's commentary. That's cool. Bach of 3, maybe they'll have a full presser today. Yes, that's what we should be looking for. All right, chat, I'm going to send you out. Let's look for a presser. Mods, look for a presser. Let's see if we can find a press. Anything on... Nothing on CTV. Nothing there. Sometimes on Facebook they have something. Let me see if I can find something on Facebook. All right, WVNS News, 9 minutes ago. No mercy. Is that who that was? WVNS? No, that was WAOA. WAOA. Let's see. WAOA. I'm sorry. WAOY? WAOY. Newswatch. Let's see if they have anything on theirs. They do not. Nothing going on there. WVNS seems to be 10 minutes ago they're just saying she was found guilty, first degree, given no mercy. Thank you, Brat, for that, but I don't want to show an interview. I don't know. I just feel weird about showing an interview from another channel. Oh, that was on RA. All right, I gotta show you this. This is good. All right, we'll definitely show this. All right, we will show this one. This is funny. All right, I'm gonna pull this up. All right, this came from, hold on a sec, this came in, no. Oh, crap, hold on. From Julie Denton, hold on a sec. Let me just find that. Oh, come on. All right, give me a second, guys. Here, check this out. Thank you, Julie, for sending this. This oh, this is funny. Hold on. Okay. Sorry, Scott. All right, there. Oh, that's really funny, Julie. That's really, really funny. All right, Julie D, he emailed a picture. There's at least the picture. No way. And then look at Natalie. Look at what she's doing. Oh my God. That's really funny. Oh, he really did flip the bird. That's really, really funny. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Danny Don, wow, how rude. And look at her smile, right? All right, I'm going to look around a little bit more for top stories. Anything here? Nothing going on there. Anything on Facebook? Sometimes they show it on Facebook. Nothing there. Yeah, nope. All right, so yeah, we're not going to play the video because it's on Scott's channel, so we're not going to. We'll just show the picture. That's really funny. All right, we'll give it a few more minutes. Give it a few more minutes. See if anybody out there has a any of these news channels. And the thing is, they may be giving a news conference right now, but then they'll air it at like 6 o'clock or 11 o'clock. So, you know, unless you're there recording, you know, you're not going to be able to get it per se. Which is why it comes in, you know, the next day. But sometimes Facebook, they'll do it live. Does not look like anything's live right now. Yeah, I have a feeling there, again, there may be a news conference going on right now, but they won't air it until they put it together. They won't like do it live. So I have a feeling, you know, if we see anything, it won't be until later. You know, at somebody's news, you know, whatever, somebody's news. So, all right. Yeah, real happy. It should have been called out. So unprofessional. I agree. All right, guys, it's almost 6 o'clock here on the East Coast. I think I'm going to call it a day. We were hoping that we might get in some Monica Cementili, but I'm just, it's, you know, we've been going since 9, so we are going to call it a night. Thank you again, guys. Thank you so much for being with us. Thank you for the Venmos and the cups of coffee. You guys are the best. I really appreciate it. Thank you to Aaron. Thank you to our mods, OnlyFan and Julie, Therapist You Know. I hope you're feeling better. I know you just got a shot. Thank you to Brat, Widespread Panic, Hellcat, Florida PI Sam, Jules. You guys were all with us today. Rachel B, everybody. Actually, all of our mods were with us today. So thank you, guys. We have the best mods in the world. We have the best chat in the world as well. Tomorrow is going to be Karen Reed. We're going to start Karen Reed tomorrow at 9. She'll probably go till 4. And then we'll pick up over the weekend on Monica Cementili. So thank you all for being with us. Really appreciate it. And we will see you tomorrow. For those that want to join us for Karen Reed, we will be covering that. And then over the weekend, we'll pick up on Monica Cementili. And then we'll carry that into next week. So for now, thank you for joining us. I am going to, hold on a sec. Before I let you go, let's see here. I think I can figure this out. Let's see. All right, I'm not sure how this is going to work. Let's give it a shot. If this is a complete disaster, it's all on me. All right, guys, have a good night, and I'm going to try this. If it's complete failure, it's on me. Have a good night. Actually, you know what? I should probably come back to here. Let me come back to here. All right, have a good night. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Karen Reed tomorrow. See you guys then. Have a good night.